But
yeah.
it's like flying. And
Yeah.
the first tour was in Fukuoka.
Okay. Yeah.
And that's a long plane ride.
Oh, yes.
We get there, land the next day. The
Typhoon.
Holy shit. It was crazy.
Oh, that's like my husband's called it.
We good?
All right.
Let's call this city council meeting to order. It is 5:03 p.m. Okay, August 12th. We're now going to go into an executive session, and we're going to go into. Y'all received a letter from Mr. Dixon, but we're going to do basically two things under executive session. We're going to go into executive session pursuant to Government Code 551.071 first for consultation with the attorney, and then immediately go into 5.1.074 with Scott. I believe if Scott's okay with that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so first part of the executive session we'll have with consultation with the attorney. It won't take long. We have a few questions to answer, I believe. Then the attorney's excused, and then we'll go into the personnel one. We'll invite Scott in. Is everybody okay with that? Okay,
Yeah.
that's where we're preserved. Okay, it is 5:04 p.m. We're breaking for executive
Did
session.
you read out the executive session?
I did.
I'm sorry. I never heard the whole thing. Sorry.
Well, city council meeting closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with the attorney, followed by 5.1.074, personnel matters, to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties, discipline, or dismissal of following public officers, employees, city administrator, city secretary, and police chief.
And
And
we're
then the
also doing
section
real
C.
estate.
And then we'll also go in, following that, we'll go into section 551.072, deliberation regarding real property. Okay? So basically, we're doing three different sections right here real quick. Okay? Let's go,
All right, my
folks.
screen's on, nobody's here.
It's go time.
Well,
Clock's
I'm gonna
ticking.
go Start. Yeah. Okay, just a minute.
Okay, I'm gonna leave my stuff here. Nobody mess with that. You have cameras. Let's go.
I'm gonna take my stuff in there and I'm gonna have you write the time on it. Well, then I need three different things. Okay, I don't know how we're gonna do this.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do myself that way.
Here.
Why don't you move it that way a little, and then you move it back. That's even better. Yeah, get it. Like right.
Sorry,
It is.
I'll come back.
I guess I just leave them all out here because they all got it. Yeah, they have the same one. Whatever.
Good evening, sir. I have not. How's he doing?
Supposed to be, said he was gonna get released today. Said he's feeling better and gonna get released.
I've heard that before. Hope he stays better.
In your meeting,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go in there in a minute.
I'm sorry,
I'm gonna go in there in a minute.
she told me the two different versions.
That what?
She showed me the two different versions.
Yeah. For some reason, my laptop, I don't have any emails prior to July 22nd. And I know that Windows, like this isn't a Windows 11 device, so it's possible it has to do.
I had the same issue on my laptop.
Yeah.
And I had to get off completely, get rid of
Outlook,
the Outlook, and then re-put it in.
like reinstall it.
Log out of it completely. You know how it's kind of just always stays there. You just
Uh-huh.
do the quick. I had to log out of it and then re-log in. Yeah, I had like May was the last time.
I've shut down my computer. I mean, it's not.
I shut my I do too, sir, but I don't know what happened.
Interesting. I'll try to restart. Hmm?
Everybody wants to loan me money. So much spam. Son of a gun.
It's not great. I mean, it's good, I guess. Maybe they're, well, yeah. Maybe they're like, your credit's great. You need to borrow more. Borrow until it's met. We're supposed to be recording right now, but I don't know why. So it shows you're on camera right now, but it says this event has not started. So I don't know why the event started. August 12th, 2025. 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's see what other people show up.
We had some cloud issues the other day.
shows us on there. Yeah. Shows us working. So that's it does.
I'm stuffing my face on the Tom's car.
Just so you know, it does show that it's broadcasting to YouTube and it is working. It didn't look like it was working over there, but it's fine.
Just good.
Well, it's because I removed the little settings. So it was showing
Right.
event not started. I don't know why it was showing that because the event is definitely started.
I'm gonna go get my chair now.
But we're gonna have to move back.
You're right.
That's what David was saying.
Well, I can move mine over here though. When you come back, I'll move it that way. I'll just put mine in that corner and then everything.
I would like you to be in there when they're talking
Okay.
about my evaluation, but
Yeah,
I guess that's up to them whether they want you in there.
I guess you can ask. You know, that was tonight. What my understanding previously was that it would be this way. Apparently, what's changed?
Well,
Even though it's on there.
what changes my request? They can consult with the attorney to ask the attorney specific questions, but if they're going to talk about me specifically, then maybe you can invite me into that meeting, or they can have it out here. That's the two options.
Well, but what I'm saying is, earlier from the conversation, was we're going to talk to the attorney tonight. And then the next week would be a pretty late. So, who knows? It's a private, see how it goes.
Yeah, it says it can't connect to the server.
You know, I just have a computer now. When I click on it, I don't go into, I say still or nothing, it just says it's streaming. I click and it comes on.
I'll have to see what
So
that's
I don't
about.
know.
But this hasn't worked since the last council meeting for me.
Oh, it's laptop?
Well, the Outlook. So I think it has to be Windows 11. This is not on. So.
But on this, you know, used to I had to go into my password and all, and when you set it up, it's just, it comes up and it says streaming, and it says sign in, and I just click, and it just comes up. And so, it's kind of like, oh. But, and then today, that's the first time, last time we did it, the Facebook stuff and everything was already still there, and I just moved it over, did like we always do. This time is when it said it had to be set. YouTube was there, but not the other. I turned that pen, that air conditioner in, or up, but on one computer.
Well, it'll take it. It'll take a minute.
Okay, I never had time. There's somebody.
Protein.
Right out here. We drink the chocolate, look at that. It's good. I know about protein there, but it's in there. So the hurricane is kind of like going to affect you.
No, no. That's going to like Florida and Atlanta.
Very planned.
Yeah, well, but not next week.
Maybe not, right?
It looks like there's 3 that are developing that could come up this way. Next month or something. Did chief? Are we gonna bring it back up here?
Yeah.
Or let me get this out of the way.
It is. I'll just move it out of the way. I'll just sit there working. What, the chief's doing, is it better? A little bit?
Yeah, he was supposed to be released today. Did he say that he's
They put a big line in,
I'm sorry,
they put a big line in, is that correct? That's okay. They put a big line in, which they do that in my building, especially if you're laying slabs and stuff. And it's good for embodies and all that, and it's definitely a surgery. But that's not, that's just bad. Hopefully they'll do.
You said it was feeling better today.
Feels good tomorrow. That's the only thing, you know. All right, come right here. How do you can see me? Good? I know, I know.
I didn't recognize you.
Yeah, I know.
I'm so sorry.
Stuff.
You are all sharp.
Yeah.
Looks like you gotta do the invocation.
Yes. Yes, sir.
We do some exercise.
You guys know my wife, right?
So,
Yeah.
nice to meet you.
Okay.
I'm Sophia.
Sophia, Scott.
Scott, and it's been a while since we saw each other. It's been a while. Let's see.
Nice to meet you.
This guy is the one that when he came in, he told me, oh, it's Central Scout, and he's the one taking over?
Yeah.
He's a city administrator.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's probably a long time, but it's been 4 years, I just know. But I didn't know how to see you.
This is the real boss.
Yes, good. I saw a cloud out there. Maybe it's gonna rain?
It's supposed to thunderstorm at 5.
Oh, really? Well, they're a little late.
Yeah, or we don't think it's that hard, you know, that's not right. But he is.
Well, I did, because I remember 2 years ago. Something, not last summer, summer before. I swear, weather, Texas was trying to kill us.
Yes, yes.
I grew up in Texas. I had never been as hot as I was in summer.
It was awful. I think that was the year that we had like 75 days or something.
Yeah. The cracks in my backyard.
You know, some of the
Oh, no, I didn't.
San Diego Scout from
Yeah.
it's only 17. He's a hunter.
That's awesome.
Yes, he's working. He's in college, because he went to college at 16. So I am picking up all the coffee grains. I am just pouring it in the grass to try to sweep the grass. I'm more fertile and doesn't crack that much, but it's hard to keep up.
Coffee grounds. They're either sick or they, I think they're sick. They probably get sick. It's coffee involved.
They're sort of,
I just know that like there's roses are on the road.
roses and storage and high pH and acidic levels. Yeah, there's some plants that they grow better.
If you run out of places to put the top ground, you know, I think we'll have to put two cracks in there.
Sure. No, let me know, and do you always put it in the back? The same way here with this company shop. The name, I know, sorry. They just need to put it back elsewhere and.
I'm surprised. Like, cracks. Sorry, you gotta seal that up. You can't right back to the top.
We went to I went to Walmart and they sell these packages. They're the same that they put set the connectors there, like a crystal.
Yeah.
So I bought 2 of those and I went and split it in the dirt to see if the help the moisture to stay
Right.
in the soil.
No, just the opposite, right?
Yeah. It will absorb, I think that absorbs it,
Yeah.
but at the same time keep it. Doesn't go down because the soil is like so hard that the water goes down. So you can stay at the top.
Right. We want to- We we have a closed session that's going on
Oh,
right
it's
now.
closed.
Local, right now it's going on, but at 6 o'clock is when the regular meeting starts. So,
It used to be 5:30, but they changed to 6 now.
So you need to be changed on the website.
Uh,
I
the-
just checked it and it said 5:30.
Oh, the agenda should be 6.
It's a busy system, it's not on order.
I'll have to look at that and see.
An
Yes,
observation.
yes,
Let's put it that way, sorry. It sounded like I was in nutrition.
that's okay.
You know me with my accent, you know what I mean.
It's
It's
okay.
Austin, all caps.
My kids did say that all the time with my wife, and she said, yeah.
Where are you from originally? Okay.
Born and raised in Puerto Rico. She's trying to get her to work very hard on it.
All good.
You know me that.
I do. I've been here 18 years.
Oh,
18 years
it's
in
crazy. Time flies really fast.
I know.
I've been here.
My hair
since
keeps changing colors.
2018. So, 18,
Yep.
7 years.
We don't age a bit, do we? We don't age a bit either.
No, I look younger.
I just keep changing my hair color. We will. It will. We've had that in the past, yes. We hope by 9, but we'll see.
By 9?
Hope so.
Yeah, his goal, the mayor's goal is to finish by. We only finished 2 weeks, the close one, it is very close to 8:30.
We have. It was almost, yeah. It's the witching hour. It's not, we turn into pumpkins.
Whose district do you live in? One. Normally I would,
He's incognito. That's what it is.
Like, are you going to the funeral or are you going to
That's why I did it very nice, and I was like, whoa, who is this
I
Jeff?
like it when they go, "You look awfully nice tonight." I'm like, I don't normally.
We have a visit from San Antonio. Who's the person in charge?
Neil, with our discuss.
Quick.
What role is Derek here playing? Help me with that?
Somewhat.
Because Ricky, someone else reached out that wants to participate, and they would send. So like, Ricky said, move and all that?
Yeah, Neil. We were just talking about that right here.
It's in October. Oh. No, he's in the office.
He's there for 8 to 5.
He said,
They want somebody to go sure what time the show will open, what time this. It's all that we have sales and people sell to police, but I want to make sure that they have somebody selling hamburgers, I want to be a selling hamburger. I don't want to be that guy.
Once he gets everybody kind of, he doesn't have all the spaces, space number, and work with like the rest of the food and so, you know, just kind of distributing.
I think that is cool that this year, right here, that every.
oh, that's good. Stay up. I'll be honest, I don't know. Also, very good planning, and yeah, Jim's been out since I learned that was the plan. He really needs to make sure the council's in. I know they are, but it's there downtown and it works great.
Yes.
Well, we used to have it downtown, always.
Yeah.
So some of these people may remember it, you know, from
Yeah.
before they got off council.
I think it's a great idea. I
Yeah,
don't want
I've been at the airport since I've been here.
to, yeah. We did it, we used to do it for the park. It was desired to kind of go off. I like that. Christmas.
He made life and businesses too.
Yeah.
Well, we had more people that, say, from the apartment complexes and stuff, and over there, they could walk over to where they wouldn't drive. I'd meet up. Back then, I helped the police floor.
I think it was way bigger than tennis.
So,
Yeah, we had a bouncy house down here before, and I would help the police department back when they first started doing it. And we'd have really good turnouts, and then because they was all in one area.
But now we don't wanna, but now we don't wanna do the jumping from the airplane, like the parachute.
Oh.
over here.
I don't know about that.
I was thinking of doing it in my uniform.
Okay,
Look at her face.
okay.
It's gonna be,
I'll take pictures. I'll take pictures.
I wasn't at Navy, but I was talking about the one from the Boy Scouts.
Oh,
No. Imagine with my white hat, spent the whole day.
You'll swim.
At the same
You can
time.
swim. Oh, well. But yeah, we used to have some pretty good turnouts, and it would be a lot of different people that could get out from their home and come.
Doing good.
But still, do they text you or something?
Sorry.
I was trying to figure
I
it
know.
out, but I was like,
I'm Scott, it's nice to meet you.
there's a link still, even though you told me you were, I'm still.
I've met you before. I'm not going to introduce myself again.
National Night Out, people, between you and Bill. I was helping with a flyer, get it going, and I told him, I gave him a preliminary, and then he goes, I could. So, and that's what I kind of thought. Yeah. And then that's mine, and I'm just helping with the flyer. Yeah. Really interesting. But, so yeah. That's kind of where I keep it at. He hasn't given me more information about the flyer yet.
Gotta keep my hand in it. Speaking of fire, remember I told you that I volunteered for,
Yeah.
so Stephanie should be fiancé.
So reach out to me. I actually wait for you to reach out to me because then I have to make that inspection time to do it.
Stephanie's supposed to be trying to do that. I think the big question for us right now is who the sponsor. So we have a list of sponsors, but yeah, we get 2,500 or above.
Sure. It's funny, like, and what is it? They put you here.
I actually,
They put you here to give you lashes in.
So you
Here.
want to hear something so impressive? No, it's not. I will tell you, we already recorded this is how
Yes, live stream's on.
how much would you expect to pay for Joe's pay pink suit?
How much do I think you paid?
How much would you expect?
How much would I expect? $300.
I say that's like.
Oh, you're right.
Wow.
Just don't keep it.
Your money's for it.
Oh, no, that's fine. So we went, my girls like individual shopping. We went to 6. Everything, not just individual.
They got good stuff at Goodwill.
We were, in San Antonio.
I was going to brag.
Is there,
I was going to brag the new one.
Yeah.
New one because I buy all my suits. I have like 13. And I buy them all from Amazon.
okay.
A 60 to 70, 80 bucks. And you just fit them yourself and they're really nice. I have them in all colors, pink, green, blue, and purple, all colors just to be silly with the scouts
Okay.
and events.
Okay.
And really nice ones.
I wanna see you in a suit now. I wanna see you in a.
I'll be back there. Let me go.
You jump out of that plane, wear a suit.
Well,
Go to my Facebook.
I had a bunch of suits that I got rid of. I got out of fashion. So I had something like 13, I got rid of them all. So, now I have, up until I bought these 3, I had 2. And one of them is like, it's so big on me, it swallows me. I lost my way, so, and it's not in great shape. So these 3,
Do you see yours left at the shoulders now? They don't remember the past that they used to be.
no, yeah.
I went to Korea and my friends, they were like, you need for the Korea, you have to one and they make it in your size and everything.
That's right, Taylor.
And I was so excited. I was like, okay, $350, it's not bad, you know, you can pay way more for the ones in the United States. But then when they brought it to me, the shoulder pad is so big that I'm like, I spent the money for nothing. So then I found the one from Amazon, and they're like really nice, and they're like fit.
You send in your measurements and they.
No, I found like what they do now is you order, and you don't like it, you send it back, and you find the type, the brand that you fit pretty good because you can be a size and different brands are different styles. When you find your style and your brand and plan, they send you all the colors, whatever you want.
These sorts of girls mentioned there was a bank not far from where I work with way spicier. They have a buy one get 2 free or whatever. Like they have these crazy sales that are really good deals. You go in there and they will tailor the suit to you. It's nice. That's how I had doing the most of them were very expensive.
If you just wait long enough, they come back.
Yeah, well, and so most of the shoot, Darren already knows this, most of the shoots that I own come from a good luck. I've had incredibly good luck going to Goodwill and getting, like.
They have great stuff.
It's
When I
time
moved
for
down
me
here,
to
I had
see
tags I gave to them.
Which one? Because I got every time I go to the shoes there were out.
For Tranco,
Yeah.
where I did it.
And
But I showed you.
someone else has had their feet in those shoes, right?
Yeah.
Somebody
Well,
else's feet.
not
But I-
necessarily. Some of them
Right
are brand,
there.
Well, hold on.
some of them are brand new.
That's what I'm saying, I don't buy discriminately, I buy ones that are basically brand new. And so you look at them, like, the soles look like they haven't worn. So, and the insides,
I'm sure they put the same stuff they put in bowling shoes, so yeah.
No, but you can tell somebody's bolded.
Lysol, it's great. That's
I'm
what
not,
they do.
Yeah, there you go. It's cheap. Enjoy. Yeah. No, I know. It's your thing.
Okay, Darren, you just
You
don't
talk
know.
about that. My feet are like going.
there's one on Culebra, there's one on Frank. You go to the one on Culebra.
It sounds like probably less great there.
Chick-fil-A, and you go past Chick-fil-A, there's like a fire shimmer, it's right next to the fire shimmer. That's where I got it.
I like the sounds. Probably something.
High class.
And if you ever,
That's also where we
if
go.
you're ever in Boulder, you should definitely hit up ball. If you like to thrift, go to Boulder to thrift.
Might be a
There's
little,
so many towns anyway, all kinds of really nice stuff.
Santa Fe is really nice to thrift in too, because you can get, you just never know what you're gonna find. First off, it's a very hippie type place, and you can find some interesting stuff. But then also, sometimes like, oh, these artists found a piece of art that you can tell by the frame, it's like, I think I know what this is, and just looking at the artist, got like $70,000 painting that he hasn't sold, but that he.
When I was in the Navy, in San Diego, they do the thrift stores over there. They're really nice. They have really good stuff. And then in the military, in home base, they have this thing that you could go on for like $1 or $2, you could get a shoe or a pant. It was like ridiculous cheap just to help the new sailors to get a start or whatever. And you could get good stuff. And many other people, they use things 2-3 times, and these new kids, they just don't like it or don't use it anymore, or they get fat really fast. They just give it away.
I know if you're deer days, yeah, people get shipped off or moved, so there's washers or dryers, all the stuff that you can't really take with you. If you end up doing. My sister-in-law is Japanese, and they live up in Frisco, as well as Frisco. And they have, she has friends that are Japanese, and they frequently will go back, like for a job or whatever. And so in a little friend group, from time to time, like someone will leave, like, man, I need to sell this car. They'll sell it within the group, and you get half what you should, or brand new, washer and dryer set, or whatever. Nice, a big screen TV. It's just stuff that they're not getting back. One, it won't work. And two, they're not getting back.
Cars, they can now send it because all this, they have to change the windshield, they have to do a lot of safety change, the airbags, emissions, and that is, there's a lot of things that are, it's better sell it. I used to have.
Well, they usually, a lot of times they don't have a car.
I used to have a 525i BMW, right-side driver.
What's it on?
It was nice, it was nice,
Yeah,
but it was cheap.
but
But it was cheap over there.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm fighting back for you.
I sent it on too. It's all 4 times good. Okay. You never make this.
Well, you guys got it.
I'm saying, right? Oh, pretty good. You okay?
I just have
Took the whole, like,
I have to prove to John that I have one from time to time. They always have us. I think this is one I'm taking on the cruise. I haven't decided, but
Taking on the cruise.
because we'll take pictures.
Okay. And I still don't understand why.
You know, it'd be smart on a cruise ship if somebody would have a whole, line of jackets and stuff and just rent them to you to take a picture.
What? Oh, yeah.
That'd be a smart idea. Tuxedos, gowns, whatever.
Yeah,
You wouldn't have to
have you ever
pack 'em.
seen how much drinking goes on with a cruise?
Yep. Yep.
I wouldn't want to rent clothing on a cruise.
Yeah, well, it's a thought.
Rent clothing on a cruise. Just the coat.
Yeah, just to take the pictures.
Big enough for the coat.
All right. Yeah.
Speakers on there. That's my original family. Oh, gosh. Not yet, we just ordered him today, so he's gonna get him in the bag. Oh, he wanted one. Me too. Yeah, I seen it at my first grade. Yeah, so it's tomorrow. And unless I. Yeah.
Okay, for stopping in the middle of that.
No, you said no.
They're the best. They are absolutely the best. That's the word I was looking for. They're awesome. How's that?
You ever heard already got people? You were you did it. And you didn't get that before like you're supposed to get outside the last hurricane or get 30% do now farm you go earlier. It's made it and other people. I still got pretty much Houston today. He said, "Did you hear any other about the rest of them?" He said, "You know, 3 or 4 that go across Houston. We'll be doing like about 10 or 12 miles. Put it around it.
That's, I have like playing.
Getting started.
Yeah, but it's not what we can see who the real people.
That's scary. If I had that quarter, which you can't.
You gotta get the guy stuff in because I did.
You share that one.
Yeah.
That's still not gonna go under at all. Might go behind. There we go. I don't know, maybe he picked it.
You have the agenda up.
I went and grabbed one of these. I can't find where the packet was uploaded.
It's on the new link. If you go to agendas and minutes and go up there, it says
Just
link
on the
here.
website. It wasn't loaded to the share drive.
I don't go there. I always go to the others. I don't know.
All right.
It should have been, but I can't swear it was.
I dropped my pen somewhere.
I'm good, are you?
Yes, sir. Yeah, yeah, I overdid it, last week. Last Monday was my first day back to work and I didn't wear my boot. I talked to you on the phone after I took my, Percocet. So,
Sorry, I scooted it down trying to get this one past it.
I like mine to be real tall, and I'm like, dang, I'm gonna lose it. All that hurt myself.
say I hear duct tape.
My goodness, it's almost time.
Yeah.
I was gonna come out here and say hello to everybody. Too late.
Time flies when you're having fun.
I know some people out there.
One or two.
One or two. Give me a chance to get everything in order.
Did you say my name?
Yes, ma'am, I did. Thank you. Okay. Yes, ma'am, I did.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
No, we're still waiting for March.
Yeah, Houston, come on. Where you at?
I only need 3.
That's true. I guess I could go home. I don't want to make everybody happy though. So that's why I come to these meetings.
Make my day.
Alrighty.
Now, what I do is,
Somebody that's the status.
I'm rolling if you are.
I lost your note.
Oh, it's, Pastor, it's you.
You tell us from Discover Church.
Yes, and you can.
I don't know what I did with it. Oh, well, thank you very much. Are you ready?
Yes.
Been eating pizza, so I gotta get straight. All right, we're gonna call this regular city council meeting to order. It's reconvene. It's now 6. Actually, it went to 6:01 p.m. Okay. Where am I at here? On the roll call, let's go ahead and go down the road.
Sheena Martinez, District 1.
Mr. Marchman, District 2.
David Mers Jr. for District 4.
Yeah, Robert Lee, District 5.
And Bruce Alexander, Mayor. Phil King, District 3 is absent, and he'll be back at the next meeting, I'm sure, on vacation. Let's go ahead and stand, please, for a pledge of allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Pastor Matt Gutierrez from Discover Church for an invocation.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for today. We thank you for this beautiful day that you've given us. We thank you for this meeting, a meeting that will have a testament to do what's best for this community. So I pray over this council. I pray for those that have joined here today that this would be a blessed meeting, that this would be a meeting that gets things done. And Father, that this council would make the best decisions for our city, our community. And we're thankful for them. Bless them for their time for serving this community, and bless this meeting. In Jesus we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, did you need this back?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right, citizens' comments.
Okay, we're going to move on to citizens' comments. I just want to read this really quick. The city council will hear comments from any citizen or visitor. Speakers must address their comments to the presiding officer rather than individual council members or staff. Stand at the podium, speak clearly into the microphone, and state your name, residential address before speaking. Speakers will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes for testimony. In accordance with the State Open Meetings Act, the city council is restricted from discussing or taking action on items not listed on the agenda. Action can only be taken at a future meeting. Before I call the first person up, I just want to remind everybody, there's also a sign-up list for people that want to speak on a specific agenda item. If you want to sign on that and turn that into one of the staff that works its way up here, then we'll call you to speak at that particular agenda item. Okay? So right now, I'd like to open the floor to citizens' comments. Does anyone like to make citizens' comments? No one? Okay, hearing none, let's move on to consider and take possible action resulting from items posted and legally discussed in executive session. I would look towards for a motion.
I make a motion, we accept the meeting minutes from July 22nd.
No,
Oh.
ma'am.
Executive.
First, we're in executive
Oh,
session.
sorry,
The
sorry,
action on
sorry.
executive session.
Sorry, excuse me.
I was so confused.
Sorry.
I was too.
I move to authorize the city administrator to negotiate a purchase and sale agreement for 6.646 acres of real property for purposes of right-of-way connection from US Highway 90 to FM 471.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second I got it, to authorization for the city administrator to negotiate a purchase and sale agreement for 6.646 acres of real property for purposes of right-of-way connection from US Highway 90 to FM 471. Motion made and second. Is there any further discussion on this?
Yes, sir. I would, since we have this as an agenda item, I would prefer to have that discussion about this particular issue before voting on it.
Bob,
Actually,
hold the mic when you talk.
We're good.
Actually, help me if I'm, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Dixon. Is there an actual agenda item on this item?
Well,
Well, I thought we moved it to an executive session.
Yeah, it's in executive session. You can get, items can go back and forth from the regular agenda into executive session for attorney discussion. You can also take something that you had in executive session and discuss it, the elements that you feel are appropriate to discuss publicly. And I think that's what Councilman Lee has requested to do.
Okay, because we originally had this as an agenda item and I said, put it in exec.
That's correct.
Okay, so you're telling me we could pull it back?
Well, it's on the agenda. So even if it's in executive session, it's still on your stated agenda.
Okay,
And the purpose of an agenda is to let the public know what you may be brought up in
Okay.
a meeting and what you may talk about.
okay.
So again, I'm not an attorney, but my understanding is, yes, you're legally,
I don't have an objection. I just want to make sure
Right,
we
right.
do the right thing.
yeah, my understanding is you're legally able to speak about something because it's on the posted agenda. And
Okay,
it's just, you're now moving it from executive session into the regular session to have some additional conversation.
okay, then I'm
But
going
you
to
can,
ask.
I also want to clarify, there's no need to take this action tonight. If you wanted to postpone this and have additional discussion in executive session at a future meeting, you could. We're not in a rush necessarily.
Theoretically, if we really, really move tonight, we could re-enter executive session later and talk about it more, correct?
That's true.
At a different meeting.
Well, even, I think tonight.
You could do it again at tonight's meeting if you want.
I don't think we're going to move that quick, but I'm just pointing out that is an option.
That's true.
But I guess my question is, it's not necessarily a time-sensitive thing at this time?
No, I mean, no, it's not. The only real time issue is this is related to the northern route through Alsatian Oaks. And they are, working on their platting right now. So
Right.
they would like, I'm sure, some resolution.
And I'm not trying to kick the can. We
Right.
need to resolve this. We've had this several times before us.
Mhm.
Okay. We have a motion, we have a second. We have a request to put it in an open meeting,
For discussion.
Well, you have a request just to have some discussion.
to have some more, well, we're in the discussion period. We have a motion second, so we're in the discussion on this item. Did you want to?
Well, then I would have the item brought up that it's posted later in the agenda where we go over the ifs, ands, and buts, and do we need to, do we not need to, and so forth.
To that one there.
That would be the one.
Where is it at? I'm sorry.
He's referring to the paper streets.
No.
No, it's not a
That's the
paper
one-
street.
That's the one I just pointed to.
No, it's not down further.
As good as yours, I'd be great.
It's not further down on the agenda.
No, it's not. You would,
Specifically.
well, I think what Dave was saying earlier,
Okay, I'm sorry, it's the background information in here. Yeah, all right.
But we can, if the council so desired, to put it back on there. We can have all kinds of discussion. That's where we're at right now.
yeah, and again, I don't think there's an issue discussing about, it's additional, that what this purpose is, and it's all for a public purpose. So if we want to talk about why the right of way is needed, whether or not it's needed, whether or not there's an ambition to do a northern route, all of that's appropriate to have in open session.
Okay.
It's kind of similar to our development agreements. I know there's a desire to be a little bit more transparent about those as well.
Sure.
There are many elements of those that can and should possibly, should is the is subjective, right? But can be spoken about
Okay.
openly. So this is no different. If you'd like, Mayor, I can kind of go over the highlights, what we're discussing.
I think if Councilman Lee, you kind of got the floor on this. If you wanted to have a discussion, I'm fine with if Mr. Dixon went through stuff, but I'm going to ask you that because I gave you the floor.
Okay, yeah, I understand. Because there was an explanation with the stuff from the engineer and everything else as part of the regular package, which you don't normally get with the executive session stuff.
Right.
I just thought, okay, well, we're going to talk about it afterwards.
Okay.
But anyway, I had, and I think I might have sent the questions to you. If we are successful in purchasing this land, there's no guarantee it'll ever be built on. And my question is, if we do purchase land, are we responsible to maintain that property from now on, if when that's purchased? So do we have to go shred it and take care of it and maintain it and so forth, infinitum, until something is determined with it?
Yes, it's no different than the acreage that Alsatian Oaks has deeded to the city. That is now ours. It's approximately 2 acres, and we maintain it.
Well, because when I look at the map, it's well intertwined with their 60-foot roadway.
Yeah, more than likely, this will be, there may be an opportunity to negotiate with Alsatian Oaks about that aspect of it, especially since the northern route doesn't have a deadline, doesn't have a time frame associated with it. It's very possible that their HOA may be willing to take on maintenance of that right of way, but essentially that's what it is. It's right of way, so it's no different than the right of way that we currently maintain along 90 or 471 for that matter. The city, this would be additional right of way we would maintain.
Understand the yellow and blue on Exhibit A on page, it's probably this one. Could you explain to me again? I mean, I read what's here on the legend about original and then area of new. And so there's a blue and a yellow. Is the blue is the original? And if we didn't do anything, would Alsatian Oaks be building in the new yellow area, or would they stick with the blue?
No, they would still need to align with our projected roadway that the county and the city work together to design. So that yellow path is the new path.
They've agreed to that?
That's part of this discussion. So one of the things that they are maintaining is that we need to, since that requires some realignment and it abandons a corner of property on the west side of their development, that they feel like that west side has been cut off and that we then need to acquire that as part of our acquisition. Right. So those are ongoing discussions, negotiations.
Would any of that have anything to do with whether we approved the motion that was made to go forward with any? Would this become a quagmire of issues yet unresolved with Alsatian Oaks, I guess is what I'm wondering.
Not any more so than it is right now.
Okay. That's a great answer. Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you. If I can back up, I mean, the northern route was something that was conceived of 2.5 years ago, I believe. And it was one of those things that when we first started the discussion, we had all the developers at the table. We had the school district, we had TxDOT, and we had everybody who felt like a stakeholder in that issue. And we saw the challenges that that we are now starting to experience on 90, we were looking forward to those and asking ourselves, what can we do? And it became apparent we really need some type of bypass. Now, this falls well short of a bypass. It is not a 90 bypass, but it is an alternate route. So it quickly became called the Northern Route, or the idea is an alternate route that would connect 471 and 90. Now, the project itself has gone through kind of various iterations. At one point early on, the county had said, we're going to build it. We're going to turn this into a project. We're going to build it. And they were kind of gung ho on that. That was when Chris Schuhart was still the county judge, and that was just kind of the prevailing thought. Since then, however, it appears that two things are going to happen. One, the city is going to seek to try and get the right of way, if that's indeed what the city council wants to pursue. And at a later date, at some point in the future, the county might do a project where we would donate that right of way and they would build out that roadway. But none of that's been ironed out, and that's one of the challenges and issues that we're dealing through. Is how important is this? How do we make it happen? We're a small community with limited funds and resources. How important is this project, right?
Well, if they accepted our offer and then some other route came up in the future, we would have 60 foot of right of way with nothing to do with it other than to sell it.
Well,
No,
we'd only
they
have
got
60.
We got 60.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're building out. So our current code, our current subdivision ordinance in street design standards requires them to build out a 60-foot roadway. So they and Flat Creek will be building out their own 60-foot roadway, which they'll be dedicating to us at some point as a public street, right? That's just the process we follow. So you're right. There would be 60 feet that would be unutilized, and that already exists in Flat Creek. We have 60 feet there. This would extend that 60 feet through Alsatian Oaks for the future expansion. And that's the idea, is that this gives us the ability to expand it in the future. Whereas if you don't take this action, you're bottlenecked. I mean, you have a 60-foot roadway, and that's the capacity.
I have a question. So just for clarity purposes, for the folks understand this, this is buying additional right of way for a thoroughfare or main road for the alternative route to the north, that the city, if you want that path, is required to acquire the right of way and then basically donate it to the county or the state whenever they build the road.
Correct. And it probably won't be a state road.
Well, I understand, but it's areas that, at least moving forward, I would hope that we include in future development agreements so we can have connectors, because the concern is kind of like Bob, is what happens the next one just stops and just absolutely a no-go. And
yeah, so we learned
the whole concept of the city having to buy the right of way for somebody else to build the road is new to me. So
sure. And that's unfortunately, the Alsatian agreement was already in place.
Sure.
Right. When this idea was thought of.
Right.
Thankfully, Flat Creek wasn't. And so we were able to negotiate into Flat Creek. We didn't have to buy that right of way. In the future, there's still additional land, obviously, between the edge of Alsatian Oaks and 471. If that land is developed, when it is developed, if it comes into the city, then there would be an opportunity to seek that they donate their 120 feet
Sure.
as well. We wouldn't buy it, ideally. Now that they could stay in the county, as we all know, there's this ability to petition and to disannex from the ETJ. So we don't know what will happen in the future.
I just want everybody to understand why the city's doing this.
Yeah, it's because we didn't get it dedicated originally, because there wasn't a plan for a
Right.
120-foot right of way in this spot.
And it all has to do with trying to build a northern route to alleviate traffic pressures
Correct.
off of Highway 90.
So that not everyone has to come down
Right.
471 to 90 or through Country Village.
Well, yes, sir.
Yeah.
I just want everybody that's watching to fully understand what this is.
Sure.
That's my hope.
I have a question. If they build their 60-foot road now, all the entrance, exits, lighting, esplanades down the center, all that stuff is going to be completed. And then if the county decided later that they were going to make a larger road, then all that stuff's got to be basically redone in order to put lanes in one way on one side, lanes in the other way on the other side at great expense.
You're correct. Yeah.
And so if we're successful in, if approved, and we were successful in getting the extra 60 feet, is it possible that Alsatian Oaks would build on the entire width, but not necessarily take all of the entire width? In other words, maybe build in the center portion, so if it's expanded in the future, the county decides, they could add additional lanes, in each direction versus shutting everything down, tearing it out, and have to basically start over.
Yeah, there's a couple of intersections that are problematic for that. So we have some traffic circles, some other stuff. Unfortunately, that this is one of the challenges of this project is that if it's built out in the future, when it's built out in the future, there's almost no way that you don't have to rebuild some aspects of it because of the design of the roadway. Again, there's a commercial center in Alsatian Oaks that the city negotiated for to be included. That commercial center will need entrance and exits off of at a roundabout off of this thing. There's drainage concerns and that kind of thing. But certainly what you're talking about as far as trying to minimize those issues by thinking through them now, that's absolutely kind of that's the charge we're giving the engineering group that we're working with. Westwood Partners, which is the county's engineer on this project, is the one that's been tasked with thinking through those types of issues and making sure that we're in the best position we can be in so that when this does get built out in the future, we minimize those future disruptions.
Okay, excuse me, Mr. Marchman?
So for clarity, if the blue is already existing. right?
It doesn't exist. It's just
Doesn't
that was their
exist, but it's-
plan.
They have to, Alsatian Oaks in that context has to abide by that blue line.
No, it's not that they have to buy. I want to be clear. It's not that they have to abide by it. That was their original route. That's the route that when their engineer sat down and said, where are we going to put this thing? That's where they originally wanted to put it.
Yeah.
And we, through this county engineer, working through the alignment, trying to get, because it's not just a matter of where Alsatian Oaks went, it's where it really needs to be based on its alignment with the other developments to the east and the west. So we have insisted that no, this alignment, the yellow that you see on your sheet, is the alignment that you need to build to.
And then the part that we're gonna buy, after we buy that, that doesn't get us all the way to 471, correct?
No.
Correct.
How much more is there?
At least that same distance.
6 acres.
Right. But again, if that develops in the county, the intention is that right of way be dedicated to the county for that purpose. If they elect to annex into the city when they develop, then it would be an agreement between the city and them to dedicate that right of way.
And then lastly, if we hedge, meaning we don't chase it, we have time, it's not time sensitive from what you said, is there a possibility and a probability, and I'm asking you a percentage, that over time it will fall into place and we won't have to buy it at all?
No, that's a 0% probability. They will build, because a developer is going to look to maximize their development. And what will happen, and this is kind of what we'll talk about an Endura agreement later. There's kind of a similar issue with the Endura agreement, where there's 80 feet of right of way that TxDOT's requested, and TxDOT's not prepared to purchase. They just want them to dedicate it. So we'll have a conversation about what that looks like. But bottom line, what you're looking at in the future, if you decide, we really, really do need this 120 feet, then now you're looking at not just eminent domain for the vacant land that's there today, but for whatever is there. And that's what TxDOT goes through, as you know, and probably witness across the state. They go and buy businesses, they buy parking lots, they buy houses to put in this right of way. We don't want to be in that position.
Right.
So unfortunately, this is kind of the cheapest opportunity, and it's really a matter of go, no go. Do we believe in doing a northern route? Do we think this is a worthwhile project or not? And that's a policy decision. That's something council needs to decide.
You mentioned something about TxDOT might do this and it might do a loop at some point.
Well, TxDOT's not going to do this. We initially got that crossed off the list pretty quickly. I'm not prepared to bet any amount of money on what TxDOT will or won't do, but I know that they have stated they're looking at a alternate route 490, not just around Castroville, but like from here to Uvalde. They see the congestion issues that going through these towns causes, and so I don't know what that would look like or when it would be built, but that is something that's being investigated.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to move on right quick here. We have a motion. We have a second. I'm going to call a vote here right now. Is all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Same sign?
Nay.
Okay. Motion carries 3-1. Okay. Let's move on to the consent agenda. The minutes for July 22nd, both the special called meeting and the regular called meeting on July 22nd. Do I hear a motion? Consent agenda. Those are the consent agenda items.
I make a motion, we accept the consent agenda.
I second.
Motion made, second to accept the consent agenda items. Any further discussion?
Correction on the,
Well, I was just gonna state that I have added at your dice the corrections or the changes
Okay,
that Mr. Lee had, or
With-
Councilman Lee had.
with the changes noted, okay,
Did everyone get those
I-
down?
Yes.
I got it. Okay, with the changes made.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Same sign? None, motion carries. Let's move on to presentations. First one is going to be a presentation and discussion of the draft vision and goals for the Castroville Active Transportation Plan. Who do we have here? I gave you 2 minutes. No, I give you, no. Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi everyone, my name is Caitlin Levine. I'm a researcher with Tool Design Group based in Austin, Texas, and I'm here today with Brianna to talk about the vision and goals of Castroville's active transportation plan that we're leading right now. We're trying to get the PowerPoint set up, but it's in your meeting packet, so if you don't have it,
Okay.
please let me know. But otherwise, I'll just be kind of talking through the slides that you do have.
can't hear her.
Talk more direct into the microphone.
Yeah, I'll talk louder.
Are they not
No,
working?
that one's not
No,
on.
it should be working.
There it is.
Hello?
There you go,
There.
Perfect.
I'll
please.
turn it all the way up.
Thank you.
Awesome. I can introduce myself again. Hi, everyone. My name is Caitlin Levine. I am a researcher with Tool Design Group based in Austin, Texas. And I'm here tonight to talk about Castroville's active transportation plan, specifically the vision and goals process. I'll be presenting tonight alongside Brianna. And the slides should be in your meeting packet. I'm not sure if they're on the screen. Oh, perfect. And they're on the screen at this point.
Okay.
Great. So we're just going to give you a brief overview of the plan, what we're hoping to accomplish, and we'd really love your feedback, input. We want this to reflect you and the community's needs. And so really, we're here to hear from you today. So we'll just present a little bit briefly, but really we want to have a conversation with you all. Hi, City Council, Brianna Setzer, Community Development. So I'm just going to give you all a little backstory of how we got here. So as y'all know, a couple of years ago, we put into TechStop for a grant, and that was to do that bridge, right, that landmarking. So there was a few of y'all that were here for that. Well, we put in for 3 different grants at that one time. Well, one of them was that bridge, there was another pedestrian grant, and then the third one was a planning grant. Well, we didn't get awarded the first 2, but we did get awarded that planning grant from TechStop. So that's how we're here today. We started that project with TechStop probably about a year ago. We had to take some classes per their requirements to be able to even accept this grant. And now that we did, we went through TechStop. We didn't go through an RFQ process or an RFP process. TechStop went through that process, and they're the ones who chose Tool Design to move forward with this plan.
Excuse me, Brianna. What was the value of that grant?
$200,000.
200,000. Thank you.
I believe, yeah. Yep, it'll
Thank
be
you.
in next slide. So, okay, and so that's just a little backstory on this.
Okay. I probably jumped ahead, didn't I?
No, you're good.
No, it's okay. That information will be on a further slide. But I just want to give a little brief overview about Tool Design, just in case you don't know who we are. We are a active and public transportation planning and design firm. So trails, sidewalks, bike lanes, getting people around safely and efficiently is our bread and butter. We have completed over 350 active transportation projects around the country, and we're really excited to be working here in Castroville. And then I'll just briefly introduce the project team. So I am the project manager for this. We have Adam Wood, who's based in Madison, Wisconsin. He is our active transportation lead for the company, as well as a community engagement specialist, a data analyst, and some planners helping out. And so I briefly want to go over the scope of this project. So we just got under contract this June, and we will be wrapping up in May. And again, our goal here is to develop an active transportation plan. This is providing guidance, recommendations, and policy programming development for walking and biking infrastructure in Castroville. And kind of the key focus here are a few things. One is safe crossings along Highway 90. We know that people are trying to cross, and we need more safe opportunities to do so. And then the other is just connecting the neighborhood and community together in a variety of ways. So allowing people to travel kind of beyond and outside of their cars, getting around safely, efficiently, where they need to go, whether that's school, the local coffee shop, things of that nature. And we have the budget again on the screen for you all. It's about $200,000. And we have a brief kind of schedule here, but I'll talk through the project a little bit more on the next slide. So we have kind of three key phases of this project. The first is where we are right now, the existing conditions. We're really trying to understand what is happening here in Castroville and what are the transportation needs that we're trying to address. And that starts with this vision and goals process. We want to get a really clear idea of what council and the community wants out of this project. Following that, we'll be doing some stakeholder engagement, which we'll talk about a little bit later, and this will be through a variety of methods, but we're going to be engaging with the community in different ways, in person, online, and keeping council as updated and involved as possible. And then lastly, we'll be providing recommendations, including some implementation ideas, funding opportunities, things of that nature. And so I want to now just talk briefly through what we have developed so far. So we've done a pretty extensive review of your past plans, policies, and we've spoken with Brianna and Scott several times. I'm trying to understand what really we can do with this process. And so our draft vision that we're presenting here today is that Castroville will be a cohesive and community-oriented city where people of all ages and abilities can choose to walk and bike without encountering barriers to safe and comfortable travel. And to see that vision, it really happens through three key goals: safety, connectivity and access, and community. And I'm just going to talk through these goals really quickly. And the first one, again, is safety. We really want to make sure that pedestrians, cyclists, and other vulnerable road users can travel safely here in Castroville. And what this might look like in the active transportation plan is things like reducing vehicle speeds, especially where people might be crossing, kids are walking to school, things like that. Trying to reduce as many conflicts as possible between people and cars, and improving visibility where it might be hard to see. We want to reduce the number of crashes and collisions that are happening, and we really just want to create a safer street system for everyone. The next is connectivity and access, and this is trying to remove those barriers that might exist when you're trying to walk or bike around Castroville. And really we're focusing on Highway 90 and the Medina River here in this case. And so really we're thinking about where are safe places to cross when the street might be busy. How can we improve north, south, and east-west connections around town? And how can we really develop a network that protects people when they're walking and biking, but also connects them to new and historic development that we have here? We really, again, want to make sure that people can access businesses, schools, parks, the existing trails, and neighborhoods. And then the final goal is community. We really want this plan to be responsive and reflective of the community needs and values, both today and in the future. That will happen through communicating project progress and outcomes throughout the entire duration, and allowing space for people to provide input, provide comments, and reorient our direction if needed. We want to make sure that we're supporting local events that are happening and creating policies that continue those events and continue to support what's important here in Castroville. And now I'm going to turn it over to Brianna to talk about some feedback we'd like from you all.
First, we would love to know if those visions and goals, do those resonate with y'all? If there's anything that y'all want to see different, if there's things that you think are more important, this would be a great time to let us know, because since we're in this starting phase. We want this to be a plan that, of course, council wants and the community wants. So this is the time to let us know. And what do you think about those visions and goals? Do those mimic what Castroville is and what we need? And also through that process, what we're going to be doing is creating a stakeholder advisory committee. these are some possible members. These are just things, some people we came up with. It doesn't have to be this set of people. We can change it. We can add some. We can delete some. It's completely up to y'all. But one thing that we do want to make sure is that we know who those stakeholders are going to be and then who the council liaison is going to be. We would love to be able to figure that out so we can start working through this process as quickly as possible and as timely. Okay. Any questions? And this is a time for questions also. Yes, sir.
Is this limited to existing Castroville?
Yes and no. I think it's going to take into account some of the existing surrounding ETJ areas because it is trails. There's some things that are be going through Flat Creek. There's some things that are be going through Alsatian Oaks. Well, if there's a floodplain that runs through there, then we would probably want to try and figure out a trail that could go up there, but not extend too far out.
Does any money come with this from TxDOT to implement since they funded the grant?
No, this is not money funded for this. The only thing that they're going to give us is a plan and some recommendations and then some goals to implement in the future.
It does, one of the feedback we got though, when we applied for those other two that we were denied, is that we did not have a plan like this.
Yes.
And so TxDOT agreed to fund this plan so that in the future when we apply, to the extent that we're applying for something that's listed in the plan, that will elevate our chances of getting funded. Okay. So that's a good question.
On the community residents, are we looking at having one resident from the east side of the river and one resident from the west side?
Whichever y'all just decide. We can have one from both. We can have one from each district. I mean, I don't know if we need it to get that big. We still plan on having community engagement projects where everybody from the community can come out and talk to us. But that's completely up to y'all and how y'all would like to see that happen.
You know how still upset people are on the last venture that we did.
Yes.
So that's why I'm asking to
Yes,
make
ma'am.
sure that there's representatives and people have a say, and if they give an input.
Yeah, so what do y'all think? Do y'all think it should be one from each side of the river, one from each district? It's completely up to y'all.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay, my question is,
Mhm.
and I may have missed this, but in the creation of this stakeholder group or committee or what have you,
Mhm.
would that be a city council created committee, board, advisory group, or would it be standalone from somewhere else and you're just asking for the city to participate? Basically, who's ultimately responsible for, be through grants or through funding, would be the city. So this would be like a stakeholder group
Yes,
through the
this is a
city.
group that-
So is that what you're asking?
Yes, sir.
Basically,
Uh-huh.
so what I would turn to Scott, and I'm not trying to delay you. I
No.
just want to follow the right process.
Yes.
That if it was an agenda item to create this stakeholder group and then go from there, or how do we proceed from there?
Yeah, so
I just want to ask you that.
we're going to look for guidance tonight on some of these issues, and then to the extent that we need to actually bring you names and seat the committee, we'll do that at a subsequent meeting. You're not going to be noticed to do that tonight.
I don't think personally. I don't think it's something. I think it's something we should follow up on, especially since you have a planning grant. I mean, I'm all about it. It really doesn't cost us anything right now to do the plan, and then you figure out with the stakeholder group involved, come up with a plan of action, get council to buy in on that, for example, and then go seek funding.
Yeah.
I think is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Generally, the process.
Yeah, we just want to know
Sure.
from you all, what's that stakeholder group look like? This is just one of a ton of different iterations, right? So who would y'all like to see? And then if you do have, I think Mayor, once y'all decide on what the composition should be,
Yeah.
then you can decide how that gets composed. For instance, if you were to say, you know what, we'd like 2 from every district, right? And then these maybe some other representatives. Then you could say, okay, 2 from every district, that I would like to have recommendations from every district at the next meeting of who those 2 would be. Does that make sense?
I agree with that, because I think the more we can get buy-in spread around town, basically each district, each council member bring back 2 representatives or 2 suggestions from their district, I think is important. Yes, there'd be a council liaison to it, Yeah, I like the P and Z member and a Parks Board member. I like that with them. I like the fact that they set that up, and I like what you just said about representation. Yes, sir.
I was going to say we could still, because there's I think 7 plus text out there.
Uh-huh.
You could make it where you're filling out those other categories, and then you just have a few community residents at the end that you use to make sure there's 2 people from each district.
Right.
Because a business representative is going to live somewhere in town.
There's got to be at
Not
least
necessarily.
Probably.
2 people are great, but there's got to be at least 1 rep from each district, at least that, just so
Well,
you get
yeah.
the community involvement.
So I'm saying if you have the 5 and then you
Sure.
increase 2 community residents to 5, then you'd have enough to make sure that's 2 people from each district.
I'm good with that, but but that's y'all's decision on what to do.
I do think 11 people might start getting a little unwieldy, especially for making sure that everyone's able to attend every meeting.
Yeah, but we'll do
I think-
whatever y'all decide. We'll do our best to make sure that we can accommodate their schedules and give out plenty of notice for those meetings.
Because these are stakeholder meetings, they are not subject to the way the committee is formed. It won't be
Right.
subject to open meetings. They will be public meetings. They will be announced. We'll make sure the public's aware when we are having those meetings. But I mean, if you're worried about, well, if we appoint 11, then we got to have 7 or 8 there for a quorum. You don't have to worry about quorum in these types of settings.
I do, and again, I'm not trying to rehash anything, but take the comments of Councilwoman Martinez. I love the streaming. Involve as many people, keep them informed from the get-go. Everything. Yes, sir.
I'm excited about this, something that we've been talking about for many, many years. And I think the members on this board are critical, and their view of things, their personality, perspectives, characteristics, preferences are important to know. Whether, would you want somebody like me on the board? No. You want somebody that's can be more
Who
a little
walks to the
more.
council meetings?
I'm getting old and cranky, but I think it's key to get the right people on the board.
Yeah.
And if you have a little bit more community representation, you could get a balance in there.
Yeah.
And I think possibly HLC, because you're really talking about working in historic Castroville, you need to have an HLC member on there, somebody like Kyle or Priscilla. I think that's key because they've been involved in everything with this community, going back quite a ways.
Yeah.
And so I would like whomever is interested to come, let council make the final decision on the board members.
Okay.
I know this is just a presentation discussion. There's no action item, but I think you got a gist of what.
Yeah, I'm going to
the city
repeat it
wants
back
to go.
for clarity. So what we're hearing is a council member liaison. Mayor, you'll get to assign who that you want to be on that. A planning and zoning member, I'd recommend maybe your liaison to the different groups. Help maybe recommend someone, have that conversation with them. And then same thing with Parks Board. We heard the HLC. So the liaison to each one of those groups would identify someone that's currently appointed to those bodies to act as a representative here. And then a business representative, Mayor, you may want to be the one to identify a business representative. And then school district, I can reach out to Dr. Kalos and he can appoint someone. And then as far as the community residents, I think what I heard from Councilman Mers is out of those folks, for the most part, especially if they're on one of our committees, more than likely will reside in one of the districts. But we would like to have at least 2 representatives from each district.
Right.
So we'll identify from the recommended names which districts they fall in, and then each district would be asked to go and identify, to the extent they need to, the other folks from their district that would serve on this committee. Is
Okay.
that?
Yeah, I think that's good. And then at the next council meeting, you bring it back to officially create the stakeholder group.
Correct.
Committee.
Yeah.
Any objections to that?
School representative, are you
And-
talking about someone from the school board or just what?
I actually
Well,
have
normally-
some ideas about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please.
Yeah, so for the school district representative, we were maybe thinking about getting someone from one of the elementary schools here because that's where the people in this community walk to. If they are walking to that school, they're not walking out to the high school.
Okay.
So that's what we were thinking, is trying to get one of the elementary schools here, somebody from there. And for the business representative, we were also thinking maybe like the All Local, one of the people from All Local, or the coffee shop, because a lot of people also walk there as well. So
Right.
someplace. So we're thinking about people that actually have a lot of foot traffic already. So if that's okay with y'all.
I think we're good, and I think we can come back and move forward with this.
Great.
Okay, thank you all very
But
much.
hold on, I just got a couple more.
Okay,
You have a couple more?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, just one more slide. Okay, so community events. We really want to get a good understanding of what y'all want to see in our community events. So first, we were thinking, there's the typical, the pop-ups, but we want to make sure that they're what you want to see. We're thinking, like 3 at this point?
Yeah, it's really, we want to try and engage with the most amount of people possible, right? We have a budget, we have a 1-year time frame with our
Okay.
months passed, and we want to make sure we hit as many people as possible to be the most representative and get the most amount of feedback. So we'd love your opinions on
I think honestly,
Mhm.
and I don't want to, Brown, I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you guys short,
Mhm.
but I think some of that stuff you bring back at the next council meeting.
Okay.
When the council actually creates a stakeholder group,
Mhm.
and then you're really ready to hit the ground running with the recommendations on how to proceed.
That's fine. That works for us.
Does that sound like a plan for y'all?
Yeah.
I think that's where we're at,
Okay,
okay?
sounds good.
We do have National Night Out. That's kind of the next big event,
Yeah,
community
October.
event that would be probably timed right for something like this.
And that's all we got.
We good?
Yeah.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, we're gonna move on to item B, presentation. You got like 30 seconds. No. A presentation on the Castroville gas utility distribution system, including the results of the recent Railroad Commission audit and system capacity study. I will tell you that the last council meeting, there was a lot of information provided.
Good.
We ran kind of long on time, didn't have a big presentation, so that's why you're here. So all of the support information, unless it changed, we have that.
Good.
Well, and
So-
for your reference, council, yeah, I didn't put all that stuff back in the packet because I didn't want Deborah to yell at me. But what you got was the summary recommendations. So, and I'm stating that for your information if you weren't
Yep.
aware of what's in their packet. They got the summary, which is kind of towards the end of that
Good.
report. And then there was a separate summary that I think our staff did. So they got copies of each of those.
Along with the recommendation, Scott?
Right.
Yeah, perfect.
And just for disclosure purposes,
Yes, sir.
I was the public works director. I ran the gas system
I heard.
before I contracted.
Which I actually like to hear. Yeah,
Okay,
I'm an
so-
old gas guy too, man.
So
That's good.
I'm here to help.
Good, Bruce.
So
Yes, sir, Mayor.
go ahead, sir.
Okay, my name is Jeff Rogers with Engineered Utility Solutions. I do not have a presentation, and we will make this quick. So we were brought on to do a capacity study for the city. I actually do want to congratulate the city for voting to keep the gas system. I personally think it was a very smart move. To make it really quick, we have, you guys know, CPS was actually managing the gas system for Castroville, and then Castroville voted to take it over. There was, in the data transfer, that took a lot of work, and there were gaps in that. But we have modeled the city's gas system for the initial main purpose of the growth that's going out east on 90 to when the next big customer comes on. Is it going to impact the gas? Are you guys going to run out of gas? I will say this, you guys have a great gas system. Everything that we have so far, there are still gaps that we're still piecing together. I do want to thank John and Ricky and Javier went out. Javier's done some amazing work actually in the field filling those gaps. But real quick, you guys had a recent Railroad Commission audit. There were 6 violations. Typically, that's something to be concerned about. But what's very impressive is Javier and Artie knocked out all 6, and they all had to do with paperwork, that data transfer. So that's good. Typically, Railroad Commission gives some grace when it's the first, you know this, Mayor.
Yes.
So, but on that, and I'll just kind of briefly speak, the way we modeled y'all's system was we looked at past years' peaks. And then on top of that, we added 25% to that to really max out your system. 2 key recommendations that we have, and I'll just go ahead and skip to that part. The west side of town is doing great. There's still some holes to uncover there, pieced together in the model. But our model's pretty close to representing what you guys have in the real world. That's the intent. And Pear Tree DRS is y'all's station. We've got a quick fix there that we can give you guys to add a little capacity. But even with the growth, the main 2 out there, Town East Crossing and Flat Creek Subdivision, even when those build out, when that builds out, you guys are going to hold even at peak. But it's starting to get into where we get very uncomfortable.
we don't want you guys having to wake up at midnight and going to relight people. So we do have a major recommendation there that eventually you guys are going to need to add a station there off the high pressure side. It kind of leads into a master plan, Scott, that we were talking about. If the city was ever interested to actually plan this stuff out and budget for future years.
Well, let me ask you a question
Yes,
on that really quick. Have you looked at that transmission line, that 4-inch coming in, the high pressure? It's the same pipeline been since 1962. So, I mean, it's a great pipeline, but it's got capacity limitations too. So that 5-mile line.
Gotcha.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I was just not only the distribution system, but that main supply line coming in. Years ago, we talked about the possibility of upgrading that, but of course, like everything else, funding.
$4 or $5 million.
I know it is,
Yeah.
but it's your main supply.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that for people who don't know.
I know it's a major cost.
Yeah. West Texas, I think, is upgrading their line.
I just thought I'd ask if you had a look at that.
No, Mayor, actually what we did do, and of course it wasn't in our scope at the time.
Okay.
But even the capacity, yeah.
Okay.
But even the customers, we went ahead and looked at that for you, John, to make sure that the system could supply those, and we
Yes,
could
sir.
check that out. And actually something cheaper, which I would recommend, it's in the recommendations, is to come off your high pressure line off 471, cross 90 with a new DRS, and that would handle all your growth that you guys are going to see.
Got it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So that's pretty much it.
Okay.
The next step, just so you know, I mean, one of the things we need to consider for gas is just like we went through a water and sewer master planning process, we really ought to do that for our gas system.
Yeah.
Sure.
What we were under a time crunch for, and I really appreciate the effort. I mean, it was an impressive meeting. I remember when we sat down after you'd done all your study, just listening to you, and it was very clear you know your stuff. But our real concern was, can we supply gas to
That's right.
Flat Creek? Because they were asking, hey, can we get gas? Can we get gas?
Right.
Meanwhile, West Texas is saying, hey, we'd really like to have your franchise. Can we just maybe get that area from you? And thank goodness staff held its ground the entire time and said, no, we're going to get this answer. And we got the answer.
Yep.
And the great news is we are able to support them, because that's what our current gas customers need. It's the same thing with water and sewer, for us to be able to have the ability to continue to expand and keep our rates reasonable. And we're going to talk about rates later for gas.
Right. Well, the big thing on gas, unlike water, sewer, electric, there's no CCN. You just run it wherever somebody else is not.
Yeah.
And as we grow with our city, we're able to continue to expand, provided we have the capacity to do that.
And council, that's
Am I
what's
correct?
nice now, yes. And the city now owns the model.
Yeah.
And we've even updated your GIS.
Okay.
That any new customer comes on, we can plug it into the model and have you an answer instantly.
There's a couple of small projects they recommended that would both provide redundancy, loop the system,
Yes.
Right.
and increase that reliability of the capacity of the pressure system considerably. And they're not super expensive. They're pretty short sticks, if you will, to connect point A to point B.
Yes, sir.
I think there's one kind of on the backside of Country Village, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. Yep.
Anyway, and we think that those could be, well, I don't know if those would qualify as DIMP or not. But
Yeah, I do want to add too, I meant to say that, and it is in the report. There are some grant opportunities,
Yes.
especially with PHMSA's. Okay. And we have helped other municipalities and cities out with that. So, and that would help fund those capital improvement projects.
So expect a couple of future items, maybe not immediately, sorry, Bob, on capital planning related to gas and planning related to gas.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You have your presentation there done?
Very good.
Okay.
Well, I got-
Councilman,
Yeah, a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Working? Yep.
I can hear you.
At one time, we were providing the gas for Natural Shrimp, which is off 471 to the west of Lacoste.
That's correct.
Right now, they're closed down,
That's right.
unfortunately. And I don't know if they're going to come back online or not. They were kind of restructuring and everything else, but they were, I think, a fairly good sized gas consumer.
Yep.
And of course, those figures are not in your estimates for that particular facility. And so something to think about, might be able to get some historical records to see what they consumed. The next one is, in your previous report that we got, it recommended monitoring flows and consumption. And since we're doing the SCADA system now, I don't know if we put SCADA systems on the gas area where they were talking about needed to be monitored.
What we did, no. So the only SCADA we really looked at recently is for our water and sewer.
Okay.
Well,
Well, they
there
recommended
is the
monitoring
potential.
that.
That's part of that capital planning we need to do, because certainly there's
Right.
remote monitoring capability when it comes to gas.
Yeah, years ago when the city operated before CPS, the city didn't have the ability to operate valves, but they monitored pressure at the city gate, at the main uh, uh, regulator station,
Yep.
and at Public Works. So distributions just monitored the pressures.
Yeah,
And
this
they can
was
tell a
out
lot
of
just
town.
by
This was
pressure drops.
Yeah.
This
And
is,
just to speak to that real quick, we actually do have the shrimp customer on the map.
Okay.
We have it modeled, and Javier actually helped
okay,
out.
you have the consumption modeled?
We do. And he helped out with that. You know, it's coming right off the city gate.
Right.
It's not moving the needle. So
Right.
we're good there.
Well, not
And
right
then
now.
as far as SCADA, we've done a lot with SCADA, but the first move, especially with the model now, is we've already got low points identified in the city. So typically the next step with municipals or cities, when a major winter event comes, we could say, hey, check these. So we would let John and Javier know, hey, we keep an eye on these 2 points. And it helps that real world data with the model. But we've already got that in small
Okay,
form of SCADA.
two more.
Yes, sir.
About 10 years ago or so, West Texas shut down the line to do an inspection. We were operating off of liquid natural gas trucks for a period of time.
Yes, sir.
And did I read something recently that inspection had been completed again recently?
Yeah. We did.
Yes.
So we're good for a number of years on that one. Okay, probably went the same route.
Mhm.
Are there any other natural gas suppliers in this area?
That's what Mayor was leading to, and we could
Go
definitely
ahead, Mayor.
research that.
Well, you have West Texas Gas who has
Well-
distribution around.
Who wanted the
I
system?
know they do main distribution. Do they also
Well,
do
who's-
customer
They
level?
own the transmission line.
Right,
we
I know
buy
that.
from.
But do they do customer level?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Yes, sir,
Yes,
they
they
do.
do.
Matter of fact, they made a presentation here. They were willing to take over our gas
Yes,
system.
they
That's
do.
right.
Yeah, same
Yes,
people.
yes, they do.
We know folks.
I just wonder if we had any competition around the Castroville
Yes.
area for gas.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Mr. Murs? Mr.
Thank you.
Marchman? Ms. Martinez?
No.
Okay.
Just the one point to that, like Scott said about redundancy, ultimately in a master plan, we would want another feed into the city.
Okay.
Right now you have a single feed.
I have one question for you. Cathodic protection.
Yes, sir.
You guys do anything to do with that, or
Yes, sir.
how would you rank our cathodic protection system?
Well, we weren't scoped to it, but
Okay,
I'm real big on it, Mayor. So you've got poly for the most part.
Right.
Your readings, I believe so far that Javier has checked out on your steel, your high pressure coming in is good.
Because the main gut is steel. They
Yeah.
started using
We're not
poly
dealing with a rectifier
in
system
85.
here, so I'm glad to see that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good enough. Thank you
But
very
that is
much.
something we can look at, but yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you, Scott.
Okay. Next item. I get mayor's report. I want to speak on a few things. I'm just going to read this off really quick. I might get some looks now. Anyway. Once again, I want to take a moment to thank everyone that's here tonight and everyone that's watching the meeting online. Our continued goal is to keep the public informed of public meetings held by the city. So thank you all for participating in that. Later in tonight's agenda, City Council will have another discussion on the proposed budgets for FY '26 that begin on October 1, 2025. For those of you that may not know, the city maintains a general fund budget that is generally funded through property and sales taxes and provides for the governmental functions of the city. Departments within the general fund generally include the police department, community development, building permits, code compliance, parks and recreation, streets and drainage. City Council is working to develop a budget that I hope lives within our current level of funding and meets the needs of the citizens while making every effort possible to minimize the need for potential tax increase. The other budgets of the city are referenced as enterprise fund budgets that are comprised of the Castroville utility system and the Castroville airport. These budgets are sometimes considered the business side of the city, designed to provide a profit to provide financial support to the general fund and to meet the cost of operational improvements to meet the current and future needs of the city. The rising cost of providing utility services combined with the increased cost of regulatory compliance requirements contribute heavily to the need for City Council to continually look at future customers and our utility rates for increased revenues while seeking ways to become more efficient and reduce expenses. We welcome any and all public participation and any question or comments you may have on the proposed budgets. Next, I want to make a few comments about my view of customer service and what that means to me or us as it relates to the city and our very well qualified city staff. Everything we do comes down to customer service and how we deliver it to you, the customer, the citizens of Castroville, every day. While we may not always agree on the solution to a problem or concern you may have, we will always take the time to respond to you in a polite and professional manner and do everything we can to resolve your issues of concern in accordance with the rules, regulations, ordinances, and laws that we are required to operate within. Everyone's voice counts. Please always feel free to reach out to myself and or your city council member for any of your questions and or concerns. We will work with the city administrator to address your issues through an appropriate response and or action. Always remember that we all work for you and you command a high level of customer service at all times. And finally, I want to update you on my vision of how the city approaches a review of the ordinances. Later in this meeting, I will ask City Council to support several assignments I'm proposing for the City Advisory Board and commissions to work with city staff to review certain ordinances and make recommendations for any amendments. The recommendations will then be submitted for legal review before going on to City Council for discussion and potential ordinance amendments. The goal is to involve our citizen advisory boards in the process of amending many of our ordinances that we deal with every day in providing quality service to the citizens of Castroville. While this process will take time, we will succeed working together to manage the future of Castroville. Thank you all for your time and attention, and be safe, Castroville. All right, now we're going to move on to a public hearing. This public hearing is for a presentation on the tax rate, public hearing number 1. We have multiple ones. This is the first one. I'm going to turn this over to you, Mr. Dixon, please. Yes, sir.
I'd like for you to open the meeting or the.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do I need to open the public hearing first?
Mhm.
Let's open the public hearing at 7 p.m.
Thank you.
Mr. Dixon. He's going to do I believe we're going to do a short presentation and then open it up for public participation. Am I correct, sir?
You are correct.
Thank you.
Well. There we go. Interesting.
And you do have this in your packets. This presentation is in your packets.
Yes. I didn't know. We have it all in our packets, but I know Scott was trying to do it for the public also. Kind of might help answer some questions. I know it'll help inform the public on what the proposed,
Exactly.
what we've been working on.
It's the gremlins.
There we go.
You got it?
Yeah.
Can y'all see that on that side?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. We're going to go through some high level details. Some of these are just, in reference to the county, countywide. And it's this is about really educating both you all and the public about what are our tax rates? How are they made up? What are the exemptions? What's available to homeowners who are looking at property taxes? And that's what this is focused on, is the property tax. And as the mayor stated, this is the first of 2 public hearings that will be held on the tax rate. And then subsequent to both of those, there will be an adoption of the tax rate. So this just goes over the resident homestead exemptions that you see that are available and what those amounts are. And you can see what the school district amount is. And as anybody who's been paying attention to legislative agendas, this is a much debated, much talked about topic at the state level, is property tax exemptions, et cetera. So by no means have we heard the end of this. I think there will be continued legislation that will come out. This shows you what your partial exemption totals are. One thing of note, I think there is another freeze somewhere in Medina County, but one of the things that is available to your property tax payors is a over 65 freeze.
Yes.
That is not available in most other cities in Medina County.
Well, the city of Castroville voted that years ago. And with the understanding that once you vote it in, it's there.
That's right.
And
This is the second city I've worked for that's had that. I think it's great. These are your disabled veteran exemptions and how those work. The disability rating and then the exemption amount based on that rating. And these are not unique to Castroville. And this is the appraised value, the average appraised value of homes. And we've highlighted Castroville there just so you can kind of see it's good and bad, right? Everybody likes to see their value go up. It's nice to know that your house is worth more than it was last year, but when it comes time to pay taxes on that, that's the part that stinks. Now, if you're over 65, you got locked in, right? The amount you pay in taxes gets locked in. But if you're in that younger group, then every time your value goes up, even if the tax rate stays the same, you're going to end up paying more in taxes, and we're well aware of that. But this just shows how we compare to the rest of the county, and you'll see, right, wrong, or indifferent, Castroville compared to the rest of the county is kind of the wealthier area of the county, and I don't anticipate that will change. Here's your 2024 tax rates. Again, these are not the proposed rates. This is what they were last year, and we've highlighted Castroville once again so you can see where we fell. We included MVISD just for reference, what their tax rate is. Keep in mind, I believe their maximum tax rate is considerably higher than where they are right now. But that just kind of shows, looking at the 50-cent rate, you'd be in that 50 cent, you can see that there's about, what is that? Most of the cities are within, they're in that 50-cent range, and we're right there in that pack.
Hey, Scott?
Yep.
For our audience and people watching at home, would you just go through M&O and INS?
Sure. Yeah, great. So you'll see that the tax rate there is broken into 2 sections. There's MNO and INS, and MNO stands for maintenance and operations. So that's the portion of the taxes that we receive that get spent on your government services. And that's some of the things the mayor highlighted a minute ago. So in the general fund, we pay for things like municipal court, and policing, and parks, and other general fund related items. On the INS side, that is your interest and sinking. That's what you use. You collect that money to pay off the debt that you owe. Now, this is, again, only for the general fund. So the city can have debt that's issued for its only the enterprise pays for. Most debt that we have issued in the past, not all, but most, is issued in such a way that either revenues from the utility system or property tax can be used to pay for that. And so that's one way that we've been able to keep our rate flat for the last several years without issuing debt every single year, is to be able to take some of our existing debt and roll it into the property tax rate. Now we're going to talk a little bit about that as a separate item on this agenda, about what we're going to, the amount we're going to issue and the rate. So that's your INS and your M&O. And just for a frame of reference, in 2021, when I was hired, your INS was about 3 cents. So our INS has increased quite a bit. It has not increased because we've gone out and issued a ton of debt. It's increased mostly because we've transferred how we pay for that debt from utility to general fund. And one other comment about that is in the Alsatian Oaks agreement you referenced earlier, Mayor, we are part of that agreement is we pay them back 80% of the property taxes we collect, but we don't have to pay them anything of the INS portion. So they only get 80. I say only. They only get the percentage of the M&O rate, and that's been part of our strategy specific to these developments. Is if we can get the INS rate higher, we get 100% of all that new value that comes on. They pay 100% of our INS rate, and that comes back to the city to help support not just current projects but future projects. There's our tax rate history. So this shows you where it's been since 2020. Obviously, we can go further back, and you can see that since 2021, the rate has been static at 0.5233. And again, that's by design, and that's based on how we have been managing how we pay for our debt mostly. These are what we call the calculation tax rates. So the state requires us to calculate these three different tax rates. One is the no new revenue tax rate, or the effective rate. This is the rate that you would adopt if you didn't want to get a single dollar more than what you got last year. This is the rate that you would need to put in place to get the same amount of money that you got last year. The voter approval tax rate is the maximum rate that you can adopt without having to go to an election. So this is one of those areas of the law that has changed recently and that is continuing to be looked at and changed is, well, how much can cities go up on their taxes before the citizens get to vote on whether or not that's a good idea? And right now we're given, I believe it's 3.5%. We can have a 3.5% increase in our M&O without going to the voters and asking permission. In the future, I say in the future, current state law that's been adopted, cities over a certain size, and I honestly don't remember, it was 50,000 or 70,000, 75,000. They're limited to 2.5. So yeah, it's not us, won't be us, thank God.
Is it, and I'm going to ask you this, one of the special session things the governor has announced now is basically property tax increases can only be based on inflation rates or whatever your growth rates, or so, they're even lower than that 2%.
Yeah,
that's proposed.
Yeah, there's been
even
all
to
kinds
cut it even lower, that you really can't raise anything on.
Yeah, Betancourt is the one to watch.
I mean, it's up for discussion right now.
That's right. So is there a question in there?
No, I just wanted to ask that is have we considered that, or is this just something we just see what's going to happen?
Well, we're always looking at, I think our
thought
financial advisor is looking at that too. Sure. But ultimately, when we talk about local policy, we haven't got into that because, I mean, we aren't, some cities try to maximize their property tax. They're so afraid of someone clawing it back. They're going to grab all they can.
Sure.
And I've never been one that felt that was appropriate. And I don't think that is a reflection of the kind of the values of this community either. Generally, we just look at what do we need. And some advisors will try to push you in that direction and say, well, yeah, but if you don't take it this year, they're talking about legislation. They won't let you take it next. And I think I try not to worry about that.
Just thought I'd ask.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
just manage prudently.
I had a question about this slide.
Yeah.
The no new revenue tax rate is 52.86. So that's actually higher than our current tax rate. Does that mean our total appraisals went down?
Yes.
Or total appraisals less exemptions has gone down?
Yeah, it's less exemption. So when you look at the amount under dispute and the amount of exemption, our net increase year over year was $5 million. And we're going to talk, that's in your packet as well. So the net, the value went up. It went up by $5 million, which is hardly anything at all. And you do get to factor inflation in, right? So that's how you get to that number. I'll be honest, so I don't know if we shared it with you in your packet or if you've seen it yet. I know it's on the share drive, but you can go look at the Truth in Taxation worksheet. And I like to believe that I'm pretty savvy when it comes to finances and that sort of thing, and I believe I am. But that tax rate worksheet it confuses me every time because it's like doing taxes for a corporation. You take this, you factor in a bunch of different numbers, and then you end up getting these rates. But for anybody interested in looking at how these are calculated, I encourage you to go just look at that tax rate sheet and see it, and we will make that available to folks as well as that Truth in Taxation sheet that gets published. But it's fascinating to see the amount of calculation that has to go into what should be a fairly straightforward process. So we're going to talk about this. This is just a public hearing. There will be, like I said, an action item to follow this one. But these are the proposed tax rates. And just for comparison, we're showing you the 24-25 tax rate on the column on the left, and then the proposed tax rate. And what is the voter approval rate. So one of the things that the public needs to be aware of is, and it's just up to the council what you decide to do. Some cities will adopt the maximum rate, which there is really no max, but they'll adopt that voter approval rate because it gives you the maximum amount of flexibility while knowing that you will not have to go to a vote. So for the next about a month and a half, you're going to at some point adopt what is the proposed rate. And when you adopt that proposed rate, that won't necessarily be the final rate that gets adopted, but it will be the maximum rate that can be set by the city.
I have a question on this slide.
Yes.
Specifically.
Mhm.
The current INS, I'm back to this, the current INS is 17.46 cents. The proposed would be 12.18. Did we pay off debt?
No, but no. We would issue
service payments go away, or did they get reassigned?
No.
I'm just asking, why did that drop?
Right. It goes back to that calculation worksheet I spoke to a second ago. There's a couple of different ways that we could try and basically finagle the rate to get that INS rate back up.
No, I'm not trying to do that.
What triggered it?
What triggered it to be dropped? I mean, you said our valuations only went up 5 million, which is not enough to offset that, to drop it that much.
Yeah.
So what caused that shift?
Well, you also have a property tax reduction sales tax that plays into this.
Got it.
And that goes in, and our sales taxes have gone up year over year over year. Last year we were up like 15%. This year we're up 8 or 9. It's based on, I think, last year's collections, which were up considerably. So anyway, I've said before, or admitted, the tax rate worksheet is to me it doesn't always make sense.
So the sales tax impacts the property tax.
Yes, it does.
So as we increase more commercial and more sales tax, it can have a negative effect on the property tax.
Because of the property tax reduction sales tax.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
the way that formula works.
Okay. Okay. Thank
Here are the options that kind of staff is putting before you. So one is that first one that you were just asking about, Mayor. It's basically what I'm calling the no new general fund debt rate. Mm-hmm. So understand that it's at 12 cents because we aren't going to issue any more debt in the general fund. We can contemplate issuing 3.5 million. But if we were to issue 3.5 million, and we're going to get into how that would look, what that would look like, your total tax rate would go up, and it could go up to almost that voter approval rate, the 59 cents. Then we say, okay, the debt, and that's where you're looking at right there. The middle column is if you say, you know what, we do want to go forward with issuing $3.5 million in the general fund, and we want to recognize how we pay for that in the current tax rate.
Mm-hmm.
and I apologize if this sounds confusing or convoluted, but it's because you have several different pay options. You could issue debt and say, we're not going to try and collect enough revenue to pay for that debt because we have fund balances and other things that we can use to pay for that debt with in its first year. And we can look to see what next year would be. This is not what I'm, by the way, recommending. My recommendation is first column, just to be clear. But the middle column is one option. And then the far right column is just, well, we'll just go with the voter approval rate. And that's basically the maximum rate you could adopt without going and holding an election. And again, we're still in the public hearing portion.
Right. No, I understand that.
Calculating your tax rate. This is just kind of, we use that average taxable value. Remember I showed you the slide of our home values and how they've increased since 2020. And we took that average value of $300,405. I can't talk. You would take that amount, you would multiply it by the tax rate and then divide by 100, and that would tell you your property tax that is due. So if you were lucky enough to live in one of those homes that's worth $300,000, you could expect to pay, if the rate is 0.5233, you would expect to pay $1,572 in property taxes to the city. Now that's only the city's portion of property taxes. I want to be clear. There are other taxing entities. Your total tax bill will be more than that. And then obviously new debt, it just goes up from there. If we were to issue new debt and include that in the rate, your tax bill would be $1,776. And if you went with the highest rate that we could adopt without going to an election, your tax bill would be $1,797. And these are just some upcoming important dates. So our next regular council meeting will be August the 26th. At that meeting, we'll have both the second tax rate meeting, and I believe that's when you'll actually adopt your proposed rate. And then we'll have a public hearing number 1 on the budget. Yeah, I'm sorry. And that's what it does say, that you're going to approve the proposed rate at that meeting as well. Then we have September 9th, where you'll adopt the budget, the tax rate, and then ratify the tax rate. That's where you would take the individual votes. So this is one of the unique things that happens, once a year, where the council has to do kind of an interesting vote where you're each asked to do a roll call vote and you each vote on the tax rate. And then September 23rd, we would adopt the comprehensive fee schedule, investment policy, and financial policies. And that concludes my presentation on the tax rate.
Okay. We're going to move on to the actual public hearing for citizens' comments, because we have an item on the agenda we'll talk about in a little bit. So right now, we'll open this up for public comment and public hearing. Anyone that would like to make a comment concerning the tax rate is public hearing number 1 on tax rates. Huh? Oh, we already called the meeting, didn't we? We're in a public hearing. I'm sorry. We called the public hearing at 7 p.m. Please state your name and residential address, and you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Tammy Alexander, 516 Vienna. I'm here this evening to repeat my position that I was here last year. Councilman Mers, Councilman Martinez, hopefully remember, that the property tax rate, we were told, the citizens, that y'all would not increase it for 5 years. Last year was 3 years, thanks to Councilman Dyer at the time, at one of the public hearings that before had said we had promised we wouldn't do it for 5 years. Last year was 3 years, so I came and spoke to y'all last year about keeping that promise. So this has been 4 years. So I'm asking the city to keep its promise to the city taxpayers and not approve any new debt or operating expenses that would increase the city of Castroville property tax rate for the next tax year. There's a lot of people on fixed incomes. Y'all really need to consider that. And please, 5 years, and it's only been 4. So I ask that you keep your word on that to the citizens of Castroville.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else would like to speak to this public hearing? Hearing none. Okay, we're going to close this public hearing at 7:22 p.m. Okay, and we're going to go on to the next item on the agenda, which is item number 13, the city council liaison reports. I don't have them all listed, but we'll just go right on down the list.
And I apologize, I
That's okay.
forgot to put the dates.
We'll start with the Airport Advisory Board. I know that, Ms. Martinez, you were absent.
I were absent. I was at home drunk.
But I would turn to Mr. Dixon, the city administrator, who was at that meeting, if you can just give a quick overview of it. I mean, I was
At the
there
airport
also.
meeting?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
please.
so I did get I forwarded to you,
Yes,
Mayor,
sir.
from John Clanner. We had, I thought, some really good discussion. Councilman Lee actually made a presentation to the airport board and shared some of his thoughts about various issues in and around the airport. Subsequent to that, we talked about the vehicles that had been requested, the T hangars, the taxiway, and for the large part, basically the direction that was given to staff is we'd really like you to research these a little bit further and bring them back to the airport board for us to weigh our options and look at if it's appropriate. Now, some of the others, they were able to say, for instance, on the remodel of the, not remodel is probably too heavy a word, but the interior of the terminal building, their direction to us was, and recommendation to council was, let's just leave things as is. Now those are items that we're going to come to the council,
right,
the next council meeting. So
okay,
I will share an official minutes
at that time.
Yep.
I just want to also add that John Clanner they reelected him as the chairman of that advisory board.
He's sitting right back there.
John, are you here? Okay, there we go. Is there anything you'd like to add?
I think, like I said, I sent an email to
Yes, sir.
Scott, and I think as long as that's accounted for, I think I think there's more specific language in that email, as long as that's brought on the record at the next meeting, where
Yes, sir.
the council can discuss and get back to us prior to next month's advisory board meeting.
Well, I was there too. We had a good discussion, and we all talked about the airport board is as an advisor to the city council, and they provided some information recommendations. Thank you. We'll move forward.
For your knowledge, we are going to talk about the airport budget tonight later.
Oh, yeah.
May I ask one question?
Yes, ma'am.
Did y'all, or did they elect a secretary?
Yes, they did.
Okay, just so I kind of have a
Yes.
look out for him when they send me the.
I'm sorry.
Cool, thank you.
I didn't catch his name, but I know yours. Burn in. Historic Landmark Commission. Mr. March.
That's not me.
Oh,
That's Phil.
Bill King's not here, so I don't have anything for that. I don't know.
Still is here.
Didn't have a meeting. Good. Okay. Okay, we'll go from there.
Last month. This is always really a previous month, except for airport.
Month of July.
There was the sign. I know that we.
Yeah, you did have one. I'm sorry.
That's
I messed
okay.
everybody up that date.
We'll catch you on the next time. We put you on the spot. I'm sorry, Councilman King is not here, so we'll hold on to that one. Library Advisory Board, would you be you, Mr. Lee?
That would be me. Well, it still is. Of course, we lost 2 members, went to other functions, other jobs, and so on the agenda later is to bring someone up to the regular board member. They're working on a master plan, kind of like the park master plan, that kind of thing, for long range. Both current and long range plans for the library. Still a very energetic group, doing a great job, I think, and looking forward to seeing all those improvements that hopefully we approve in the budget.
Did they elect a new chairperson?
Yes, they did. Crystal
Stutz.
Mr. Stutz?
Yeah.
I just wanted to bring that
I
up.
don't know if they have a secretary yet.
Okay.
I haven't seen that, but they're kind of rearranging.
Got it. Okay. Parks and Recreation Board, Mr. Councilman Murs.
I was not able to attend the meeting, but I did get the minutes and the updates from the chairperson.
Okay.
So the Castroville Special Events Group donated $5,000 to help fund a shade in Lions Park.
Good.
Terrific.
The staff has used GrantWorks to apply for the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department grant to get a playground with shade and swings in Lions Park. That should have gone out by this point, according to her report. The park board reviewed the CIP project list and has sent me their comments. And then the Parks Board is recommending that we get an emergency alert siren in the RV park. And then I wanted to note that they actually did earlier this year.
Yes, they did.
But review and recommend changes to all the park rules and regulations.
Yes.
I think came to council
But
recently.
but it didn't get adopted.
Oh, okay. Well, that sounds like it's on us.
It does. I know. What I would add, thank you. They have a new chairperson or the same one or?
The same chair has continued talking with me, so I don't think.
Okay, I
I
just
think
wanted.
the next meeting they'll do some nominations.
I just wanted to make sure that because generally that
Right.
comes up.
Right.
It as a question, and I'm only asking this, and I'm going to look at Scott. I think it's wonderful what the Friends of the Park do and what the donations do, and I think that. But I would encourage them to coordinate their activities with Scott, so the city is in. I know they probably do with Jonah, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. So at least there's some involvement in the city when they want to do something, so it fits into what
Yeah, so we're really,
they do. Great work. Don't get me wrong. I just want to all be on the same page.
So generally, if we're talking about like a capital improvement or something like that, if it's not on the plan, for instance, a great example is that court, Gaga Ball court that was put in by a young lady. That was on our plan anywhere. So that got recommended by Parks and came to council for approval. If it's on a plan, so we have a Parks master plan and it's a capital item on that plan that is, the city's already basically approved in the sense that it's on a plan, then generally, we'll move forward with them a lot. But
that's all I want to make sure of is everything is according to our plans.
Sure.
That's all.
I figured that was concerning. Can I mention something real quick? So, because you made me think of it, and this isn't for discussion, I'm just going to mention it. Staff is pursuing relocation of all three of our, we're investigating relocation of all three of our outdoor sirens to be closer in proximity to actual outdoor event spaces. So that would be, the ball fields, the regional park, the elementary and Lions Park.
Good.
So just be aware of that.
Okay. Councilman Murs, anything else?
Nope, that's all.
Thank you. Mr. Marchman, planning and zoning.
No meeting?
No meeting. You have a
We have
meeting
one
tomorrow. You have a meeting tomorrow evening.
Yes.
Okay. Wonderful. Is there another board that I need to get a report from?
What do you think?
Don't
It'd be
think
Board of
Adjustments.
So don't think that at this time, the
Neither
zoning
one.
board of adjustments did not meet.
No.
Priscilla has something.
Ma'am?
One of the things that discussed in HLC was what we're gonna be discussing with signs.
Right.
Right. They have the letter.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you all very much. Let's go on to item 14, the discussion of action items. The first item up is discussion appropriate action regarding the proposed tax rate and related debt issuance. I know you gave a presentation. Is there anything else you want to tell us or before
Not
I open
really.
up the council discussion?
Yeah, so you have, I'll just highlight that I kind of laid out these three options in the backup to your council action item.
Yes.
So in that agenda summary form, there are three that are mentioned: issue only utility fund debt, issue the general fund debt, but use INS, and raise the tax rate. So again, my personal feeling on issuing the general fund debt is that the reason we didn't issue it last year is because our values had not caught up to the point where we could without raising the tax rate. We thought, based on preliminary values, that this was the year. This year, you could go issue some debt and not affect the tax rate. We'd keep it flat as was promised. Unfortunately, the difference between the preliminary values and the final values is enough that wiped out our ability to issue the debt, tax-supported debt, without raising the tax rate. And the reason I'm making that qualification is, like I said, there is a way to go and issue the debt. Basically, you're robbing from Peter to pay Paul, because you could use your general fund, your INS reserves. So the city has reserves tucked away in different places. Well, one of them is the INS reserves fund. and it has about $500,000 in it. The debt service that would be required to service a $3.5 million note would be around $250,000. So essentially, you have 2 years worth of money sitting there that you could use without affecting your tax rate. But again, my recommendation would be to wait, in part because when we started talking about what we're going to spend the money on, we have a list, but I think it'd be really helpful for this council to go through a CIP discussion about what are your priorities, where would you like to see the money, how much do things cost on the general fund side at a minimum, before we go issue the debt, right? And that's my recommendation. But obviously, there are 3 options available to you.
Scott must have been reading my mind, because that's my statement. Is we have a workshop over with the CIP, and we rack and stack the priority. That way, next year we can have a plan of attack, and we can go to the citizens. This is our plan of attack.
You have a comment?
No.
David?
About any of this or specifically in response?
No, I'm talking about anything, as you're talking, the tax rate. I'm sorry, did you have something?
No.
So I had a question, because you have the no new general fund debt value. You're recommending that's actually less than the no new revenue rate.
Right.
Correct? So was the budget we've been looking at so far, was that designed assuming this 5233 at a lower taxable base?
You know what's weird about this whole thing is you're going to end up getting a little bit more money on the M&O side. And our budget really is focused on M&O, maintenance and operations. So the 5233, in short, you're going to have enough money to balance the budget, which is what we're proposing, a balanced budget. You're not in jeopardy there. If you adopt the rate that I'm recommending, you'll be fine on the M&O side. Even though you can see that difference between what it would take to get the same amount. Okay, there's another, I'm going to say it, but anyway, in the interest of full disclosure. So there's also, one of the things that these rates are based on is it removes the entirety of the disputed value. So your certified value, which is what we received from Melissa Lutz, and this is what they do by law, by state law. They have to follow this process, this calculation, et cetera. They don't have a choice. But from a financial standpoint, one would look at that and say that's being very, very conservative, generally speaking. But again, it's not about being conservative or not being conservative. It's just the law. They're following the law. But just again, in interest of full disclosure, for you as policymakers, just understand that there's going to be some amount of value that's being disputed right now that they won't win their case, and that value will come back onto the books in the form of revenue. And that's why I'm saying I'm not at all concerned, because that disputed value is $30 or $40 million. So that's a lot of value that will result in M&O revenue that isn't currently budgeted in your general fund. It won't be we're not talking about millions of dollars. We're talking about $40, $50, $60,000 of revenue that we can't count on, but more than likely we'll get.
And that's specifically amounts that people have protested their
Correct.
taxes, but the cases
Protest
aren't
is the right word. Correct. Very astute.
Okay.
Before, Mr. Lee, just a second, I want to ask a question.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Lee, if you will indulge me just a moment.
Absolutely.
Okay. And I want to ask this question because my limited knowledge of the way tax rates are set. If the current tax rate is 34.87 cents for O&M and 17 cents for interest and sinking, and your interest in sinking goes down to 12 cents, in other words, dropped 5 cents, the 40 cents to O&M is a 15% increase in the tax rate for O&M. And if you go to your voter approved rate, it's actually a 37% increase in the O&M. So am I looking at that wrong?
No, I think you're looking at that correctly. I think you are.
So
but the worksheet allows us to do that. So,
Okay, I
That's
just wanna ask that question.
well, and if you're, and I apologize. I wish I really do. I don't want to,
I don't
I know it
understand
doesn't
all
do
this
me any
stuff
favors
either.
to make myself not look smart.
No.
I really don't understand the way that it's like, it really is like doing your taxes. I really don't get it because it should be simple. It should be, okay, my rates went, my values went up year over year.
Sure.
My debt service stayed the same or
Sure.
increased. Like, it should be pretty straightforward math. I promise you, it is not. It's not straightforward math at all.
It's new
And
math.
It's new. It's not new math, but I mean, the things you have to take into account, like the sales tax, but other other calculations that they make you do, it doesn't work out the way you would think it would.
Okay, I wanted to ask that because the raw numbers are that way.
Yeah.
And so it's a question.
Yeah.
That I just.
We asked for them to check and double check.
Now,
They gave
yesterday,
us-
just real quick, yesterday I met with Ms. Malone, who's represents the city of Castroville of the appraisal district. And I know they're doing their budget the 26th. And they'll have a better handle on what truly things are. So I just wanted to pass that on too.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Lee?
I'm glad Mr. or Councilman Dyer didn't make a promise for 10 years or 15 or 20. And, we have to deal with the reality we now have, not what we wish we had. The reality we have now is we need additional income to fix streets and facilities. We're taking from our reserve fund in order to fix them because we don't have the money in the general fund, the regular income to do it. Correct? On streets, we set
That's
aside
correct.
some money to fix streets
That's correct.
out of reserves that had been collected, which there's nothing wrong with doing that. But, to say we'll just keep putting this off and putting this off and putting this off is not responsible, in my opinion. Everybody else's costs are going up. And I'm, an old guy and I get, my retirement and so forth. But the city's costs go up every year, okay? And we have to pay them. And so I don't think there's anything wrong. You may not like it, but if our costs go up, we've got to pass those costs to the customer, just like any retail or commercial business does. Do I want to go up to the maximum rate before we have to have a vote? No. But we need to go up some because we definitely need to get our income more in line with what our normal expenditures are, not hope that it changes in the future with a greater valuation in homes and, we got all this income and got more businesses out here, we're in great shape. Well, that's hopeful thinking. Maybe it'll come to pass, maybe it won't. But right now we have a lot of stuff that we need to do. When the $3.5 million thing got passed up here, we had an entire list of things. It was not prioritized, and this is the one I'm thinking of. We published in the paper. It listed everything under the sun that the money might be spent on. At that time, we responsibly felt these are a lot of things we really need to do. We really need to do this, not wishful thinking, let's all go out on a barbecue. It wasn't that at all. It's stuff that we needed to do. And I don't like to go into debt any more than the mayor or anybody else does, but we need to increase our income. We really do. And when you look at the utility fund, the general fund, its income and expenses, especially what's coming, we'd be foolish to say, they're not going to like this. I think we'll wait until we have to do it and you really won't like it. Okay. So as our costs go up and the things we need to fix continue to increase in an older historic city, we need to be responsible enough and have enough gumption to say, we need to make an increase in the amount of money we get on property taxes. So that's Bob Lee's 2 bits. We need to raise the taxes somewhat.
Yes, sir, Councilman Marshall.
It's not me, it's your wife.
I want to correct that. I didn't say Councilman Dyer did it on his own. It was like a vote from them. He just brought it up that it was votes. I don't want to make it look like.
That's wishful thinking if there ever was
It was
some.
a vote on all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Marshall.
I have 2 questions for Mr. Dixon.
Mm-hmm.
First, can a past city council bind a future city council in that way?
No.
Thank you. And our over 65 tax freeze, does that apply to the rate that is being taxed on your property, the appraisal on the property, or both?
It's the total amount you pay.
It's the amount paid.
Right.
So it doesn't matter what we set the tax rate at. If someone has that exemption, then the amount of taxes they pay cannot go up.
Correct.
If they
From
file,
the city.
if they have filed the exemption.
Correct. Yeah, it's not automatic. That's something else people
They
need to
have to
understand.
Has that
You have to go
exemption.
file. You have to be a homeowner, so you
Right.
can't be a renter. You got to be a homeowner. And
It's
Same
for
with,
home. It's
same
for
with
home.
disabled veterans.
It's for
Right.
homestead.
Gotta file.
Homestead.
It's not automatic.
You have to file it. Yes.
Real clear, real.
You don't have to file once with the county, is what you mean?
Yeah, I believe so.
So,
Well,
check that out. 'cause
one
I
time.
chose
What's
that.
that?
I'm sorry.
They said it's automatic.
I would still go and maybe it is, but I would still go and make
I
sure.
went, they'll just let me
It's a lot of money.
Bandera County, you had to go.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Murphy.
So I wanted to emphasize that anyone who hasn't applied for that tax freeze and is eligible for it should absolutely do so.
Mhm.
And if they need help doing it, please ask somebody for help. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an accountant. I am not
It's easy.
licensed
to advertise services, but I will help you if I can.
I can tell you it's a very easy process. Fill out the document, show proof of your age, and you.
Go ahead. Art.
I wanted to say that, I am not over 65. It will be a long time before I am eligible for that. And so I will pay substantially more of a tax raise than many who are on fixed incomes. I'll be paying it for 30 years. 36 years.
Rub it in.
But what Mr. Lee is talking about is absolutely correct. And it's not that, the city as an organization needs money, and so we're going to take it from the unsuspecting citizens. We as a community have needs. We have infrastructure that we all depend on. We have drainage, we have streets. It costs money to keep those working, to keep those in usable condition. And so when we're talking about, we have to do something, we as a community have to spend more money, unfortunately, because when we all pool our checks together and pay to pave a road, it suffers from the same inflation that we as individuals see when we go to the grocery store. Ultimately, the budget we've been looking at includes starting to repave our roads, which for the last many years has not been part of the budget. The roads have just degraded, and on occasion there have been individual debt issues to repave that street or that street, but it hasn't been a cohesive, continuous plan. The budget we've been looking at still doesn't put that to be paid year over year. It's paying it out of the accumulated extra money we have on hand. But sooner or later, that extra money on hand is going to run out, and we're going to have to seriously look at raising taxes because there's no other place that money is going to come from. It might work for a decade or two, and because our new developments are fresh and don't need their streets repaved, but that will only work for a decade or two, and then we'll still have to look at raising taxes. And so I would be interested to hear what is the tax rate we need, not just for no new general fund debt, but to bring that streets program that's been proposed into the O&M.
Yeah, we don't. Well, okay.
And I know you probably don't have that number.
Yeah, that's the issue.
tonight.
Is you need a number or total cost or annual cost, and then figure out what that would take. But it is you're targeting the right area. There's two aspects of that. One is, well, what does it cost to have? And I like to pick on Hondo. I really do think they do a fantastic job. I'm jealous in some ways of some of the things that they have access to in terms of resources, but they have like 10 or 12 guys in their streets department, and they're able to do streets on a pretty continual basis. So if you look at it from that level and say, okay, what would it take to be able to do our streets all the time, et cetera? We don't have that plan in place. Now staff is, and this is part of my report to you all in my administrator's report, is we are working on to present to council a plan for maintenance of the roads, but that's not necessarily timely replacement of those roads. Some of them we can't get around the fact that some of our roads need to be rebuilt, and the cost of the reconstruction of those roads is only going up. Mm-hmm. And that's going to be a hard decision for somebody to make at some point because they have to be rebuilt. They're
okay.
No other way. Can I clarify what our action is for you all tonight? You're not setting the proposed rate. All I want to know is I do need to know for our financial advisor tonight do you want to continue to issue no matter how you pay for it, do you want to issue the 3.5 million for the general fund or not? Because you can decide how you're going to pay for that later. I've given you a couple of different options, but I do need to know, do you want to issue it or not issue it?
Is that the 3.5 million we had previously discussed?
Yes.
For City Hall and the library?
Or whatever, that other list. Yes.
Is that the $3.5 million for the well side?
No.
No. This is general fund.
Yeah,
This
the
was
general
the
fund was 3.5. The well
police
site
station.
was 4.5.
The police
Or-
station,
no.
the renovation of this building.
Hang on. So you're taking let me make sure I understand this right, because I didn't read all the paperwork. So the 8 million that was proposed, you still want to make it 7 million?
Yeah, I need to back up because at one point we had proposed 8, and remember we were going to do water acquisition as part of that, but we didn't.
We
do
were
that.
going to, out of that 8 was 3.5 was for the well.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Yeah, so if you do 3.5 for the well and 3.5 this, so you're still going to do 7 of the 8?
yeah,
I thought the well was under enterprise.
I know, but it was through the certificates of obligation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the well is staying the same. That we're not touching that, and that was 3.5.
So that's just 3.5.
No, it's
No.
not this 3.5. There was a general fund amount that y'all approved,
Yes.
and
So
I thought
again,
it was 3.5.
Again, you're back to where we talked about $8 million certificate obligation. You're back to $7 million.
7, correct. You're right. Yeah, it's 7 total. But for the purposes of a tax rate discussion, only 3.5 of that is property tax.
Okay, but that was my question.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Your certificates of obligation are generally funded through interest and sinking, and then the utility system would pay a portion of that?
That's one way that can be done. Sure. Yeah.
So you're going to put $7 million debt on the general fund, on the taxes.
It'll be issued as combination, so it'll be revenue and it'll be utility revenue and property tax. So it depends on how you look at it, Mayor. But
So
I hear what you're saying. It would
so
be
we're still issuing literally the same amount of debt for all practical purposes.
if you that's what I'm asking tonight is, do you want to leave it just the utility fund debt, which is the 3.5 for the well, or do you want to issue in addition 3.5 for a general fund purpose? I mean, that's that list that you all discussed that's been published.
Okay, I'm going to leave it to city council vote, but I'm going to tell you, I do not agree with issuing debt without a defined purpose
Understood.
before it's issued. Go ahead.
I've been reminded to bring my microphone. I thought we had defined a whole list of purposes
Right.
and
but
discussed it at great length and published it in the newspaper, all of them worthy of being taken care of. And as was mentioned before, things like police and the city hall and those sorts of things. I think some additional items to do with the community center at the park and so forth. So we banged that around quite a bit in here and felt that the items that were identified definitely had merit and were serving the citizens of Castroville.
So are we identifying those issues now?
Well, we did. We haven't prioritized the issues, but we identified the items that
Okay.
were eligible to be funded out of a portion of that debt.
It will be spent on some subset of those items.
3.5.
Okay.
Because it wouldn't
But
cover
you
them
can't
all.
spend anything on that subset if you don't have anything to spend.
She's going to go check her minutes real quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just told you my position
Yeah. I'm good.
and move from there.
But that's it. Yeah. So what we're looking for from council, she's just going to check her minutes to verify the numbers so that we can provide you factual information.
You're not seeking action. You're just asking a direction on how to.
Yeah, direction on how much do you want to issue? Do you want to issue just for the utility fund side, or do you want to add general fund money? How you pay for that general fund, like I said, that can be decided later because you haven't set the rate. You're not going to set the rate tonight. Again, staff's recommendation, to be clear, is not to issue the 3.5 for the general fund.
Okay.
Just issue. We have to do the water well. We've already started that project.
So
But
that amount, if you took the tax rate to 59.15, would that be subject to a vote?
no.
Okay.
Yeah, because your tax rate is 59.82, but that's your rollback. Your voter approved.
Okay.
And anyway, yeah.
Are you wanting a motion?
You can make a, yeah, I mean, that's mayor, but yes, you can make a motion.
So the motion would be that we continue with the possible issuance of the $3.5 million of general fund debt.
That you ratify your intent to issue $3.5 million for the general fund. That's what I'm looking for. So the motion would be either I move to ratify our intent to issue $3.5 million for the general fund, or the motion would be I motion to not issue any general fund debt with this next debt issue.
Okay, and understanding that we're making no decisions, we have not issued any debt, we haven't set a tax rate, but this leaves us the option to deal with it in the future, this budget cycle, if we want to.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a deadline that the financial advisor was trying to get into as far as publication, and that's why he needs to know what the total rate is that we're going to.
But this doesn't,
issue.
as Mr. Lee just said, it doesn't commit the city to it.
Mm-mm.
It doesn't.
I don't believe so. No, because there's not your official action is taken at the next meeting.
Shall we wait till she gets back to make the motion?
No, you can. She's the only thing. She was just going to confirm how we got to 8 and what
Okay.
that 3.5, 4.5. But I'm just telling you. Well, I'm not. No matter whatever y'all decide in the past, what we're looking at is you have 3.5. It's 7 total, right now proposed intent, and that's 3.5 utility fund, 3.5 general fund.
We're just talking general. I'm always in favor of maximum flexibility, whether you use that flexibility or not. And so you can correct my motion. I make a motion that the city council approve or continue with the, what was that?
Ratify its intent.
Ratify the intent to issue $3.5 million in general fund debt.
I'll second that.
Motion made and second to ratify the intent to issue $3.5 million in general fund debt. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 3-1. Okay, let's move on to item B. Discussion and appropriate action to authorize the placement of a decorative sign in the commercial historic district. Mr. Dixon.
For this, I'm going to defer to Darren Ham, who's been carrying this bucket of water around the city for a while. I don't have
guys, is we have a visual aid?
I don't, but there might be one in the.
There's in our packet.
I thought I want to make sure everybody's good. We're good. I thought you had it.
I'll take one.
There you go.
I don't.
I have it.
You good? All right.
I don't have internet on this, so I'm not able to show it. Oh, thank you.
I'm so glad I brought visual aid.
Where's the sign to be placed?
This map. All right. We'll show you. I think it was in an original.
Tell me the exact location.
So, you know where the bank is at?
Yes,
The Broadway Bank?
Yes.
There's a extension pole over on that side. That would be on that pole.
on the bank side?
Yep.
Okay. Right by the fire hydrant, not far from it.
What's that?
Yeah, I got it. Close to the corner here.
Uh-huh.
Got it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Hanging out until it's free rolling. How big's the sign?
3 feet.
Okay.
Where's the store?
What's that?
This is a sign that's been approved by the Historic Landmark
Okay.
Commission.
Yes, so we've had this coming back. There's the 2 different looks. This has been put through local business owners in the downtown business group. This has been put to the Historic Landmark Commission, and they took a vote. And so their vote was a 3-2 vote. Was the maroon one got 3 votes. The one that is white, the second one, had got 2 votes. And when I presented this also to local businesses and did a vote with them, it was kind of flipped. The majority of the votes from local businesses were the white one with the and not the maroon one. So, but in the end, they said either a Historic Landmark Commission said either one would be fine with them and would fit the aesthetic of our downtown historic district. So, it's your decision as a group to decide. You're going to say
I'd entertain
which one?
a motion.
I motion
Make a motion.
I make a motion that we vote either on the white or the.
No. Make a motion on which one.
You can say which one you would like.
Make the
We're
motion.
gonna vote. You don't
Make-
have to motion.
Make the motion.
I make a motion that we vote on the white.
Okay.
First.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second on the white trimmed one. Is there any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
For the sign, for like at night or anything, it's not illuminating, it's not reflective or anything.
It is reflective, but
It
it
is
is not,
reflective?
it's not lit up.
Okay.
Okay, anything else, ma'am?
Mm-mm.
Anything else? Yes, sir?
Well, since both signs have white, are we talking about the one with the red background?
No.
No.
This one is the one he's looking
at.
Okay,
He's
which,
saying like this one.
yeah, I don't care for that sign. At night, it's easier to read something white against a dark background if the illumination is not good.
Mhm.
And the colors on the other one don't appeal to me whatsoever. With gold, red, white, blue, it just looks up too cluttered up. And the ratio of those colors on the other side, it looks good.
Okay.
So that's my take. I'd go for the second sign.
Okay.
I seconded his motion, but I actually also like the red one better.
The Historic
other
Landmark
is-
Commission preference for the maroon, however, that was a 3-2 vote. But right now,
I'll withdraw my motion. I didn't know which one.
actually, we have a motion and a second on the floor. We need to vote on that motion. All in favor of that
Wait,
motion?
wait.
I'm sorry. I missed out on something. It's the sign
This is
that's
the one they're
more
voting on.
white that you're talking about?
Yes.
Got
We
it.
have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor of that sign? Aye? No? Okay, you're going to vote for it?
I had to make a motion.
You didn't have to vote for
Vote
it.
against your own motion.
Okay, all against?
Hey,
Okay, motion failed. Now, anybody want to make another motion?
hold on,
Hang
hold
on,
on.
Darren.
Never need you.
Y'all mix it all in, so you've got 2 ayes and 3 nays?
No,
One eye.
I
You
said it. I got one eye.
Mayor tried to vote, but.
Yeah.
I can't vote. I was trying to put
3
words in
nays.
his mouth.
I got it.
Okay,
The white one.
now I have a recommendation from the Historic Landmark Commission for the maroon one or reddish one with the white lettering.
This one.
Can I ask a motion
Yes, sir.
for that?
That is the one.
Is there
So
a motion?
moved.
There's a motion for that one, and so have a second.
I'll second that one.
Motion made, second. No discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Order your sign. Thank you.
All right. Have a great evening.
Lord.
Thank you, sir. Whew.
I love it.
Wow. 6 months later.
Oh,
All
Lord
right.
have mercy.
I know.
Here we go. What I've been asked if we can have, it is currently 8 o'clock. I'm going to pull a 10-minute recess, please. 10 minutes sharp. There you go, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Pause this.
Everybody
Well,
ready
if
to
I'm
vote
not
for
gonna do that,
something?
I wouldn't go. I was gonna get my head out. I couldn't.
Oh,
my. It listed out everything. I've got the air conditioner down to 69 and it's hot.
So we are-
So it's just so hot outside.
I'll clarify when we come back, but it was 8 million, so you're remembering correctly. And it was, the reason I was missed 2 things.
Yes, sir.
3.5 million we presented it originally.
Right.
And pretty soon after, when we started looking at rates, 3.5 million for Joe.
See, I misunderstood.
That's why I was
Kick the can down the road because we may not be able to successfully issue debt this year. If we want to maintain the same tax rate. I know.
Mayor, I'm surprised by that vote.
I was
Said over and over, my recommendation.
I know. She got it. Yeah, I did too, because I felt that we were going down to hold it, and we look at it next year when we have more revenue. So I thought that was a good thing.
So now I need to understand, I was so sure that's the way it was going to go. I need to make sure that.
Right.
Because y'all are on the obligated until it's far.
Yeah.
So there's no way that's actually obligated.
Right, it's just, it's the intent to move forward. I got it.
zip drive. What do you want to see on the general fund? Do you want to just pull down what's out on the share drive, the Excel sheets?
I think what you got is pretty good. I don't have a problem.
Okay, because I just summarized.
I know, Bob Lee is like some of these questions. Is it? But I don't see any real need to. These are things we know.
I'm not planning on a presentation.
If there's anything that pops, then we go from there.
Yeah, I'm having a
Oh, okay.
Well, we're writing out 11, well, it's estimation, but I think it's 11. So we provided both of them. Maybe that's.
Yeah.
That's an easy thing. I'm sorry, I've already got one down. That's all I need.
The Lebowski's are okay about moving back to that house.
Yeah, I heard you say.
Oh, I didn't know earlier. I'd love to have them there because they have 4 kids. They can do my yard.
Let's go. Let's roll.
You got 20 minutes. We can get it done in 20 minutes, right? Probably not.
All right. We got 2 more minutes. We're good.
Walking really slow.
Well, I probably need to go, but I probably won't take 2 minutes.
Only on city boards.
Sometimes
Yep.
we'll.
14C. Alright.
You know,
Somehow the cold water tap in the kitchen comes out
warm.
warmer than the air temperature,
Yep.
which means you feel the
You see
top.
my-
What's in the wall?
And after about 30
No,
minutes,
it's crawl space in
colder
the
than it
room.
was.
I'm starting to feel it now.
But it's in the heat.
Yep.
It's in the heat.
What are we talking about? Our air?
No, the
cold
water
tap
coming out
is
of
warmer than room temperature.
Okay.
It
Oh,
cools
it's
down
awful.
the longer it sits here.
It comes out of my well that way too.
Everything, Deborah, it seems everything is working on streaming.
Okay. I hope so.
We're going to call the meeting back to order at 8:09 p.m. We're going to go to the next item on the agenda, excuse me, which is consider and take appropriate action on approving requests from alternate board members on the Library and Parks and Recreation Advisory Boards to be considered for an open full board position. Deborah, would you please take
Sure.
this?
There's 2 members that are alternate members right now. I have had conversations with them. One of them is on the Parks and Recreation Board, Stephen Dolphin. He's alternate number 2 right now, and he would like to go to the full board position, number 5. And of course, in your packet, I put that position is until 2027. And then also on the Library Board, alternate number 2, Dr. Juliana Rayner Ramirez. She was recently put on there as an alternate, and I put a request into her to see if she would like to be a full board member. Because at the time we didn't have, we had already filled the position.
Yes.
She said she would like to. She sent back, and you have her email, that also that term is for 2027. You have position 3 and position 4. They're both for the same term. It's whichever one you'd like to choose. That will leave openings for, and I think I put a list in here for you for what the positions are now that we are looking for. And also on the Library Board, I did ask Kelly Hogue.
Yes.
She had recently been moved down to alternate because she didn't feel like she could serve full-time on the board, or far as a full board member. And she said again that she did not wish to be considered for a full board right now. She'd like to stay as an alternate.
So you have, you're proposing one alternate from the Library Board to be regular member till 27.
Yes.
And one alternate from the Parks Board to become a regular member till 27.
Correct.
Am I correct?
Yes, that will fill the full board position for the parks. That'll leave 2 alternates open. And then it will leave 1 full board position for the library open, plus and 1 alternate position.
Okay, I entertain a motion to make those appointments.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we move Stephen Dolphin from alternate position number 2 to full board position on the Parks and Rec Board, position number 5, ending in 2027. And on the Library Board, move alternate number 2, Dr. Ramirez, to full board position number 3, ending in 2027.
We have a motion, I have a second.
Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? This is a motion and second to basically move alternates from the Park Board and the Library Board to full board positions.
Correct.
Motion second. No more discussion? Yes, sir.
I would just like to say that Mr. Dolphin is very thoughtful and has been coming to the meetings very reliably, even as an alternate. So I do think he's a good fit for the board.
Fantastic. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? No, motion carries. Thank
I
you.
will let them know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's go to the next item is discussion and possible action to create a joint airport zoning board. Scott, did you want to talk about that or myself? I know it's something that's been talked about, something we really need to get activated with to work with the county. The county's been a little slow to work with us, excuse me, I shouldn't say that. I don't know if the county has been fully engaged, but what I'm asking for city council to take a step further to reactivate this board and then take that to the county judge and say, look, we need your help.
I think you said it perfectly. We can't, I was going to clarify, we can't seat the entire board.
Right.
It is a joint board. We would have to have the county's cooperation to seat it and
Yes.
to agree to form it. The last time we met, one of the legal advice we got at the time was they don't technically have to have a joint board. You do need to have those regulations in place, but the board isn't necessary to have those regulations. So we've received, and this is what's been reported to the council in the past, and is that the county generally has said, yeah, we're on board. We support what the city's trying to do. We just need to meet and look at those regulations with you. And we've really struggled to get a meeting. And I think, it was your intent to maybe have this discussion to spur maybe reinvigorate that conversation. I think that's appropriate.
That's correct. Earlier this month, I also was part of a community forum with the county judge, county commissioner, precinct 2.
Yeah.
And during that, there was a question about county zoning, and the county commissioner was very clear that the county has the ability to zone around airports jointly with the city. So I want to take that and kind of run with that, and while it's on their mind, and let's reformulate this so we can get going on it. And so I look for a motion to reactivate that on our behalf so we can go from there.
I'll do that.
Motion,
A second.
motion second.
Well, hold on.
Yes.
Uh,
Well, let me repeat it so that we can go to
I have a
discussion.
different wording.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, we can't create the board, by the way. We can only do our portion of.
And that's what I'm
Okay,
at.
so I move to create the Castroville portion of a city-county joint airport zoning board, authorizing staff to draft the necessary ordinance or resolution and initiate engagement with county officials.
I'll second that.
Motion made and second to do the city's portion of the airport zoning board so we can draft an ordinance and move forward with working with the county. Second, any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if anyone else has anything, because I'm in the middle.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
The last time we had a joint airport zoning board,
Yes.
it tried to render the homes of over a fifth of the city non-conforming, which would have meant no building extensions, no new bedrooms, no finished garages, without a variance. This was only stopped because the county yanked their participation and representatives in validating the board. The board was independent and did not need council approval to adopt those regulations. They said that was for safety reasons. I've said this before, and if a new board attempts something similar, you'll hear it again. If the airport is, from a safety perspective, incompatible with where and how a fifth or more of the city lives, works, and plays, then the airport is what needs to be rendered non-conforming. No growth, no upgrades. I had Duck in my notes, but he didn't actually take a swing at it. I do not want a group of unelected representatives to have unilateral zoning authority anywhere in the city. I would much rather adopt minimal regulations without a board. If we are going to reinstate the zoning board, I want to see any zoning ordinances coming from them be subject to city council approval. And I want a requirement that all representatives and the chairperson of the board, both from the city and the county, live in the affected area as a criterion to be on the board. Because I don't think anyone on it last time did.
I'm not exactly sure I think the makeup of the joint airport zoning board is stipulated on how it can be made up, but I'm not exactly sure. But good point.
Last time it was 2 people appointed by the city with no residency requirement.
Okay.
And 2 people appointed by the county with no requirement that they live anywhere near the airport. And then 1 person that the other 4 members elect to put on the board themselves.
Okay,
That's what happened last time.
I understand, sir.
And I don't think that is,
My response to that would be the city council controls who they appoint on the city one.
well, I
And
think
then
we
go
should,
from there.
I
But
think
yes,
we
sir.
should put it in the ordinance that we have to put citizens of the city
Sure.
who live in the affected area on our spots, just like we have in our ordinance that zoning board of adjustment members must live inside the city.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments? Okay.
Yes.
Well, basically, will you, yes, sir.
I've read that many times, but my understanding was the recommendations by the joint board had to go back both to the city and the county for adoption. Is that correct?
Yes,
So,
that's correct.
Yes, and
yeah, so they can't unilaterally dictate.
Our FAA rep is here. Chuck, do you want to speak on this any?
Thank you.
I would only point out that state statute, Texas Airport Zoning Act 1987, is clear about how the authority is, how the board's set up, how the authority is vested in the board, the way the process works. Airports throughout the state, going back decades, have these same sort of thoughts and issues that David just expressed. And so the state established the law by which a joint airport zoning board may be established. Okay? It's not mandatory. But once you establish it, okay, the procedures give it the authority to do the zoning. Okay? And that's the way the law is established. So I would recommend that before you move forward, that there be some careful research into the provisions of the statute. And that was done 3 years ago, the work that was done, the work for almost 2 years there, consistent with the state law. And it has to be receptive, okay, to the people that are affected by it, absolutely. But the process is clear. And it's not one for a city council or for a commissioner's court to come in and say, and approve or disapprove, okay? You put representatives forward, okay, that then have the authority to determine what the zoning is for the airport jurisdiction.
But the zoning generally would follow other zoning rules as far as notices and public hearings and what have you associated with that. So people would have a say on what's going on, and it's not an automatic.
Absolutely not. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
it's very thorough.
I just want to make that point
And the
that just,
process, once regulations are adopted, okay, there has to be provisions for appeals. There has to be provisions for administering
sure.
the regulations. And so counties and cities have the means to influence those based on how they set it up.
Well, my whole goal here, folks, is to, we have a development agreement where basically in the development agreement says that property owners have to sign off acknowledging there's an airport in proximity. 5 years from now, as the property changes hands, does that get passed down? Who knows? But a zoning is a zoning. It's a covenant basically on the property. So that's go through the process. And if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. But at the end, it stipulates to everybody what the rules and regulations are in proximity to the airport.
But there are no provisions, okay, for an alternate approach, or a city to
Sure.
create approach, or a county to create approach, state. That's push the law affects the city, so.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second to move forward. And of course, recommendation with David, I don't have a problem working with that. But we have a motion to move forward and a second.
So specifically, this is to move forward with the Castroville portion of creating a joint airport zoning board.
Or preparing an ordinance to come back to city council to create the city of Castroville's portion of a joint thing. Am I correct?
You're correct.
That's what this is. Motion made, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposition?
Nay.
Okay, motion passes 3-1. Okay, thank you. Now let's discuss the possible action to create a building appeals review board. Just let me let you know a few things on that. I asked for that, and I know Brianna, thank you very much for writing the paperwork on that. I think you did.
No, I did.
Or you did? Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah.
Let me tell you a little bit about this really quick. April 11th, 2017, well before your time. Motion was made and seconded by Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Ortiz and duly seconded by Councilmember Cherry to approve the ordinance amending Castroville Code of Ordinances, Chapter 22, Buildings and Building Regulations, Article 3, General, Section 22.1, Technical Code, Subsection E, Amendments 3, IBC, Appendix B, Board of Appeals membership requirements. A vote was taken, 5-0, motion carried. So the board was created out of the Zoning Board of Adjustments for building code reviews. Okay? Whether it got finalized in ordinance, I don't know, but the council approved the creation of that. Right, wrong, or indifferent, the next council meeting, the development director, I guess Ms. Nixon Mendez, brought back applications for this board, and the council rejected them all because only one of them was a resident of the city, and they were building trades, but the request was to have somebody with design, like architectural background, engineering background. So he rejected them all and said, come back. Well, like other things in the past, no disrespect to anybody, it fell through the cracks, it didn't happen. I'm asking that be reactivated. And as it was approved in April of 2017. That's my position. And basically it's here, it's kind of like the ZBLA.
It's an appeals
It may never meet. But if there's somebody wants to appeal a building code enforcement or interpretation, it gives them an opportunity to have an appeal process. So I would open that up for any discussion or ask for a motion to move forward.
So I have questions.
Yes, sir.
What is an example of a case this board would handle?
Okay.
Can you give like a specific example?
Sure. I'll give you an example of framing a dispute between a contractor, a builder that's been doing something for 30 years, and this is the way they frame, and it's approved in San Antonio, another jurisdiction, but our inspector won't approve it because they cite a code issue. Well, it gives an opportunity for that builder to appeal that decision of our inspector to a building codes. And then they make a ruling based on the building code. Because this one, does that make sense? You understand where I'm going there? It's just a building issue. And it's the chances of a meeting are low, but there's that possibility. And it's sometimes, and Brownie, you know this too, and I know this from when we did building codes. Everything is subject to interpretation a lot of times based on the situation. And not everybody agrees with the interpretation being applied. And that's what this does. It's the referee, so to speak. Does that make sense?
Do you want the history of what happened? Deborah says she
Well,
Yes, please.
the only, and
I was just reading off
No, no, no.
minutes. I'm
No,
sorry.
you're fine. The reason why this came up was one of the reasons. We had a dispute when Mayor Kelly, before he became mayor, at the cafe, and they looked at the building next to it,
Okay.
and they decided that it needed to be sprinkled.
Okay.
And so he contested that. And so we didn't have, that's how the Zoning Board of Adjustments got involved. he did come to them, and then they had to hear the dispute. He had attorneys here, and then we had our code enforcement, and then also a fire marshal and that type of thing. And they heard the process. And so when this started, that's when I think she came back, I want to say, and said we need to
Okay.
get this board started for that purpose. And we ended up with the zoning board because it came up.
Okay.
And so it just,
Well,
that's the only
don't
time
I,
that
I
I
didn't
know
go looking for it. I just came across
No,
it
no,
looking
no.
for
I think
something.
that's the only time, and that I'm aware of, that's the only time we've ever had
Okay.
a question.
Is this something that the ZBOA could be assigned? Could you say that?
Well,
could you
actually,
assign-
it
I
had,
have an or.
that was the question when she asked for the building, that it had formerly been actually part of the ZBOA,
Right.
kind of treated as that, but it's not it's not literally a ZBO issue. It's not a zoning issue. It's actually a building code issue.
Well, I understand that, but I'm just wondering if you could ask that group of people to serve in both capacities. Is that a conflict?
Well,
Does state law allow for that?
Well, but your ZBA people are not building trades
Right.
per se, or
I
professionals in
understand
those
that too.
issues.
I get it.
Well,
So-
Councilman Lee was on that
And I'm
board
just
at the time.
Yeah, I
Come
was
to
the
think of
chairman.
it.
I
And
heard
it was-
that case.
Of the building of the
Mr.
ZBOA.
Kelly's issue. And it-
Yeah, with the size of the water line.
I'm sorry, I didn't cut you off.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, like, if we didn't, our population has not noticeably increased since 2017, maybe 3 to 10% tops. If we only got one qualified applicant back then, like, we already have trouble keeping our zoning board of adjustments full, and they don't require formal qualifications at all.
Okay.
Anyone can sit on the ZBOA. I'd be concerned that we're going to establish this board and then never be able to seat it to hear anything. And so my question would be, would it be better to instead, I mean, do we outsource our inspections, correct? Is it possible to have a secondary contractor that we only call to double check the first one's work if there's an appeal? Like, does that work? Does that fulfill the role? Because I feel like paying someone, a third party in any given situation, is a better way of ensuring that we can actually meet this at our current scale as a city.
Yeah, I think it comes down to a legal. Sorry, do you mind if I answer that?
No, go ahead, sir.
I think it comes down to a state law issue, right? I mean, the council empowers its citizens through committees and commissions with those duties and responsibilities. And if you think about like a legal case, the other side's going to have their. I mean, it almost always the case. They're going to get their expert to weigh in, and you're going to have your expert. I don't believe you can outsource this responsibility to a third-party paid contractor because of just the nature of the powers that are imbued with that board. So while I understand where the idea is coming from, I don't know that would work in this instance.
Well, I have one more question, if that's okay.
Sure.
Because for our planning and zoning, we recently had it stressed to us by the city attorney that, like, plats, as long as they're coherent with our ordinance, the Planning and Zoning Commission really doesn't have any choice but to approve them.
Right.
Otherwise, it opens up
That's
legal
correct.
liability. If we have a board, and to get it filled enough to hear a case at all, we have to put people on it who aren't formally qualified for the role, and they say, no, this is totally good, when it's just demonstrably not, right? Does that become an issue for the city? If David and 4 of his closest friends say, no, it's totally fine, don't worry about the fire code.
Well, there's
Mr. Lee, if the appeal was because they just didn't agree with what our fire people said, or is it because they didn't agree with how the code was written? Because I think that's
two different things.
I do too.
Go ahead, Mr. Lee.
You're asking about Mr. Kelly's situation?
Yeah.
And I don't know how long I was on there, 5, 6 years, somewhere in there.
2016.
We wouldn't have heard it unless it fell within the scope of responsibilities for the zoning board of adjustment. We basically would have said, this is not our baby, you work it out otherwise. And the city was going to require Mr. Kelly to install an additional larger water line from the street, pay all the costs, bring it up, take it to the building, put in the sprinklers and all the rest of that kind of stuff. And once we went through all the little pieces and parts of this, we determined that he was not liable to do that, and that he was within his right to do what it is he wanted to do. And if the city wanted to upgrade something, it was really their responsibility and not his. And so,
Well, I think part of it too, they tried to say that we didn't have the water pressure.
well, I'd have to get, all the pieces and parts back. It was
So there was
lengthy.
a conflict.
See, that's different because it wasn't based on the
Yes.
code or the interpretation. It was based
Well,
on what
it
the
was.
city wanted from him.
But can I just bring this back to center? So
Yeah.
when we talk about qualifications, keep in mind, I mean, please understand, I don't mean this as any slight, but you could make the argument for almost any elected or appointed position that there should be qualification go with it, but there aren't, right? And the greatest example is our court of law, where you have juries that are seated. There's no special qualification for a jury, and they're deciding some really important stuff in people's lives, right? So the bottom line is you don't, to try and set qualifications for people to be able to be specific trades, et cetera. The state law doesn't contemplate that because it's intended to be representative democracy, right? So people from the general populace can, without any special training, sit in those appointed roles. But the same thing is true of P&Z and ZBOA. There's no special qualifications to be there. Generally, y'all may try to select people from the community that fit one role or another. But I just want to be clear, there is a liability. There's an accepted liability, if you will, in any policy decision that's made by any board or commission. And that's one of the roles of the attorney and staff, is to point out where there might be liability for this decision or that decision, and the pros and cons on a factual basis, not a subjective or opinionated basis.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment really quick. In 2017, the community development director, I believe, in what I'm reading here, did a very good job in getting qualified people. The city council rejected them because only one of the persons was a resident,
right?
Which I do believe they should be residents. But they were all experienced in electrical, plumbing, and mechanical. But then felt that there needed to be somebody in design. So in building trades, at least according to the minutes, they were all qualified. And those are the type of people you want sitting on a building appeals board. Mm-hmm. People that are qualified.
Sure, I understand that's a desire. I just want to be clear that
that there's people out there with those qualifications that could serve on this. Whether it meets once, twice, all you need is once to need it. In retrospect, I don't want to relive everything, but utilities are not necessarily a zoning issue.
I'd like to call the question.
Yeah. All right.
Was a motion already made?
Was there a motion? I don't think there was a motion. I think
you
we
can
just
make a motion.
Went straight to a discussion.
You can stop discussion now, and you'd make a motion if
I
there's going to
haven't
be.
had an opportunity to discuss yet, really, other than answer a question about.
Well, go ahead, please, sir.
It appears as an answer for a question that doesn't get asked very much. We had adopted the International Building Code. If you're going to construct in the city, you're going to comply with the International Building Code. Thank you very much, Doctor. We adopted the International Building Code, and if you are going to build, you'll comply with that. I don't know that there's any question beyond that point. And so, you do it or you don't build, and you don't get approved. And so what I'm hearing is I've done it a different way somewhere else, and I'd like to do it a different way here, and tell me why I can't. And so I'm going, goodbye. Here's the rules. If you have any kind of adjustment board like the ZBA, now you have to have an appeal process if they don't like the decision, which gets into a whole bunch of legal stuff. If you know ZBA, it's got to go to a court. I mean, it's just a quagmire. If you tried to do that all over again for something like this. And so my 2 bits, I would say if they don't want to comply with the requirements we have, in this case, I believe International Building Code, then you don't get a permit, period, end of story.
Okay. Any comments, any motions, whatever? Any motion? Move on. Let me ask you a question. I'm gonna ask one more question to you, Deborah,
Yes.
okay? Because there was a city council action in 2018 to amend an ordinance. Is that still valid for that amended ordinance, or is that gone and now we have to make that ordinance go away before we can do anything? Because if that ordinance is valid from 2017, then we created the board already by an ordinance, and we are just having a discussion here.
Yeah, you really
You're
be
having a
directing
discussion.
staff to seek
I'm
that.
just
that
thinking,
already-
telling staff to fill the board.
I'd still like to make a motion.
Well, and
Okay,
correct. And if you choose not to, then we will probably need to bring the ordinance back and rescind it.
Yeah, I think this goes back to Mayor, some of the things that you've expressed. You want to review our ordinances. And
Right.
We're going to give those tasks. I think this is an excellent example of that kind of thing where you found something that prior council did that hasn't really been acted on, but it is still enforced is the question, right? I mean, it's still on the books as far as you know. It wasn't repealed by subsequent
Correct.
council action.
so
So we need to verify that it
the
was.
board is,
repealed.
the board is created by an ordinance.
Right.
It's just a matter of if council decides to either fill it or take action to rescind.
Correct.
Okay.
And I
We
think
can
you,
bring it
yeah.
back.
Okay, Mr. Mers?
I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to investigate the possible ordinance from 2017, and if it exists, draft an ordinance to rescind it.
Okay, motion made. Is there a second?
That's a good one. I'll second that one.
The motion is to see if there's an ordinance, and if there is, to draft one to rescind it.
Mhm.
So no building board of appeals. Okay,
Well-
motion.
Oh, he has a question.
Well, let me read
Okay.
it back.
Okay.
The motion and the second is to direct staff to research to see if this is actually a ordinance, in fact, and if it is, then to draft an ordinance to rescind it.
Correct.
And second, okay.
Correct.
Now we're open for discussion on that motion.
Do we have to use a separate board, or can the city council?
We can research.
Appeal?
That's a
We'll
research
provide
issue.
that as part of our feedback to you on this is
If that's what
you,
council
so that you
decides.
know what.
I think that was a question last time. I do remember that part of it. I think that's why they put it to zoning board of adjustments, because it is a quasi board. Because I think the council, they were keeping it out of council's rim because of,
Yeah, you wouldn't
I
want
just
to count.
remember something.
Well, you wouldn't want to seat it with yourselves, that's for sure.
Yeah,
But we will look into what the state law says about
yeah.
If you
how
don't
that
create-
gets
if you
seated
don't- if
and
you
whether
don't create
another.
a separate board, it's assigning the task to another board.
Correct. So we'll look into that.
Okay.
But yeah, and we'll provide that whether even if you're looking for like with the ordinance that would be rescinded.
That's what
Okay, the motion that I understood was to investigate and rescind. What you're
Yes.
talking about is not to do that, but to have them investigate more about potentially having this board.
No.
Well, not by his.
No, we will.
So my motion.
No, it's part of our investigation.
My motion was-
We will look into what the seating.
However
would
you
be, that
investigate,
kind of-
whatever, the
and then
motion
it
is
will also
Bring
draft
in
the
history.
ordinance.
to investigate, and if it's fact an ordinance to rescind it.
We'll bring you history.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, motion carries. Okay.
I'm glad I'm not like betting on the outcomes of this meeting because I would not have been right on a single one.
You've lost your shirt. Discuss and possible action to assign specific tax to advisory boards and commissions. Now, I'm sure there's going to get some nice discussion, but I provided just some thoughts here. Here, Scott. I'm sorry. Here.
Can I have, please say I'm gonna need one. Thank you.
All right, I wrote this afternoon, so excuse the typos. I know some of the stuff is already, oh yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, my pile. I know some of these things are already in the works, but I just wanted to clarify that some of the stuff is back from when we first, back in May. On the Airport Advisory Board, I'd like to direct staff, which are already working with the Airport Advisory Board, to recommend current and future lease rates for airport facilities based on market rates for all development located on the airport property to City Council for discussion and appropriate action. Work with staff and the Joint Airport Zoning Board to recommend future development of the airport property. A couple simple tasks, but I think they're important just in addition to everything they do. I know some people will say the rates are the City Council. They are. But I think the firsthand people out there should maybe recommend some of the things based on market trends, working with you and whoever. Okay? Historic Landmark Commission. I'd like to direct staff to work with the HLC to update the design standards for the Historic Overlay District and submit any proposed changes as a recommendation to City Council for discussion and appropriate action. Design review standards should take into consideration the level of historic significance and contribution towards historic preservation for each structure within the Historic Overlay District, i.e. basically contributing, non-contributing, what have you. Consider the use of mandatory language versus non-mandatory language in the design review standards recommendations. I would like that staff work with HLC and bring back recommendations on how we can improve that. One of the things I don't want to drawn out conversation, but I talked a lot with Councilman King. I fully support the historic preservation and historic district, but I don't agree that the same standards should be at a house that's 5 blocks away from a historic house as they are the one right next to it. It's a different level of scrutiny, in my opinion. But I'd like Historic Landmark Commission to work on those ordinances. Of course, the Library Advisory Board.
Can I make a comment on the Historic Landmark Commission, or do you want to
Sure.
hold comments until the end of all?
Can I just go through them all real quick?
Sure.
Library, obviously, direct staff work with Library Board to make specific recommendations for improvements to the city library, which they're already doing to meet current and future needs of the city. I'd like everybody to forward all the grant applications that require a city match to the city administrator for approval by the City Council before they apply for the grants. Okay? If they're expecting any type of city contribution, the City Council needs to know those.
We're already doing
I
that.
think we are, but I just want to reiterate that. Parks and Rec, same thing. Staff work with Park Board to recommend changes, updates to park rules and regulations for all parks located in the city for legal review and City Council discussion action for appropriate amendments to city ordinances. Parks came with recommendations 6, 8 months ago, whatever. It never got adopted. It wasn't the Park Board's fault, but I think at that time we were neck deep in talking about golf carts and everything, and they had some things addressed, but there was no ordinance, so it kind of got set on the shelf. So just work to get those renewals. Park Board's really good with that. All fees, services, they're really good with that too, but keep the recommendations coming to council. P&Z is the big one. Direct staff to work the P&Z to recommend changes to the CZO and the subdivision ordinance to update them as needed. All recommended changes will be subject to legal review before being forwarded to City Council. And the draft UDO documents should be used as reference materials in recommending and development ordinance amendments. Nothing happens overnight. These things might take 6 months, 8 months, whatever, but involve the public, involve these boards, bring back the recommendations to City Council, City Administrator, go through legal review, and then bring them to City Council as needed or as gone from there. So we're ready to take the action, to discuss and take the action, and look for and utilize our advisory boards to work in the trenches, so to speak, to give us the information to move forward. That's my recommendations. Yes, sir. Mr. Mercer.
I know he's got notes.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee,
Get to go first this year.
thank you. You're right. I have a lot of concern about some of this. The advisory boards, which is not P&Z, but it's just Parks, Library, and Airport Advisory Board, to a great degree, are direct extensions of council. They're not under any way, shape, or form under any kind of control or undue influence from staff. Okay, they can use staff for gathering information, and which has historically been what's done. But I would not want to have staff basically put those advisory boards in a position that they believe they have to do something staff wants if the board might feel a little bit contrary to that. Okay. Uh, and so, and the airport advisory board is a little bit different than some of the other ones just because of this. It's an enterprise fund. Okay. The rest of them aren't an enterprise fund. And so, as you've heard me say before, 99% of the stuff at the airport got done because of the work of the airport advisory board, not things dreamt up by city council. There's a couple of things you have in here that are really outside of the purview of the advisory board, like use of land around the airport. That's outside of their area of responsibility, in my opinion. And I think we just had a master plan done for the airport not too long ago and paid a significant amount of money for it. And the airport advisory board was involved in that process and had input. What?
That was grant funded, but yes.
Yes. Well, regardless of who paid for it, they were involved. And traditionally, they've looked at operations on the airport, repair, maintenance, upgrades, new things to do, and whatnot. But I want to be careful we don't put these boards in a position that's not something that was normally part of what it is that they were formed to do as far as advising the city. Lease rates, I know that's come up or is going to come up in the budget discussions. When we built all those hangars out there over the years, we established a rate based on square footage and what happened locally. And then our adjustments have essentially been based upon CPI increases. If you try to turn the general aviation side of the airport into a cash cow, because Stinson's charging this or San Antonio's charging this or somebody else is charging this, you're going to defeat the whole purpose of having a general aviation airport to promote general aviation. Pretty quickly, you could price yourself out. There'll be people that could pay the higher prices, but the people that go to add to the aviation field and give you all your airline pilots, the rest, they may not be able to afford to be there anymore. And so I'm very concerned about, let's see, these guys are charging more. I think we can get more. And before you know it, you're pricing yourself out of the normal kind of folks that we are trying to attract to the airport that have made it what it is. So there's my two bits on that one. As far as the Planning and Zoning Commission, I don't think that we need to have anything they suggest go for legal review before it comes to us, because we might find it good, we might find it ridiculous, but you've now spent possibly thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on an attorney looking at something before we even have a chance to say we like it or we don't like it. So I would definitely remove that. And I've seen this a jillion times in the past. Council directs planning and zoning, HLC, whatever, go out and fix this. Okay, go out and come up with something else. My gosh, what does that mean? What is it you're looking for? We just went through a very long and arduous process with the UDO, of which the Planning and Zoning Commission was 100% in favor for. If they came back with a bunch of suggestions that basically read like a mini UDO, we probably wouldn't care for that. And so I think we need to give a scope of what it is we're looking for specifically to do with anything planning and zoning has a responsibility for, instead of just opening it wide up. Okay, we need to find a piece or a part of that and say, here's what we would like you to do. Okay, knowing the experience we've gained from working with the UDO comp plan and downtown plan, let's take a look at the subdivision ordinance and how can we stay with our traditional form of working the subdivision and take the lessons we learned as far as what works for the city or the developers, and maybe recraft the subdivision ordinance so we keep the gist of what we've got, but maybe clean some things up, something like that, in order to let them focus on something instead of just saying, create gold from lead or something. And as far as the library board, grant applications, all grant applications, regardless of whether they require a match from the city or not, should come to council first, because they're an extension of us. And before anything official leaves the city, the council ought to see it, whether it requires money or not. There's my 3 bits.
Okay. Mr. Burris?
Yeah. So on the Historic Landmark Commission, I wanted to suggest a possible item to add to that. I know that there was vigorous discussion about where our current map of the historic district comes from and whether it's correct and whether some properties are correctly or incorrectly in it. I don't know whether that's
Historic overlay, the historic overlay district. You said the historic district, but you're talking about like the overlay area?
Well,
Where
yeah,
they're talking?
yes.
Okay, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
About whether some
I didn't
area, whether some properties belong in
Yes,
or
sir.
out of that.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
There was
interrupt you.
vigorous discussion, and I'm not sure whether that's a task for staff or a very entrepreneurial fall intern, or for the HLC. But bringing that to a close, possibly by explicitly readopting a map,
Yes, sir.
could be very beneficial.
Okay.
And then as far as design review standards, those last 2 sentences you had, I would personally love to see a set of standards for by right development for non-contributing properties, so that a non-contributing property could go to just staff, Brianna and Miss Angel. And if they are a non-contributing property and they meet a defined set of criteria, it can just be approved.
Sure.
I think that would be a massive improvement for the people who own non-contributing properties in the HLC, because the HLC's powers are quite expansive.
We're there together.
Yeah.
Basically, what's contributing, what's not contributing, and things like that.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And then specifically, you mentioned like a non-contributing property that's 5 blocks.
An example.
As an extreme example. I doubt there's any that are actually 5 blocks away. But if there are any that are 5 blocks away, I think those probably don't belong in the historic overlay district in the first place.
Yeah, I went extreme, but you got the point.
Just when we're reviewing that map.
Yes, sir.
To put that in there. And then on the Planning and Zoning Commission, I have a number of very specific suggestions.
Okay.
I actually have all written down on these 2 notes right here. I did these last Monday before the agenda even came out.
Wonderful for you.
But
you knew it was coming.
I was wondering what would be, if we're going to be assigning them particular specific tasks to look at or things to consider, is there going to be an avenue for council to submit those to planning and those proposed specific changes to planning and zoning? Or what should be the thing for that?
Okay.
Do I just go every month and say one of them at citizens' comments and see if they jump on it? Do we have an agenda item here to send some of them down?
Yeah, the way let me go.
Do you and I just meet and then you put them on their agenda?
No, but that's a good question. It's a very good question. Do you have another?
No, that's it. That's all.
Mr. Marchman?
On HLC, I agree. But I also agree on the flip side of that, in a historic district, once we are clear on the map, that we have to be aware of what we build next to historic houses.
Sure.
Because we've seen it where it went tragically wrong, and it makes an historic house look like a doghouse because it's so big. And so I agree with that. It just has to work both ways on HLC. And then secondly, on P&Z, that was my question, was if we have input that where we want to update the CZO from our documents and Brianna, how do we do that in the context of inclusive? Of basically what you said. That would be my 2 comments.
Okay. Ms. Martinez?
Everybody said everything that I would say, so.
Okay. Well, folks, I brought this stuff up as a starting point, okay? So, and I thank you all very much for having this conversation. The goal that I'd like us to have is to put our advisory boards to work. They do
Not that
work.
they're not at work.
No, 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 no. I mean that in a way that they do
You're gonna
other
get
things.
tomatoes thrown at
I probably will, but give them tasks that will help us move forward with certain things. Help us give. We can sit here and we can go through. The recent things that happened over the last few years, I believe strongly. I don't want to relive everything, but if things would have followed a different path, maybe we would have had a different result. But that's water under the bridge. I think if we utilize our advisory boards to help us work with, because they're there with in recommendations on ordinance improvements, ordinance changes. They don't have this. They're making recommendations. I like what you said, Bob. Bring them to us, and then we can say we like that. Go to legal review. That's fine, but it helps us. It helps John with clarity on what we're asking of the advisory board. Okay, you guys do great with stuff, but maybe we want to ask another task and you guys to look at something. Okay, yes, things get back and forth through liaisons, but I'm talking as a collective group. I'm not talking individually going. As a collective group, these are the things we see, but we'd like them to work on for us. Even going through Scott and going back to your staff. Okay, yeah, you asked to get this opinion. It's no different than asking the staff for something. We're just happen to work with, and nobody's asking staff to direct the advisory boards. My question is for staff to work with the advisory boards.
Well, I think the concept would be more appropriately, you have a liaisons, council liaisons, and the tasks that you identify as a council that you want the advisory boards to work on, that liaison really should be the point of contact. And obviously staff is there in a support
And that's
role,
fine.
right? But I would suggest that maybe the liaison be the one to work with that advisory board.
I'm just trying to get us to get engagement here to help everybody work things and move forward with these things. Yeah. That's all I'm trying to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So whether it be these issues, it's a starting point to discuss, and then we can go from there.
So before we
Yes, sir.
close this item,
Yes, sir.
could maybe me and Mr. Marchman,
Absolutely.
for example, get together and work on a set of specific suggestions
Sure.
that we could bring back as a future agenda item
Yeah.
for council to discuss, modify, and then send to PNC.
I think that would be great.
Would you be all right with that?
Sure.
Cool.
Is that
That'd be
PNC
great.
or HLC?
Sir.
Well, I was specifically thinking of my PNZ list.
Okay.
It might be useful to, since we've just been exposed to this tonight, let the various committees and advisory boards understand what your objective is, have them look themselves at what they do and how they see they could be a better contributor to council's function and the function of the city. In other words, let them come up with some ideas about here are the things that we see that would be able to help us. Some of this stuff I know has already been done.
Sure.
It
Yeah.
already
Sure.
exists, and they
Sure.
could answer those and said, we've got this, we've got the master plan, and here's our involvement. So, have them kind of massage this and say, hey, as far as HLC or whatever else, here's the way we think we can assist council in getting where it wants to go. Let us review that and then approve something and send it back out.
Well, I'll pick on Priscilla for a second at HLC. Ms. Garrett, you know the issues where you have your weak spots, where you have issues with HLC stuff, or where you have questions. So it's an opportunity for, as a committee, to come up with what you propose as solutions, and we move forward. That's the goal. Sure. I understand. Uh-huh. Right. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Okay. What I'd like to do is basically expand on that. And again, it's no time frame. It's 6 months, a year, whatever, as long as we're working towards an end goal to make these. No, I'm talking about the things you say you know there's a problem or whatever. Bring them to us, which I know you might have said already individually, whatever. Let's go through them. Let's pass the legal review. Let's make the amendments and move on. Instead of, if we already have a set of things, make the recommendations to make the changes. So we're not back talking about this still in a year. Well, we've known we've had problems for several years. Well, let's fix them and move on.
And I think what you're just,
Does that make?
yeah, I want to phrase it a little differently. So maybe it conveys what I believe is your intent is, you're trying to just move. Let's
the
make
needle.
progress, move the needle. And so let's take small bites at the apple.
Yes.
Until we can get the apple consumed.
Yes.
So in this case, there may be, as far as the design guidelines, rewriting the entire design guidelines, that's not what you're asking for. What you're saying is, let's start to work on to identify those, the low-hanging fruit, as it were, the different aspects within those design guidelines that we can chip away at. You find something you can make a recommendation on, you feel comfortable that you've got a consensus on, bring it to council. Council, ratifies it, and we change as we go. Is that fair?
Like
Yeah,
amendment
I
type
don't
thing.
I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way. I really don't. But it's kind of like, lead, follow, or get out of the way. Do something. Okay? Right, wrong, or indifferent. Do something.
Yeah, progress.
Move progress. Let's show some progress. And that's not to be a disrespectful to anybody, and I hope nobody took it that way. It's just move forward with things as a team. Okay? That's my goal for everybody. And we'll leave it at a discussion on that level at this time. And
Yes, sir.
Sure.
So I would take your instructions and we would discuss.
It's not a discussion.
Oh, okay.
You can't discuss with them, but you could simply relay as a liaison the conversation that was had tonight. And just, but again, it can't be for discussion because it's not on the agenda.
Yeah, you can just, it's a report. This is something
Just a report, and I can read that.
Yeah, but it sounds like David, I'm looking
He wants
at
to
him,
work with you.
wanted to work with you on some of those items.
Right, but they should know what's coming.
Okay.
Mayor?
Sir.
I think your idea here is excellent, and it might have it might have the effect of re-energizing the boards to see that they're valued.
They have a purpose.
It can have some change and have some very positive output. Other than we're moving along, looking at our agenda, but to go, let's think outside of the box a little bit here, and how can we make P&Z, HLC, or whatever it is, better serve our customer. So I think it's an excellent idea.
Thank you. Okay, well, since we've had talk, we've got a general thought on that, and we can move forward for future discussion. Let's go on to the next item, discussion possible action regarding the Geneva Street drainage project and the extension of a public right-of-way to the property located at the rear of 1306 Gentile. And I have Miss Megan, help me again, Dabowski, okay, a resident of 1306 Gentile, and she is asked to speak on this issue. Am I correct? Come on, you're up.
Thank you, Megan Dabowski, 1306 Gentile Street.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate the time. We also own the lot directly behind the house, which is located on the Geneva Paper Street. I'm here to address the current drainage project that is in progress on the Geneva Paper Street. While we understand and support the need for proper drainage, the current design directly impedes safe access to our back lot. This lot was recently pending a private sale. The buyer withdrew because at this time they would not be able to safely access to build on the site. Our family moved to Lakey 5 years ago, but we are actually now considering moving back to Castroville and build our primary residence on that back lot. Without a properly engineered base for a road that we would pave, it would be impossible for construction equipment to safely access the Geneva Street lot, and that would likely be our only access point to our build site, as we do plan to sell or rent the front lot. This is our first major concern. Our second concern is the change in the elevation to both the 500 and the 100-year floodplain that we feel strongly should be FEMA approved to ensure water will not now impact our build site or neighbors. Without proper design and stabilization approval from FEMA, the current plan, which is an open earthen ditch, may not only be unsafe for vehicle access, but could also create long-term drainage and erosion problems. A 50-year-old heritage pecan tree was removed that sat within just a few feet of the paper street. Many big moves that cannot be undone have been made with what we feel has been insufficient planning and little foresight. When this project first began, our replat was not even considered by the project manager, and our old survey was being used to plan the project. We're not opposed to the ditch itself. We know that Castroville needs drainage addressing. We appreciate that Scott Dixon did offer to place millings to the right of the ditch as a goodwill gesture, but our concern is that those millings will not properly compact to allow heavy machinery access, nor would it be an adequate foundation for the road to our new home, which we would pave. We are urging officials to cease work immediately and re-engineer these plans to allow safe passage for heavy equipment. We're proposing an under-road pipe system, at least 36 inches in diameter, to carry the water to the river, while still allowing both adjacent property owners to the east and to the west safe, reliable access down Geneva Street to their lots. This would protect the drainage function, ensure road stability, and preserve the usability and value of our property. With this plan, our empty back lot plus the neighboring empty lot to the west could potentially have homes built, which would only add positive value and income to the city of Castroville. I want to thank you for your time and for considering a solution that would both work for our needs and the city's drainage needs. We look forward to a peaceful resolve to this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Scott, did you want to talk about this, or did Councilman Lee, it's in your district, or who wants?
Well, there's some backup that provided to council, and I invited Avi to be with us. He's a representative from the engineering firm that designed the current plans. And I just want to I think you have most of this in your backup to explain how we got to where we are today. But the current plan is to allow for that vehicular access on the top of the channel on the west side. And as the plan sits right now, without any further alterations, there's 11 feet that on that upper end west side of the ditch that is sufficient for a roadway, not a road, but for a drive that has been described. So I want to clarify that. What staff was going to seek input on from council is whether you wanted us to move the project, because there is room to move it further east towards our property line. The reason it's not there now is because there are trees along that fence line, along the property line, and we tried to stay away from. We moved them in based on the root balls, if you think about it that way, to try to keep from damaging those trees. They aren't valuable in the sense that they're not pecans or anything of that nature. It's mostly just ash and some others, but some of them are older and bigger. The real issue is that the fence line, the neighboring fence line, is on our property. It's on the paper street, and it's in the paper street by about a foot, probably. Is that about right? About a foot, give or take.
It said 1.5 feet.
Yeah, I wrote it, but I was guessing when I wrote that. So it's around a foot and a half. So we could move the project, the boundaries of the project remove the fence and remove the trees, the neighbor that put that fence up would be responsible for putting a new one up. It wouldn't be our responsibility because it was put into our right of way. It's my understanding. And it's really whether council wants to go to that level of investment. It would delay the project. We are not recommending enclosing it. You get much greater drainage if you leave it open rather than trying to put any culverts. Not to mention the expense. This was never intended to be a expensive project or undertaking. As far as the comment about building the road, I know that I've let the owners know that the city is under no obligation to build that roadway, and she made it clear that they would build the road in the future. But we're also under no obligation to ensure that there is a engineered, drive path, if you will, back there. There's 11 feet of space. That's enough to get a vehicle. They have existing land. They can create an easement before they sell the property to give themselves additional access to the rear property. That's not, there are things, my point is there are things within the control of the homeowners that if they wanted to pursue, they could. It's not all an all or nothing proposition with the city, that the city has to act on these issues. And that's my understanding of it. I didn't prepare a legal opinion or seek a legal opinion. This is, so that may be something the city, depending on the way the discussion goes this evening, that you can pursue as far as what you're obligated to do, what you're not obligated to do, et cetera. But I think we've had really good conversations up till now, and our plan, I can understand why there was some concern as they watched this project unfold. We talked, we staked it out, we had a conversation about where the road would be, et cetera. And eyeballing and looking at it, it looks like, man, doesn't appear to be enough space to get a road in there. But there is 11 feet. 11 feet is plenty wide for a private drive. The question really is, we could go the extra mile, if you will, and move the project. And that was kind of how I was going to tee up this conversation and seek council input. But if there are other matters that Councilman Lee or anybody else wants to bring up, we can certainly address those as well.
Before I turn this over to Councilman Lee, I want to ask a couple questions. Was the city aware, or did they do due diligence to know that property had been replatted prior to the beginning of this project? That the city had approved a replat of the division of those properties, which I don't know if it actually states it, but it's not a hard reach to say that paper street right away would be used to access the other property. On their front property, if I'm shooting from what I remember looking at the plat, there's a 20-foot utility easement. So the utilities would come from Gentile Street down that, electric, gas, water, sewer, and not in that street roundway. But there's no ingress egress easement. So it's not a hard stretch to say, since there's no ingress egress easement on the front property, that street right of way would have been used to access that. And 11 feet on the top end, I don't know if I'm not. Let me ask you this: when you improve a city right of way, you don't own it. Public gets to use it. So that 11 foot on top of that is going to be open to the public on top of that drainage ditch. And is that particular create a potential hazard to the city?
There's a couple of things we can talk about.
Okay, I just wanted to ask.
Safety is one concern. But the first question was the city aware of the back lot and its plat? We did get a survey of the property. I don't know, Avi, if in the original design we were aware of the drain. If when you initially began the design, you made the assumption that we have this entire right of way to work within, or if you thought about vehicular access at any point until they brought it up. I don't know the answer to that question.
I mean, it's our right of way. I understand that, but
yeah, I know it was a concern that's brought up pretty quickly from I don't know if we took into account, but I'll be honest, there's, again, from my perspective, while there is a paper street there, and while it was replatted, I mean, I know from other developments I've been involved with, the developer, and I get this is not a developer. This is an owner of a land that was able to subdivide their property, but they're by no means.
They had a
You would think
corner
of as
lot,
a
they
developer.
reversed
But
their
bottom
lots.
line, you have the ability to provide your own easements, right? I mean, that happens all the time with
Sure.
farmers and farmland, et cetera.
Sure.
You create a road where there isn't one by providing an easement, et cetera.
Sure.
So that's always an option, whether it's a desirable option or not. But back to that. So it sounds like whether it was or wasn't, we're not able to answer tonight.
Okay.
But pretty quickly, we had the discussion about the road, and that has always been incorporated from that point forward, that there would be this vehicular access. Now to your other question about access by the public.
Yes.
Down what is essentially, I know that that's the next item on this agenda that you're going to talk about.
Right.
And that's one that's been a matter of conversation. Phil King, who's not here tonight, has this very situation where he has a private drive that's about 11 feet wide that goes all the way down to the river, but essentially only goes to one place, and that's his house.
Right.
Right. And there are several other examples by Koenig Park and other places
They're
around the
all
city
over.
where you have similar areas that are paved that the public has access to. And in some cases, the public accesses it with some routinely, and in others, like Phil's, you will probably never see someone who's not going to visit Phil go down that road.
I understand.
And I think that's a policy. That's a separate kind of discussion, policy-wise. But ultimately, it is unless the city elects to, what is it called? Abandon basically its right-of-way and give it to someone for their private use, it is a public right-of-way.
Right.
And to my knowledge, this city hasn't done a whole hell of a lot of that. Mostly all of those paper streets, they're still paper streets.
Yes,
Whether
sir.
they're paved or not, whether they're treated as someone's private drive or not, they're still public, right?
Yes, sir.
So I would venture to say that that's probably what the council is seeking to do, and that's what you would do. It'd still be public access, but how it happens after the fact it's very different depending on the location.
Councilman, let me go to Councilman Lee.
I'm going to save it for the next agenda item.
Okay, Councilman Lee,
You mean you're not listening to me?
please.
I owned that property at one time and lived next door to it, so I'm not unfamiliar with it. I think the city entered into this project because it's on the city's drainage plan with all the best of intentions to take care of drainage issues down that particular portion of town that comes down Geneva. And things became known as that project went along that I don't think they were aware of at the beginning, and then how to make sure that the back lot could be used as in including the drainage that needed to happen. And I've been privy to most of the communication on this between the parties. So what is happening there is extremely common throughout Castroville. If you take a look at the Castroville map, I don't think we have one up here on the wall. No, not that one. Well, yeah, that's fine. All of these streets, other than just a few, every one of those that goes to the river, fronted on this street, this street, this street, or that street. Okay. And since that time, dozens and dozens of houses have been built on those lots that went all the way, that fronted on San Jacinto and Washington, whatever. They've been built with their access to that extension of that paper street, which is then, of course, no longer paper street. So what's happening there is completely common. Okay. What it is they're talking about wanting to or have done. And so there's nothing unique about that. There's only 2 streets I know of in town that have a ditch, if you want to call it that, a drainage facility like that. One happens to be Constantinople, okay, that has some very high walls on it, and in order to get across the river. The other one is where the city siren is on there. Okay, there is a drainage ditch. Yeah, a drainage ditch off Washington going down, and the siren's on the edge of that lot.
Yep.
And
Doesn't Athens
of course
end in a drainage ditch as well?
What's that?
Athens?
Well, I'll get there.
Oh, okay.
And that's, well, Athens on the north side. Yeah. Yeah. And of course, we own the lot next to that, and nobody's made any effort to try to develop that. So the city has embraced using those extended lots that have buildable space for people to build more houses on. Okay. Uh, and that's been the norm. Frequently, those streets that end at the river have been paved by the city. Utilities are under those streets. They also happen to be primary drainage points for the water. You know, it's obviously higher when you go to the west to get down to the river, just like Athens is right now. That I know of, there have been 4 streets, and this is going to be up on the next item, 4 streets the city has paved, and I'll say, or put a finished surface on each side of Kennig Park, Athens Street, and the one near the on the edge of Regional Park. Those were all paved at one time, double seal coat, maybe asphalt. Over time, a lot of them have dissipated into nothingness. But so what's happening there is completely common. My concern at this point is a safety issue. The ditch has been worked and reworked a number of times, and Mr. Carey gave some information to the city, I think, which caused them to relook at some of the elevation calculations for the depth of the ditch. Is that correct? Well, be that as it may, it is what it is. But in some places, it's probably 4 feet deep from.
Yeah, it's definitely a deep ditch.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it is definitely a safety hazard. Anybody that wants to drive down there, and you know, the concern the mayor had and I had is.
Well, I'm gonna stop. The issue is it's okay. So there's a ditch on the one that you and I looked at. How deep is that?
Petersburg,
How deep would you say that is?
every bit of 5.
Which one? Which street?
Where Mr. Sheffield lives.
Right by the
where
apartments.
are, and it runs right through Petersburg and.
Oh, yeah, that's
Okay,
pretty.
I'd have to go look at it.
But
Okay,
my point is, we have, to your point, we have these paper streets everywhere. We also have ditches everywhere, bar ditches that are of similar depth, that are of similar construction. And I get it. We're kind of painting this picture of some road car is going to veer off in the ditch. I'm sorry, I don't see that happening as an issue now. Yeah.
May I go on?
I think there are certainly safety measures that can be taken. We can explore, some type of bollards on the side or something. There's other enhancements that can be made if the city wishes to do so. But I also don't want us to be too hyperbolic about it, because there are these other ditches throughout the city that are immediately next to the roadway.
Okay, I'm not
We don't
familiar.
have
Yeah, I'm not
history
familiar with
of
those.
Cars flying off the road into the ditches.
I understand. Well, the safety aspect of it, plus, you know, we talk about heavy equipment. I don't know what additional roadway is next to those other ditches you're speaking of. I'd have to go look at that. But if I take a 20-ton cement truck or something else, do I have the compactness in the dirt that's left in that 11 feet or whatever it is, that it's going to be able to handle that load that's going to, transferring over toward where I have a ditch dug. And so that was one of the concerns. Could it handle that construction wise? In Bob Lee's opinion, safety ought to be paramount. We don't want any lawsuits. And so it's not.
Consideration for the construction of the road.
I understand.
Construction of the road is the responsibility of the home.
I understand. I don't think there was ever any argument about that. And so having access to the rear, I think we're required to make sure we approved it with frontage on Geneva. I don't think there's any argument about that. My concern is safety, as I said, that a vehicle getting in that ditch, or maybe somebody else, with 11 feet, there is not room for anybody to turn around that might drive down that, and they would have the right to drive down that as far as the surface road go.
They can turn around when they get all the way down, right? Because it's not 4 feet deep all the way to the river.
Well, I understand that.
But I'm not suggesting that by any means. We don't, but that's also not.
Okay.
Right. They're turn around.
Yeah, and we're going to get to this on the next item about how far can a private vehicle go on an unimproved road that belongs to the city.
There's not room to turn around on many of the paper streets we have now. That's what I'm saying.
That's not true.
Well, on many.
Okay, well, you said.
Many.
We have 29.
Yeah, I know.
And many of them are kind of, you pull in, there's no room.
And we're
give you several examples.
Well, they're all 40 something feet wide.
Let's bring it back to the
All right.
13,
Anyway,
specific to this project, please.
My concern for council is that we've got to make sure that they have legal access with enough room to put a road in. and that we take necessary steps to ensure that we don't create a safety hazard for future use.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Burns.
I think it would be appropriate to ask the city engineer, once y'all are done with your discussion, if there's any questions you want resolution to. And I think AB could speak to the safety concern or aspects and those types of things.
Are you okay with that, or you want to?
Asking him once we're all
You want
done with
to go
stuff?
through this, or you want to just, you have some comments, sir?
Yeah, sorry. So you said there's an existing 20-foot utility easement. Is that along the
No,
side?
on their property,
Mhm.
on their property,
On the front property?
there's two lots, and they faced Gentile, and they river lots.
Yeah, so
They
one of them
reversed,
is onto the ring road, and then the other one
they
is
reversed them,
back.
and they made a front lot and a back lot.
Mhm.
Okay, as I did it, several property owners have done that have corner lots. They reverse the corners. So in essence, they reversed the corner. And by reversing the corner, what they did, there's no utilities on that part of the street to get to the back lot. So what they did on the front lot, there's a 20-foot utility easement that goes all the way from Gentile Street to ties to the back lot, so they can get utility access without having to run utility lines down. So their meters literally go up at the corner of Gentile, and they get to run their service lines back in a utility easement off the front property. So they don't need the right of way for the utility easement, but there's no egress easement, so they need that paper street for access.
But they could add that ingress egress easement on top of the utility easement.
I don't.
Like those could share space.
I don't know. I don't know.
It'd be less than ideal because we've tried to avoid putting utilities in drive lanes, but technically you are correct. But we wouldn't encourage that because even though it's their lines, if there is a break in them and they need to have it repaired, they're going to have to tear up the road to repair it. More than likely, don't want that.
Well, so what I'm trying to think of is if 11 feet in the right of way is not enough, and 11 feet is about 1.5 times the width of a standard garage door.
Okay.
Standard garage door is 8 feet. If that is not enough, I'm trying to figure out where that could go, because you did say, you could put a 36-inch pipe under the road and pave a road across that whole right of way, because then that would allow additional houses to be built back there. The added value to the city on the tax rolls and on the utility rolls would never pay for the maintenance and replacement of that street.
Right. I won't argue
That
with
just
that.
that is putting a street with that kind of infrastructure under it to serve. I kind of peeked at the appraisal district. 5 acres of houses.
It's only one. I don't.
Well, like the lot on either side combined, you've got 4 or 5 acres to work with, and those at our current minimum lot sizes, you would never recoup the costs to maintain that street. The rest of the city would be subsidizing those properties' access in perpetuity. So I don't think that's a responsible option for the city to offer or to agree to. I would be fine with moving the project to the opposite side of the paper street and giving that 11-foot right of way.
To be clear, there's already 11 feet there, but what we could do is gain maybe another 3 feet or so.
So 14 feet total. Sure.
Man.
There was 11 feet in front, but in the middle where we have to get access to the lot, there was places where there was only 4 to 6 feet.
Well, there will be, when the project's finished, there will be 11 feet from one end to the other. I promise.
The
other issue is that the fence line curves in the middle, or another 3 to 4 feet.
11 feet. Okay, that's good to know.
And to be clear, I'm
I don't
open
recall
to
seeing that.
moving
We
a
had it
fence on
surveyed. I
public
just don't
property.
recall seeing the boundary of the survey changing by that much. Ricky, do you recall? Yeah, so we have, so in the survey document, I know you have a survey as well of your property. In the survey, they surveyed, the fence is depicted along with our property line. So I'll look into that, but I don't recall it coming in by 3 or 4 feet.
Did you want to make, okay, I just want to make a couple comments, and I might get shot in the foot for this, but I'm still back to the fact that the city approved the replat of that property, which I believe understood that they would use that right of way to access their property, that they would have to build the drive to go down that right of way, but they would never own that part in the right of way. And the city came in and completely changed the reconfiguration of that for drainage without verifying that they were going to use that for access. And now we're talking about leaving them an 11-foot strip when they had access to a 40-foot wide strip to build a road in there to get access to their drive. So I don't want to spend a lot of money on this, but unfortunately we're down that rabbit hole. I just want the city to own up to what it implied would happen when the property was replatted. And that wasn't an 11-foot driveway. It was the ability to use that right of way to access their property. So I'm not wanting to spend tens of thousands of dollars to fix something, but I think we have a duty to honor our word. And I think our words were basically provided to these folks that they would be able to access when we approved that plat. That's my opinion. Go ahead.
Well, that's where I'm coming from.
Go ahead.
No, I agree. I don't think that's fair, respectfully, as you guys replanted for a reason. And we can't deny you access, in my opinion. And so what we have to do up here, looking at the survey or the replat, is to make that right somehow.
Anything else?
No.
Ms. Martinez.
A couple of years ago, Paul Carey gave us a briefing on paper streets because it became a hot issue because we did have citizens that wanted to have access to the river, to go kayaking, go swimming, what have you. And so the city, I think Paul Carey helped out, went around, did it to each paper street and found that there was some paper streets that people had put fences across and put their driveways on there, blocked it to where other citizens could not go down and have access to the river. So city council was like, oh, that's not right. You know, we need to make sure that these paper streets are still open to the citizens if and when they want to use it and go to the river. If we're going to use the paper street as a driveway to access properties, something has to state that they have to remain open for citizens to come down and access to the street, the river.
Yes, ma'am.
You can't block it off. You can't say, hey, can you move? You can't come down this driveway. No, that is a paper street.
Sure.
If they want to make it a driveway other than crushed gravel or something like that, they will be responsible for fixing it if it needs to be fixed. They will be responsible because when it turns into their driveway, for the culvert that has to go there because it'll cross the drainage ditch and everything. So it's very clear that these people understand you can't block it off, you can't fence it off, nothing like that.
It's just like a regular street.
It's a regular street. And then another thing that caught my eye is somebody had put a chain link fence over onto city property. Whoever that is needs to pay for the removal of the fence. And then my question also is, how could that happen? Who approved the permit? Who went out and looked and approved the permit for that fence to go there? That I understand. Well,
The city didn't exist for.
but I'm just saying that, whoever years old, okay, that was a faux pas on them. But yeah, this is on city property, a fence that shouldn't be there. There needs to be some compensation given to the city for the removal of the fence, because it's going to cost something. It's going to cost man hours. It's going to cost something. But no, I want those stipulations in there regarding, however we do the paper street for people to gain access to other properties. That isn't understood and in writing. That way, nobody can turn around and say, "Oh, well, this is our driveway," and block it off.
Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm done.
Thank you. Mr. Lee?
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment to that. We're going to get to this in detail on the next item. Access doesn't necessarily mean vehicle access.
Yeah, right.
Okay, because if you look at this little map, my house is right here. This is Gentile Street, and that's Jackson. Jackson's a paper street. When I built my house in 99, I came to the city and said, "Tell me about opening this in order to get into my driveway." And they said, "Buddy," he was part of that. He said, "If you do that, you're going to bear all the cost, because we have no reason in order to open that street and pay all the cost." They said, "However, you can enter on your regular lot there, and legally you can use that space right there to turn into your driveway. Plus my gas line and electric line goes underneath this to my house." Okay, so those utilities do flow down. Water and wastewater go on my lot.
Right.
And so my lot or that street is open to anybody and everybody, and some do, they'll walk on down there.
Right.
No problem. I got any problem with that. It's vehicular access is the issue. But once you open that street up onto Gentiles with a vehicle street, whole different ballgame. Now, anybody that wants to, if it just went to that point, they could park all along there till the cows come home legally. And so I did what the city told me to do, and
it works.
And so.
Well, that was my kind of point earlier is, there is another option, and I hope y'all know I'm not heartless. I shared this with you the first time. I'm gonna talk about the legal. What is the legal requirements? What is the city obligated to do? And then fiduciary standpoint, what are those fiduciary responsibilities of the city? But the bottom line is, what Councilman Lee just said is basically he had an option. He was looking at maybe for the city to build it out, or he was willing to build it out. But then he realized, if I do build it out, I'm basically creating a way for anybody and everybody to drive right next to my house. And instead he built a private drive on his own property.
We made it work.
Yeah. So and that's all I was trying to point out, is that there are other options, and those options basically involve a reconfiguring of the lots themselves that they still own at this point in time. So they could create another driveway on their own property. There's a lot of other options they could pursue, but we have, in deference to the conversations we have, I don't want to undo any of that. The current plan is an 11-foot drive. I will look into. That's what we're committing to do. And to your point, Mayor, that's my commitment. We'll get that to them. The question is, does it need to be wider than that? To your point, I don't share your conviction that they were promised 40 feet. And
No, I didn't say they were promised. I said there was 40 feet available for their use.
Yeah. So I don't know that I don't know how strong the desire is to. Well, my question would be, from a staff perspective, okay, what is the amount? What do you want us to do? Do you want us to leave it the way it is and ensure that we are providing 11 feet? And as long as we're living up to that obligation, then we're good. Or Do you want to see if we can change the scope of the current project to put it to the western or eastern boundary, take out the fence, take out the trees? It will add additional time and cost to the project. What do you want us to do?
Well, as far as the fence, let me touch base on the fence, okay? There's fences all over this town that are encroaching the right of way. There are, in some places, maybe even structures. Properties were not surveyed. There's still a lot of properties here that were never surveyed. Even back when World War City, we did that. We found utilities off center. We always tried to realign them. So the fact that the encroachment is, you can never take adverse possession against the sovereign. So it's the city's property no matter what, no matter how long the fence has been.
That's correct. Yeah.
When we came across those before, we would contact the property owner, says politely, get off my property. It's their responsibility to do that. In this particular case, it may become a big issue because of the residents, but that doesn't change anything. It'd be their responsibility to relocate upon demand from the city. If you need to do that, you need to do that. If you can work without doing that, no harm, no foul. It's still city property, and it doesn't make it right. It needs to be corrected, but I don't think it needs to be corrected on the city's dime. Okay. As far as the drainage, I cannot support an underground pipe in there. The cost of this project is already, I would believe, significantly more than what was originally thought. And going up, well, let's say more than what was originally thought.
Yeah, I don't know. Stupid.
Maybe not significant. How you define significant? Yeah. But I do believe these people need to be.
They need to have access.
Provided access. Allowed access. Yeah. I would ask, because of all the excavation area and the movement here, and that's I would ask more from maybe the engineer, that whatever gets built on their expense, but it be stable enough for the subgrade when they build their driveway because of all the disturbances we did. I don't know. I don't want us to move a bank and then build a driveway and then 5 years from now it's sloughed off because we didn't do it. We didn't compact it enough, provide enough compaction, and the drainage channel undermined their drive. I don't want to go there. I'm not saying that would happen. I just want to ensure that stuff doesn't happen to make it worse.
Before
we got to reach a solution.
Yeah. So before I have AB speak, because I would like to hear from him, but I'm again seeking consensus. So I appreciate your comments. Is there any concern about what the mayor has just shared? Because what I didn't hear was I can reach out to Mr. Hancock about getting his fence taken down, but keep in mind, once he removes the fence, that's fine. We still have to remove the trees.
I understand.
That's a big expense. I mean, taking the fence down is minor compared to taking out all the trees. It's a lot of work.
He has animals in there too, right? The horses still. I don't know, but anyhow, I'm not saying he wouldn't do it. I'm just saying it.
Yeah, we haven't talked to him about it at all. I mean, he's aware that it's not on his property line. He was.
Once we become aware of an encroachment, we need to address it.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else? I'm at the pleasure. I think Mr. Dixon's looking for a consensus on.
And and to clarify what you stated, so what we will ensure is the case is that they have 11 feet, a minimum of 11 feet of access from Gentiles to the rear of their, to the rear of their property.
To their property line.
Well, because they go all the way down to the river.
To the property.
To the rear of their property. So, and we will talk about where they need that to get to, because it doesn't make sense for it to go all the way down to the river.
Yeah.
And they aren't going to want that anyway, because they're going to end up building it. But we will talk about the distance. We'll make sure that 11 feet is provided. And I'll look into the survey concerns and the fence concerns to ensure that that's the case. And then we will, so that would be the plan right now. Separate and apart from that are the safety concerns and the compaction concerns, which I would like AB to address. But having heard that, is anybody that isn't comfortable with that solution?
I just want to ensure that these folks have safe access to their property.
Agreed.
I would say they would be entitled to have that 11 feet, the entire length of the property.
Right.
Well, you made a caveat in there that at least until access point.
Yeah, and that's only because there's a certain part where they've actually requested a berm, and we're building up a berm that's essentially in our right of way. So that's what I'm referring to, is that stuff back in the back.
The original plan was gonna end like right where the street is kind of started right now, and all the flood water would have went on our property. It would have been 100%. That's why we asked for the berm to continue it all the way through. Keep flood waters to enter our property.
Right, and that's I appreciate that. That's why I'm saying that. That's why I'm caveating that, because they know about that conversation. Okay. So with that, I'd like AB. Would you mind? I'm putting you on the spot. That's what you knew you were coming for a reason. So what I want you to address is the compaction concerns. Do you have any, having heard kind of the back and forth, what would you advise council, or what would you share? And then do you have any safety related concerns?
Sure. I think with respect to the compaction, if there's been a lot of soil disturbance and issues with that, then I think what's going to need to be happening is we'll have to have compaction done. We'll have to have geotechnical testing to confirm that compaction. And I think that's what would be required.
Okay.
And then I think with respect to the safety, I guess starting with the idea of putting in a 36-inch pipe, we looked at the area. We're coming up with almost 100 CFS of flow in the 100-year condition. And so that really needs to be an open channel, or really a much larger project to capture and box that flow. But we put in a channel. The channel is roughly 2 feet deep in a lot of the areas. There are some areas where we're going down the hill and the grades change such that we have about maybe 4 feet or so before we tie back in. The side slopes are typically 3 to 1. We have some areas at 2 to 1. I think it's not uncommon to have a drainage ditch next to a road. 11 foot is a pretty standard lane width for a public roadway. And so I think it provides access for vehicles and, for larger equipment when needed on those special situations. But there would be 2 feet or 3 feet of elevation difference depending on where you are. And we could take a closer look at that. And
is the 11-foot of road up on level ground, or is it a part of the back slope?
We have it on level ground at, I think, about a 1 or 2% cross slope, just to allow for that.
The
drainage.
Okay. Just as long as it's not on the slope.
No, it's not on the slope.
It's okay.
That's the other thing. It's like, anyway, it's the slope's not, and depending on where you're looking at the project, the slope's not super extreme. It is closer to Gentiles for sure. Anyway, so there's drivable area that may not be paved in the future, but would be.
Well, just to get a visual for some folks that measurement wise, CZO parking space is 10 by 20, so 10-foot wide parking spaces are right out front here. So they give you an idea on add a foot to it, and that's how wide 11 foot is. A little bit wider than a parking spot.
Bob has a question.
Yes, sir.
You can't compact against nothing unless you have a great big flat area, which you don't have. You're going to have the side cut to the channel. So what's going to go in this channel to keep it from eroding away? It'll hear me anyway. What's going to go in the channel to keep it from eroding away? And how do you compact that area that's been disturbed? I mean, what are you using as sort of the backstop to compact it against if it ends up sloping off into the ditch? And what are you finishing the ditch with that it won't erode?
Yeah, so I think, the original plan was for the excavation of the channel, and largely that area would be undisturbed soil that we're placing the channel on top of. I think in light of maybe some of the understanding of some the changes in grading that's been occurring, I think we'd have to go back and look at that and just make sure we understand, the risks and the implications with the erosion. We do have some steeper slopes, and so what we're proposing was a Fleximat product, which is kind of like it's like these little concrete blocks that are tied together, and you roll those out onto the site, and then it allows for grass to also grow on top of it, and that would provide the erosion protection.
And that will withstand 100 CFS.
More importantly, the velocity of the flows, and it would well withstand that. Yes.
So for the city, who's going to maintain this channel, this drainage channel, when it grows up with trees and weeds and all the rest of that stuff?
I hate that question. Not because
I'll repeat it then.
No, I heard you. I didn't say I didn't hear it. I said I hate it because it's a valid question. It bothers me because it's the same people who are maintaining all the drainage issues now. It's the same problem. We talked about this in the discussion. So I know where you're headed, where your brain is, and bottom line is that is the responsibility of this and future councils to allocate the resources necessary to maintain the city at the level that you anticipate or need it to be maintained. And it's not a reason to not do a job, right? But
and that's part of the reason of selecting the Fleximat was, I think if the original conversation had been to place the drainage channel, an earthen channel, try to grass line it, but that requires, I think, even more maintenance than this solution, which is kind of like a concrete type hybrid product.
But it's all, the fact of the matter is we are in the process right now, you and me and the city council, of going through Garza or Garcia, whichever, those improvements, which they were made 20 years ago and then really not maintained until now.
Garcia Creek? Yep.
Well, Garza is what I've been told.
Garcia.
No. Mayor, what is it?
For 40 years, I've known it as Garza Creek.
Garza. So I don't know who's right or who's wrong, so I'm just going to say both for the time being.
My area, that's all I know.
Yeah, Garcia and Garza. Both.
Mr. Francisco.
But the point is, Bob, I think you raise a valid point. It is what it is. We would be responsible for maintaining the channel. Unfortunately, there are examples you can point to where we built improvements and over time they deteriorated. And it's just, that's one of the responsibilities of the city is to maintain those areas.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
If we've all had a lot of discussion on this, and I think we need to move forward. Is there any recommended action, or what are you looking for?
Yeah, I'm sorry. The action I was seeking is whether you wanted to expand the channels to the east, and I heard that's not unless, and I will advise you if it becomes necessary, if what Mrs. Dabowski stated is accurate, that the fence swings in by 3 to 4 feet, and that's going to affect, we have to take the fence out. I'll have that conversation. So we will look into that and verify that. But bottom line, we're going to deliver at least 11 feet of drivable space to the rear of their property.
Does that work for y'all?
As long as you have it properly or space to work with, I would be okay with that.
Okay.
I do want to just say that I 100% agree not blocking access to the
Oh, I understand.
I just want to make sure you know that if you leave it partially, there's still a chance of people walk down our driveway and walk through the grass.
Oh, yeah. Go-karts, all that fun. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. But like for down the road, if you decide to move or something. Yeah, correct.
Well, in one comment, I live across from a paper street and on both houses, but you don't have to tolerate, nefarious behavior.
I just want to make sure that we do what we need to do to address the drainage projects that we've started and ensure y'all have access to your property. And as long as that works, then I think we've got a good plan.
And I made one error I'd like to correct. Well, I made many. There is another street in town that the city has surfaced, and that's London Street going up to the top of Cross Hill. And so I stand corrected.
Thank
He's
you.
made many, but only one he wants to admit.
Thank you. Okay, I think, Scott, I believe you have a general consensus with council on how to proceed with that. Take care of the project, ensure they have access, move forward. Is that good?
Yeah.
Fair enough?
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Appreciate you.
let's move to the next item for discussion, which is discussing possible action regarding the use of undeveloped right-of-ways, paper streets for vehicle traffic. We have a lot of paper streets in town that are undeveloped. We have a lot of paper streets that are partially developed. We have a lot of paper streets that are used as extensions of yards or driveways or what have you. All of those are fine. My purpose, or the purpose for putting this on here, is to develop some type of regulations that prohibit or limit vehicle traffic beyond the improved roadways in these public right-of-ways. In other words, and I pick on one that I know very well, and it's their double car driveway, but it's in the right-of-way, so it's vehicle traffic down to the end of their driveway where they turn off onto their property, because people can't deny the use of that. But from that point down, they can't. We do, because we don't want vehicles going past on unimproved. We don't want that. That's my opinion. It stops at the improved areas. Also, the right to close a street is reserved by the city based on safety and security issues.
Right.
For example, Alsace Street going up to the water tank. Yeah, it's private property, but I would hope that we close that and deny public vehicle access up there. You can walk all day long, but we won't let somebody. We used
a
to.
lot of discussion about that on this council, just so you know.
I know that.
That is not the prevailing opinion that's been shared.
We used to do that because we intentionally didn't maintain certain paper streets for that purpose, to prevent vehicle traffic on unimproved areas. That's my opinion. That's my position. I open it up for city council.
So will the vehicles include the golf carts and that as well?
The golf carts that we passed an ordinance have to basically follow the same rules of the road as a vehicle. Am I correct, Sergeant? They have to follow the same rules of the road.
I'm just putting that out there because you know it's going to happen.
I understand that.
And so I'm looking at golf carts and ATVs, that kind of stuff.
Well, you know, for code compliance days, Mayor, that the same thing is about parking on unimproved areas, and that goes back to it's a national code.
I understand.
That most cities have adopted because it goes back to oil and grease and other things getting into.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Right. But that's where that's born out of is leaking fluids onto unimproved driveways. We have, by ordinance, I believe we prohibit that. But if you drive around the city at pretty much any time in the evening, you will see plenty of examples where people have created their own dirt driveway, a circular drive or what have you, that's not improved.
Don't somebody get me wrong. I am no way in shape or form suggesting to deny somebody from walking down a public street right away to the river. I'm not. They have access to that. I'm just suggesting that we limit vehicle traffic to only improved areas. That's
an improved area.
A road, a driveway.
I know. I'm
not just a gravel path or a dirt path.
Yeah, because I'm thinking of Koenig. Remember, there's
now Koenig Park. There's those roads go down to residences, and one side goes down to a lift station. So those roads are not paper. They're paper beyond that point.
I was going to say there,
but
to
that
Koenig
point,
on the whatever you call it, south side.
They were used as boat. Those were used as boat launches. That's why those chains are there.
I'm just saying it's paved to a certain point today. It might have been paved further, but today it's paved almost to where you can turn and park.
Thank you.
But not quite that far. Well, no, I'm not saying I did that. It just is. And then on the other side, to your point, it's where the people are driving in it's paved down to their driveways, but then beyond that, it's not paved.
It's
If I'm
unimproved.
understanding your position correctly, and I understand this is for council input, is that vehicles would only allowed to access on the paved portions, the improved paved
The
portions.
improved areas.
And I'm defining that purposely because improved, some people would say, well, once you've graded it and put some gravel on, you've improved it. You're saying paved.
If it's, I was talking paved or made when it's designed for a road, as a roadway. I don't know how, you use the term.
Well, here's the other, well, that's the thing. I was just going to, again, plain devil's advocate. So on that one, you have a council member who's not here tonight who loves gravel roads. He'll tell you that. The other thing is an all access roadway, right now, that's been the debate on staff with council in the past, specific to, what's the name of the road that you love, Bob? It's got concrete on the bottom. Is that an extension?
London.
London. It's an extension of London Road,
Right.
London Street. That hill, that cross hill, that for TCQ purposes, that's an all-weather access that has gravel, and so that's my point. Is that's a road.
I understand that, but I also qualified that. That would be a road closed by the city for safety and security purposes.
I just want to make sure that way we can get back on track. That, if we turn around and want to say, for vehicle traffic, that we define, what the vehicle is, because otherwise people will be like, oh, they didn't say golf carts or anything like that. And here they go, the kids going down the Piper Road to the river. That's what I'm just saying.
And I got that. I understand that.
Yeah.
So I would.
Okay.
I would include those.
Okay.
This gentleman wanted to say something. Would it be okay?
Mayor, I live on 1306 London Street. My family owns on the hill.
Yep.
And name and address.
Across hill.
Yeah, your name, Mr.
Seferino San Miguel.
Oh.
And my uncle, Mike Perazes, was a constable here.
I know Mike.
And I had another uncle that was a constable here, Candelario Zepeda.
I knew Candy.
We
very
know,
well.
we own all that property that goes up there. And we,
Talking about Cross Hill.
the
I know.
cross hill.
Yeah,
And
make sure
the
everybody
problem was that we didn't mind nobody going up there at all.
Right.
But when they started getting that, every time it rained, people would go up there with their trucks, destroy our property.
Yes, sir.
We had people go up there. Mountain laurel trees were getting stolen from our property. Those mountain laurel trees are $300 each. Then we find them down here. They were selling them out on the street. It's dumb. I've called game wardens. I found deers with the heads cut off, and they just leave the body, take the horns. That's all they did. I found animals that were just abandoned there. I've talked to Mr. Dixon. He helped me out, and I talked to Ms. Deborah. There was one councilman that went over there and intimidated my mom. That's the only reason I'm here, because my mom has TAVR surgery in her heart.
Oh, goodness.
Okay?
Yeah.
And when a council member goes over there and intimidates my mom, that's not right.
Yeah.
Understand.
Yeah, that's wrong.
And I did tell my mom that Ms. Deborah did apologize for the city. It kind of upsets me that we had to go through all this when all this was already been taken care of.
Yes, sir.
It's just, to me, it's ridiculous that we have to do this
Yeah, that's
at all.
We used to. I worked for the city for a long time. I knew Mike. I knew Candy very well. Personal friends. We closed that road right past the driveway.
Yep.
And we had a cable across there for years.
And that cable was still there and down there, and right where this concrete ends, it's still there.
And then the 17 acres up there, they wanted to get in their stuff, so we moved the gate up to right around the curve. And forever, because we said no, because we had safety and security concerns for the tank.
Yes.
Now, we would allow folks, property owners, if they needed it, or people to walk, but it was generally closed off by the city.
Yes.
For vehicle traffic for that. Do you object to that?
No, if it's closed, we're fine. We sit there and we tell people.
I'm just asking that.
No, but I'm glad we're having the conversation because this is something we need to come to terms with, because I read the Riot Act for having helped the family out, and we put up, right now there's a gate there.
Okay.
The gate needs to be painted.
Okay.
Hello.
I'm not trying to get into a personal thing. I mean, that's a great example.
I even went to the extent to let them know that I would sit there personally buy a gate code where they could punch a gate where the city has to go up there.
Yeah.
I'll pay for it. I'll install it. It's a solar power. I'm an electrician.
Okay.
So I don't have a problem doing it.
I have a skid steer. I go and clean it. Me and my brother, we clean all the trash. There's a homeless guy that lives up there. We tell him to get rid of him and everything. And still, this is the problems that we're having with just having that road open. But to Mr. Dix and the other people that closed it, we haven't had no problem ever since.
Okay.
But we do need to have council action to close it because I think there was concern that staff acted without council approval to
okay.
close that road.
Okay.
So I'm glad this has been brought up.
Hence my point, to me, going up that hill, water tank, it's a safety and security issue for the city.
Agreed.
So I believe that's probably the easiest one to do. Now, the other ones around town may be a little bit more pushback, but I believe that more people than not will support vehicle traffic being restricted past the improved road area. That's just my thoughts. Ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, it's your turn.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you very much.
It brings up to me a bigger question, is that's not the only place that things go on that shouldn't, period. And I've seen it even across from me, on San Jacinto.
Yeah.
Down there. People go down there and try to camp. They open their doors of their truck, turn up a boombox, and it's, 10:30 at night. They illicit drugs, et cetera. Those sort of things, I think we have a responsibility to our citizens first, period. And if that's going on and that continues and we can't stop it and enforce that, then we need to consider those places that just what we did on Cross Hill is blocking.
Put a physical barrier of some kind.
Yes, because and as we grow, that's not going to go away. It's going to get worse.
Well,
or it could.
I think if we can do it, again, working with the attorney, if we could, by ordinance or whatever, give something that officially denies access beyond a point, it gives the police department a tool.
Yes, it does.
To enforce traffic that may be down there. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to say, signs cost money, but in the grand scheme of things, they're not that expensive.
Yes, sir.
We could have a real cutesy little sign that's branded and everything that says, "This is a Castro paper street, pedestrian access only beyond this point."
I don't think you want to call it out.
Well, I mean, to make it clear that this is
it's like a no trespassing sign. It also has the.
It doesn't say that.
Well, I'm just telling you, it says pedestrian access beyond this point
only.
That
I do that.
Also, if you have an ordinance in place and anyway, we have similar signs for no parking, and it says by this ordinance. We have the ordinance number, and that gives that enforcement that much more because now you've posted it and you've made them. They can't say, "Well, I didn't know." It's right there.
And if you have the sign, you don't have to get in an argument about what point is improved or what is not.
True.
Where you put the sign beyond that point.
So Phil's going to get one of those signs?
Well,
of course he.
That's a joke.
No, because see, I don't see that. I see he's using the right of way, so his improvement says basically anybody can use the improvements in the right of way.
Right. He would get a sign at the end of his driveway.
At the end of his driveway, yes.
He would get a sign.
Yes.
I'm not necessarily saying put it all the way up at the front, but at the back.
No, exactly.
Where we say
the
you
line
can't
is.
drive your truck past.
Right. That's all I'm asking. Mr. Lee?
You know that I do, don't you?
People need target practice.
We have been kicking this thing around for the 25 years I've lived here.
Yes,
let's go back to the first thing on paper streets. And there have been many attempts for the adjacent property owners that want to buy those streets. And that was been soundly defeated every time that it came up to council by the citizenry.
Right.
But I'm definitely in concurrence with if the portion of the street has got some kind of a surface material on it to allow normal vehicle access, that is no longer a paper street. Paper street is when it, there's nothing been done to it, period. Okay. And if there is an improved portion of the street by the city, maybe, or even the property owner, to that point, then everybody has legal access to that. Past that point, not, except on foot, maybe, or a bicycle. And I got complaints aplenty from the people that had areas along San Jacinto, and most people, just like me, because I got one of those streets going to the river, we maintain a lot of that area ourselves. That it really is the city's responsibility, and so they'd have grass down there, all that kind of stuff, and they'd have a pretty good slope going up to San Jacinto. People would go down there in their vehicles, and they couldn't get out because it was too slick. And so now they're tearing up everything under the sun. There's no markers there to say this is my property edge or that kind of stuff. So only allowing pedestrian access, if you will, or non-vehicular access past the improved point makes perfect sense. That would let people put a sign or a chain up, but it needs to have a sign on there that basically says pedestrian access past this point allowed. Okay, something like that.
Basically what David said, yeah.
Okay. And as far as London Street go, that is not a paper street. It has been improved. I own the two lots on the corner, right where it turns to the top going up to Cross Hill. Cross Hill has a historical marker on it. People have routinely driven up there over the years just for the scenic lookout. And the hiking trails obviously go up there also. I first became aware that there was a blockade on that road continually from the radio club that has to get up there every few weeks to reprogram some of their equipment. And so talked to Mr. Dixon about it and said, well, if it's locked, they could make arrangements ahead of time to have the gate open, blah, 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 blah. And yes, I did talk to you and your brother and your mother. And it seemed that most of the problems were being there at night, correct?
Well, some of it happened during the day also, because not to mention the radio, I've had like 10 different guys that say they work for the radio and just drive up.
Okay.
When I go up there, they're just standing there just watching them. So really technically, I don't know who's with the radio, who's what. They shouldn't be up on where the process is. It should be where the city property, where the water tank is, where the antenna says.
Well, those are different radios. I mean, there's several different kinds of radio systems up there. The city has some radio systems. The repeater, the ham radio club has some systems up there. They've now put mesh-tastic radio systems up there. And so it's not a paper street. It is, and like I said, I drove up there. I did maintenance on my property and all the rest of that kind of stuff.
I understand that, but what I'm trying to say is there's no radio antenna, nothing on the cross.
Well, I understand there's nothing on the cross. We're just talking about they needed access to that area. Well, okay.
You have 10 different other people going saying, hey, I work for a radio station, and they're not there, they're doing other stuff.
Well, I would not get in a dispute with them on that. How would they even know the stuff was up there? But there's a bunch of different systems up there. But my point is, it is not a paper street. And my discussions with the mayor and with you guys was basically have the city close the street at night and only open it in the morning. Otherwise, have it shut unless there's a safety issue going up to the top of the hill. And beyond that, it becomes a police issue. And so we don't solve police issue problems by closing streets. We did in one case around the Park Perimeter Road. We had a lot of drug dealings going on in the back corner there and a bunch of other streets. So, my recommendation was allow that street to be locked. Allow that street to be locked at night and opened in the morning. And if it was in a condition that it's not safe for vehicular traffic, and I believe the city has to go up there every day, do they not? Hello, Mayor?
The city at the water tank, no.
Okay.
No.
They do go up there weekly, I know.
You don't go up there every day, do you? No. Do you still have a generator up there? Okay. And that's where your main controls are for your water wells, off of the tank. Yeah, so you may go up there every day. You may go up there once a week. You may go up as needed. Yes, sir. Right. There's a lot of them on there.
Bullet mark.
Yes, sir.
Of course, it was a lot of concerns. We did add a light for him on the pole out there just to illuminate it, so that way the shady people didn't go up there.
Right.
It was mainly for safety issues. There was
Okay.
people up there late at night. He did bring to our attention there was, animal remains that were dumped there.
a lot of it, I'm no disrespect to Councilman Lee, a lot of folks, that property on that hill, a lot of it is in its natural habitat, and a lot of property owners allow it to remain in its natural habitat. Not every property, and they have the right, but not every property owner regularly accesses the property up there. But I'm not saying they don't have the right to do that. I just want to, we want to make sure everybody has good access, but we also want to maintain safety and security. I guess what I'm going to ask is if city council is agreeable, maybe by motion, maybe whatever, but I'd like to propose that we turn this over to the city administrator to work with the attorney to draft an ordinance as discussed to try to address some of these paper streets. I mean, we can come back and talk about specific issues for where people need access, but in general, to prohibit vehicle access beyond improved surface areas. Would you make the motion?
I'll second it.
The motion,
You want me to read it?
you can.
We don't have to.
Well, did I surmise what the motion is?
Yes.
Basically is to direct the city administrator to prepare an ordinance
With legal counsel to
with
review.
council to restrict vehicle traffic on unimproved.
Public roadways.
Right. Okay. I think we've had a lot of discussion. Bob Lee, I appreciate your comments on this
You're going to
too.
get some more.
Okay, go right ahead, sir.
We've had a motion and a second and has discussion.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm saying go right ahead, sir.
Okay, this street, London and whatever the other one is that goes to the top, Alsace, whatever.
Alsace.
Those are not paper streets, so they're really not part of this agenda item. I think we need to handle this agenda item to do with the paper streets as we discussed. But that street is not a paper street because we have our own equipment and property owners access that all the time. And so,
okay,
just like the radio people do. So that's a different issue than paper streets.
Okay.
And so we probably need to bring this back again to determine how you want to handle that. And,
let me, does the motion, well, I don't want to recreate anything. I got it. We can bring that back.
So the not paper streets will be a future agenda item. The two that are significantly improved all the way that we might still want to close. Those will just be a future agenda item.
Well, I honestly, I came in this with the idea that we would close the paper streets to vehicle traffic beyond that and authorize improved areas. And the second part of that was city council would reserve the right to close any street based on safety and security needs of the city.
Which it generically has.
Which it generically has anyway. So whether that's this street or not, that's a discussion down the road.
I don't think you could make that a general thing. You'd have to be specific about the street.
Okay.
Generically, we have the authority.
You have the authority, but you
absolutely
name the street as you do it, just like you name stop signs. Okay, motion made, second. Draft an ordinance, work with legal counsel.
Yes, sir.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Same sign? No. Move on. Thank you. Let's move to the next item. It has discussion appropriate action on city mosquito abatement services. I think they did it tonight at 8:00, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
Are they done?
Is it? As I said, I think it's going to last at least a couple hours.
You did do my extra street, right? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
This initial run is just the trial basis to get the route in.
Okay.
So he added it in the route, and then if he does get a second treatment, he's going to have to.
Okay, I don't want to take away Scott's, but I'm trying to move us along. But thank you very much, and I apologize if I can. Do you have any staff lined up to try to get the non-commercial applicator's license?
We're looking around right now.
Okay. I don't know if that's what they still do. I know that's what it used to be. It was a non-commercial applicator's license for pest and weeds, and basically that was the minimum license required to do vector control spraying?
I'm pretty sure the ag extension office
Or an ag,
offers that training.
ag will do that too. And I think so. Just, I think for the long haul, that might be a good thing to look into. But
Yeah, we'll just need to identify someone who can take on that role.
Sure.
And then the other thing we're looking at is the equipment the city invested in.
Right.
Doesn't seem like that long ago, but I mean, it hasn't been used in the time I've been here that I'm aware of, not the city's owned equipment. So we're good looking at that to see if it can be salvaged. And I'll as soon as I know on that, I'll let you know. Go ahead.
Do you have any idea what is the residual? How long is the spray?
Like 2 to 3 days.
Okay, so
the efficacy.
So do you have a recommendation to do this on a recurring basis, or
Yeah,
just
so
a one and done?
yeah, so in the support materials for council, what we're recommending, this would come out of the streets budget.
Yes.
My thought is where that would belong. It belongs in the general fund somewhere, but I would think probably in the streets budget and kind of right away maintenance or whatever. But I want to be clear on like fogging and its efficacy. It only really gets the adult mosquitoes.
Yep.
So its efficacy only lasts a couple of days. And what is generally done by other cities and what's recommended, there's a 10-week period that's really not now. It's more in the spring.
Right.
Yeah, April to July. So we're really out of it. We're doing the fogging now because it took a few weeks. Bureaucracies don't move quickly. But from the time that it got looked at and us getting together. So we're moving as quickly as we can. But bottom line, this really isn't the best time of year to do it normally.
You probably have more issues around the river right now because it's not flowing.
Right.
Because you could take a bowl of water, a dog bowl, and set it out there, and mosquitoes will magically breed with standing water.
Yeah.
So the property along the river where the pools are and the water's not moving water
And
will
the
not
solution
breed
for
mosquitoes.
that, honestly,
Moving water will not. Stagnant water, stale water will.
Yeah. So the solution for that, if it's if it has enough oxygen in that water to
Right.
support it, is to get mosquito fish.
Right.
And that's something we can probably look at doing. Mosquito fish. There is a recommended breed is the wrong word, but mosquito fish that cities use. Like, so in another city that I managed, this was one of the many ways that we treated, but we would put mosquito fish in places where there was deep and standing water that was there for an extended period of time. They're tiny, look like minnows.
Yeah, they're great.
But they will eat.
Right.
Great aquarium fish for little kids.
Right. They will eat quite a few mosquitoes. So where possible, that would actually be a way better treatment than fogging. Again, fogging really where that's most effective and where you see cities using that is usually prior to events.
Right.
So if you're going to have a July 4th or you're going to have a picnic out, whatever your community does, you would fog that area the night or the day before.
Back when
so
the
that
city
you
had
get
regular
that
rainfall,
2-day residual.
it worked.
Yeah.
Back when we had regular rainfall.
When was that?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
I guess maybe this is something for the newsletter. I mean, every little bit helps, but did you know type thing?
Yeah.
Standing water of any kind, even in a little kid's pool that's full of water for a week, will breed mosquitoes.
Well, in a cap, I mean, you're
standing water will breed them.
Breed mosquitoes.
If somebody, and I hope they're not, but if somebody over irrigates and has ponding water in their yard, it will breed them.
Ms. Irwin says thank you.
I just wanted to make that point, that maybe that's a PR thing.
Well, and I know one of the concerns people have is like in our bar ditches, and
Yes.
Mr. Irwin brought
Yes.
this up. Generally, it hasn't been an issue because we haven't had rain frequent enough. That
Right.
Generally, you will have. I mean, everybody sees it. You'll have standing water.
Right.
That standing water will be gone within 4 to 5 days.
Yes, sir.
And you're not going to breed a million mosquitoes off of that.
But it's the
just
ones
not there long
It's the
enough.
ones that stay.
It's the ones that stay, and that's really more along the river. And there are maybe a couple, 1 or 2 places that have that when it's not breeding season.
Just wanted to point that out. I appreciate what you're doing. Does anybody have any comments on that?
I do.
Yes.
I saw a message regarding the spraying that was going to start this evening, but it was somebody copied it and post it on Nextdoor, what different advertising methods are we using? Because I don't get anything on the iInfo thing.
We've got to fix that for you.
Yeah, it's been going on for
You
years.
didn't get it?
No, I haven't. I've never gotten it in the entire time it started.
Yeah, I don't.
So we need to look at that to make sure that all the news is getting out.
Okay.
You know, I'll use all methods possible. Then when we lost our individual that was qualified to do this, why wasn't this on the city's radar to get this fixed?
Yeah, I don't think that. I think that predates any of my stuff.
Okay,
I mean,
I'm just saying. You know,
I agree, though. That's. I mean, I don't know if it was in. That's the other thing is. I'll have to. Anyway, I need to go back through job descriptions and see if it's actually in any of our job descriptions as a requirement.
Yeah.
So anyway.
And then same with the equipment. Why wasn't it looked at? We may not have had a person to operate it. Why weren't we keeping up with
been maintained.
maintenance? Correct. So that's all. That's what I have.
That's the frustrating part. We've invested in equipment, and then
no matter what, you got to keep the stuff up to date. That way, when you do get the body,
you
can go to work. Okay, that's all I have on that one.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I do have one question on our equipment, and we're looking at that to see if it's repairable.
Yeah, salvageable. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then how long do you think that?
I don't know. I'm waiting on a response from a gentleman that we reached out to, so hopefully soon.
Yeah. Anything else?
I have no comment.
Huh?
I have no comment.
Mr. Lee?
I put 5 gallons of motor oil on the part behind my house, so it should be good.
That's not true. He's joking. That's a joke.
Oil, right?
No, that's not even allowed.
Okay.
But vegetable oils of some kinds are.
No
Okay.
oil of any kind.
Okay. Thank you.
Like you said.
Thank you for this. Anything else on this subject? No? Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break at 10:30 p.m.
Let's take a 2-day break.
Park sports here on Thursday.
And you.
Ian's here tomorrow.
Thank
All right, thank y'all.
Thank you.
You're not staying for the budget. John's not here either, right?
Thank you.
I'll let you know how it goes.
I was saying, it's okay. No, I don't expect the requirements. It is coming up. I think it's absolutely.
We'll be here till midnight.
Better not.
I'm telling you. We still got the budget to go.
I'm running out of system time.
I'm running out of time, period.
Do we really need to have the budget done? Could it go to the next meeting?
I'm telling you.
Would you like to have a separate budget meeting to go over the rest?
Absolutely.
Then Phil will be here and then we can.
Absolutely.
We can skip it for tonight.
We'll have to, the only thing is, the issue is on, our next meeting is our first budget hearing. So the thing is, is trying to nail down.
Well, we'd have to
what
have
our
a meeting
budget
before
is.
that.
Well, I'm telling you what, I'm going somewhere. No, I'm not, I'm going
A
out
couple of,
next week.
I think, Mayor, do you think maybe 2 hours, 2.5 hours we finish the budget stuff?
Huh?
That's why I didn't know we could have a separate.
Oh, yeah, it won't take long.
Well, he's leaving.
You know,
Hey,
I'm
time out.
I'm gonna turn
Time
this
out.
pumpkin in about 30 minutes.
Time out. He's going out of town. I'm going out of town. I'm going to a seminar. He's going on a cruise.
I'll be out of town next week.
No. Okay. I'm going to my city. I'm going to the legislative update for the city. And it's in Georgetown. So it's close.
Because, you know,
Yeah,
our
it's
budget
crazy.
discussion tonight could go for some
I
time.
don't remember what time y'all's. What do y'all? See, mine's the 20. I leave on. It's Thursday and Friday because I come back here as soon as I get through to put up the agenda. And me and him's working on the agenda next week. Oh, sorry. Anyway, I don't know. Talk to wherever he went to and see.
You know, is the microphone on?
Yes, the live stream is on. It stays on.
Catch that?
I was trying to.
I think everything's working. I checked it like 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, I mean, so cross our fingers, hope, what is it? It's not hope to die. Whatever it
Yeah.
was.
Cross my heart.
There you go.
Cross my heart. No,
Cross my heart. Hope not.
why didn't he say that when we were?
I don't know. Maybe it's because we didn't figure we'd ever die.
Did the lady on London Street call the city?
No, he didn't. I told him.
Well, I talked at length to him, and he and his brother. And they,
He's the one told me.
I was there to talk to the lady and ask her, what recommendations, and she told me about the animals. And,
Well, we gotta do the budget part. We gotta.
What part do you report
how
on?
she took the
We gotta hang
conversation,
out.
I don't know, because I was just asking questions about things.
That's shocking. You had a conversation with somebody and they're offended afterwards? I can't imagine it.
Yeah, same with you.
It's so
They're
weird.
wanting to see about having a meeting next week on the budget.
Anyway,
Are
so.
you here?
No, I'm not here.
That's what I couldn't remember when he's leaving.
Who
I
wanted
said,
that?
they do. Because we don't want to go up tonight.
It's gonna be a short discussion, I hope.
Stepped away.
Well,
That was who was calling, so.
Because you
Well,
leave-
should-
Sorry,
you
I
should
don't
move the
care
report items
what
to.
we're doing.
He's
after they
good.
have their
Oh, yeah.
board meeting.
He's,
He's on a
Just gotta
district.
take a
well, they're back in
That's how he's.
court.
I said, well, you're a midnight. They said, I hope
So
I'm
you
telling
post,
you.
and you
You
post,
will be.
yeah. But, yeah, he told me.
Because I said, no, we gotta figure out. I said, one, I said, we have a budget hearing the next meeting. I said, we need to have it kind of figured out.
Are-
And then two, I said, you're gone. And I was trying to look and see when. And I said, I'm gone and they're gone. So, sorry, everybody's gone.
The rest sucks.
Mr. Dixon, is there a plan to bring the comprehensive fee schedule before council before the budget is adjusted or adopted?
On purpose. We were.
Yes.
The Russians were coming in.
And the airport rental fees are listed on the comprehensive fee schedule or not anymore? I can't remember if Mr. Dyer got his wish.
Yes.
Well, we're gonna talk about those tonight.
Thank you.
The hangar fees, we're gonna talk about tonight.
Unless,
I have,
But they are.
we're supposed to let the lessees know 60 days in advance.
oh,
And we're
okay.
less than 60 days today. So I need to know tonight.
That's why.
If y'all wanna do hangar.
All right.
That's why-
Thank you.
You already know my issue is to have published.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I understand.
That's not this agenda, it's strictly.
You do a good job.
So I will try to.
So the Russians came in. They were an internet.
The hangar lease is the ones I'm most concerned about, but really it's the same process for both.
Well, no, because in the ordinance, it says staff as a flexible suggestion.
Right.
We did.
Based upon.
10:35, let's go back to get meeting here.
Do that again so I can turn my recorder back on.
10:35, let's go back, call this meeting back to order. I love to hit that thing. Sometimes a little,
I can tell.
okay, if I break it, okay. Next item is, discussion possible action on hangar rental rate adjustments for the Castroville Municipal Airport. Mr. Lee.
I'm good with it.
What?
I would say we need to live up to our initial discussion with all the tenants out there when we did this and built new hangars.
Okay,
We established a rental rate for a hangar based upon square footage and what our cost was to build a hangar and to get a reasonable rate of return while paying off the debt. And basically, just like we are going to do with the employees in the city, we raise the rents based upon the CPI. And that is in a number of ground lease contracts
yes, sir.
and others that it'll be raised by the CPI. There have been some people that thought, hey, we could get a cash cow here. Let's, they're charging X here, X there, and X there. So let's jack this sucker up. And as you heard me articulate in a poor fashion previously, I think unless there's some compelling reason to have council take some other action, we need to stick with the CPI increase. Now,
Okay,
there are different CPI increases. There's some that are different for food, some that are different for housing, some that
Right.
are for other things. And those are kind of, mashed together into a big ball. But, and when the time comes and it really isn't here, sort of, is the terminal is the only thing that is not published in the fee schedule for those particular rooms. And I think they need to be, so we can talk about that at the budget portion. And again, council being the one that establishes those.
okay, the hangar rental, so if I make sure I understand
What's
this.
your proposed for the hangar?
The hangar rental rate adjustments The hangar rates are based on a value per square foot based on the type of hangar and the construction and what have you goes, and it's subject to an annual increase based on CPI.
Mhm.
Did I say that properly?
I think so. One point I'd like to raise.
Yes.
Ground lease. The people that are building their own large hangars out there.
Yes.
You know, we get those hangars for free.
After time.
Okay, after a time. And so if I was going to make any kind of a consideration for a ground lease rate, I would do that because those hangars now that they built within the last 3 or 4 years, they're worth about $350,000 a piece.
Okay.
Okay, which we get for free if
Right.
we were to get them today. So
Okay.
needs to be in our thought
Okay.
process.
May I ask you, Mr. Dixon, for comments on that, please?
Sorry, yeah. One other comment was from our airport manager, Mike was looking at the leases and he pointed out, I think he's pointed this out at least once, probably twice, but the notification period in our lease, we tell them in each written lease that we're going to give them 60 days notice before the change. But then elsewhere it says that the city has the right to change the amount based on the CPI as of October 1st. And what he recommended is that on new leases going forward, that we remove that language, that 60-day notification provision if it's allowed, if there's no legal reason to have it in there, simply because it adds an additional challenge for council or
Right, if you don't get the notices out.
which we aren't. Right now, we are not meeting the
Right,
60 days.
right.
We're like 54.
Well, so on new leases, you just put it in there that here's the lease subject to a CPI increase.
Annual.
Annual CPI increase.
Well,
Move
I
on.
think you said remove the 60-day notice.
Yeah.
Right.
Right,
But leave that portion.
yeah,
correct.
and then there it is. So
That's my only comment.
That's the least you're signing. Okay. Anybody else have any comments? No? Okay.
Well, I
Sir.
was just going to say
Yes, sir.
that I don't think we need to do it this year, but there was information in there about there are significant capital improvements coming up that the airport will need. Is that correct? Was that in the?
Yes.
Yes, that's
Uh,
correct.
So in the future, the rate increases may not be strictly CPI based. Basically, it's just what I want to make a note
I
of.
understand that
That's what I
thought,
addressed
but
all
when
ago.
it comes to the hangar leases, just my own comment, we have a waiting list to a degree.
Yeah.
I don't want to give it away, but I don't want to price this out of the market either. So,
That's
but
what-
I understand your point too. Okay? Fair enough? Pay us more money, John.
All right, so.
As I said in the last airport advisory board meeting, maybe general aviation, I am a strong believer that it's better off making a fast nickel rather than slow down.
I understand.
I will leave it at that simple statement.
Thank you. Do we need any action on this one? We just support the
Oh, there's a
continued pro-
motion.
Yeah, there's a motion.
Oh, what is the motion? I
Yeah.
apologize.
I'll
Yes,
make
I think
it.
we should get to read
I
it.
got it. I move to approve a 2.7% increase to the Castroville Municipal Airport hangar rental rates effective 1 October 2025 in alignment with the June 2025 Consumer Price Index and to support the airport's anticipated operational and capital needs.
I second.
Motion made and second for a CPI increase at the airport on the hangar rents. No further discussion. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? None. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Let's go to the next item. Discuss an appropriate action on airport business applications protocol. I know Mr. Lee will talk about that, but I'm going to tell you, I don't know why we don't do that. I think as far as in today's world, we need to do as much background check as we can for people operating at the airport.
I'd like to make a
Sorry.
point that Ms.
Go ahead.
Hal brought up, we actually already have a council resolution to have that happen. And I think that corporate memory got lost, and so they dropped it in a few cases. So if I'm not incorrect, Ms. Hal, is that not correct? It's already on the books for us to do that.
Yeah, the resolution is in y'all's backup.
Okay.
And he just so happened, he signed it as mayor.
Oh.
In 2010, the council did a resolution on that.
To provide the checks, okay.
It has the minimum application standards on, for
Mr.
business activity, for business.
Mr. Lee, are you okay with that?
Yeah.
We already have a resolution. No action on this item. Move forward. Next item, item L. Discussion and appropriate action to authorize an FAA compliant appraisal of airport land used by the Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association to establish fair market value. Payment to airport of that value requires city council to be sole entity representing the airport to include negotiating and approving. City council to be a sole entity representing the airport to include negotiating and approving ground leases. Mr. Lee.
Can I ask if all of council read the background information?
Yeah.
Okay, and I think I said in there, I don't think there's really any fault involved in any of this. It was, a lack of maybe corporate memory or record keeping or whatever. And since I believe it's been established, and council can decide if it's been established, that the municipal water system, after it leaves the well, has been the property of and maintenance responsibility of the Castroville municipal water system. And Mr. Dixon, I think, doing due diligence to try to respond to the, you can speak to that, the FAA's concern. You see the compliance inspection. I don't know if council saw that compliance inspection last year or not, but there were a number of things that they found issue with. Primarily, they had a big problem with fair market value for the ball fields. And there is a process in FAA guidelines for getting a appraisal by someone that's preferably familiar with that particular type of property to establish what fair market value is. And the FAA does require that the airport get fair market value for the property used in a situation like we have with the Medina Valley Youth Baseball. Would you, anything you'd like to address on that? So y'all have read it all, and I'm asking us to get that appraisal done by someone that meets the FAA qualifications, and basically the airport will need to be compensated in some way for that fair market value of the facility. And you can see historically what's happened with that. Some money here, some money there, up and down. And what struck me was when I saw that the airport had not received a fair market value for the property going back 20-something years, that and the city providing free water in support of what is obviously a good community service to provide has cost the city and the airport hundreds of thousands of dollars that directly went into support of the Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association. And so we normally don't do that for other organizations. And since the FAA had some issue with that, and has since I've lived here, I think we need to correct that. And that would be to get the appraisal done, get that established, determine how we're going to compensate the airport for the use of that land, and turn that corrected information back into the FAA.
So I have a few questions.
Yes, sir.
You have require city council to be the sole entity representing the airport to include negotiating and approving ground leases. I believe the sort of remark you made in your backup was that we've handed it over to the parks system for that lease. Still comes before city council, correct?
Yeah.
It's not like Jonah negotiates or signs it. It is city council still.
So,
but I guess is that actually a change from what we're doing right now if city council is still the one who reviews and negotiates and
somewhere
signs
in the last few years,
contract?
Council gave that responsibility to the parks. It was never there before, to my knowledge, and unless it's happened in the last few years, because as I said, you're talking apples and oranges.
But what do you? Can you be specific about what responsibility you think has been devolved to the Parks Board or Parks Department?
Well, the contract on the field is with the Parks Department, and I'm going, why? It's really the City Council's responsibility to do that, not the Parks Department, because that park has absolutely zero to do with the city parks plan. Nothing.
Okay, well, City Council is still the one that reviews and approves it.
So
I
you're
think
saying
Joan
we
is just
can-
the one
we
who
can do
signs it.
incorrectly, but as long as we still see it, it's okay?
Well, no, can I go context real quick?
I don't understand what's the change you're actually.
Okay, context. Why that is the way that is, Bob, is on the respecting why parks got involved. The lease is not with the baseball association, the ground lease. It's with, it's between the airport and the city basically subleases to then the baseball association. And one of the concerns was, to your earlier point, that the baseball association really, I mean, there's a lot of things that they benefit from that are unique to them that we don't do for any other organization. So at the time, the strategy, if you will, or the presentation was made to council is, look, we really want to try and normalize this relationship with the baseball association. We want to start this, instead of treating them as special and different, we want to try to treat them as we do everybody else. And so everybody else has a lease agreement or a contract or what have you for the services that are rendered at the public parks. Understanding this is not a public park, but it is land that the city leases from the airport and then subleases to the Medina Valley. So that's how that got. I don't know if that, you may not agree with how it happened, but that's how and why it happened, was to try and standardize the relationship between these youth activity groups and the city. And the primary group that deals with youth activity groups is your parks department. I understand this is weird because it's baseball fields on property, baseball improvements on property that the city doesn't own. The baseball improvements were put in by somebody else, not the city, and they're on property the city doesn't own. It's owned by the airport. So it's weird, but we were trying to normalize that. That was how that ended up. But to David's point, the contract and the terms of the contract and everything about that contract still goes through a council authorization and approval process. And believe you me, the council had input and made changes, and those changes were, spelled out in the contract, and it wasn't approved until the council was satisfied.
Who negotiates the contract?
Again, it's just like anything else. The council appoints whoever is going to negotiate, right? So, like, council is negotiating with these who negotiates development agreements. Well, I'm just saying.
With the parks and the ball field.
All right. Myself and the parks director, whoever that is at the time.
Okay, and that's my problem. It should be between the city council and the Medina Valley Youth Baseball League.
But you don't have you're represented by your professional staff, and that's you empower your staff to negotiate. You tell them the terms you want them to negotiate for. So the council's still effectively negotiating, but you're not doing the direct negotiations. You aren't sitting down and having the meeting as council with those people. You're having them vicariously through whoever your appointee is.
Actually, we have. We did.
Okay, but that's just weird. But okay.
My question is, I'm just going to add on that. Is there a city council that supports the city leasing the airport, the property from the airport?
Say that again?
A city council action.
Is there a city council action? I apologize. Maybe I said it wrong.
Yeah, that lease was approved by council. I have to go back to the date.
Okay,
but it would have been 2023.
The point I'm getting at is I'm following the trail here.
Right.
And I understand. And I want to correct something. The city does own the property.
Yeah.
The city owns it all. The city owns the airport.
I'm trying to distinguish.
The city owns the airport.
You're right.
The fact that the airport works separately, the city owns it. Okay? So the
Right.
city is literally leasing the property from itself, which is literally
I know.
to that airport fund.
Yeah.
Okay? So that's a council
You're right.
decision. And then once the city has control of the lease, then the city subleased it to the airport, to the Little League.
To the Little League.
Am I correct in that?
Yes.
I got it. I understand that. I guess the issue that Mr. Lee is raising is the lease amount is not enough.
Well, there was two issues to David's point. One was, who's doing the negotiating, and I think Councilman Lee's made it clear that he would like a direct role by council. I don't think that's appropriate. But again, that's coming from.
That's a minor portion.
Yeah.
Of
anyway,
this issue.
The other issue is the amount, and you and I have talked about this a lot, not a lot, but several times.
Yeah, sure.
It's just, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. You're taking out of one pocket and putting in the other, but I don't have any objection. Whatever you want to, you tell me what you want to do. And I think what Councilman Lee is recommending tonight is that we first go out and get an appraisal, that appraisal be done by someone who understands what the FAA requires, which my understanding is in the past, we've used Trigon as a consultant to do that for us. But I'm sure there's others we could reach out to if you wanted to. But point is, we get to make sure I'm not putting words in your mouth, but I think I understand. Go get someone to get that appraisal, find out what that amount is, and then come back to council and say, okay, now this is the amount, and how are you going to pay for it? And that would open up an opportunity to say, well, maybe the baseball league should pay for it, or maybe the city pays for it, or maybe you split the cost, or whatever you do. Right.
I have a question on that, and I don't want to open this can of worms, and I really want to go down this rabbit hole, but I'm going to ask this. If you got an FAA appraiser to come out and appraise anything at the airport, be it the ground lease for the Little League, the water rights, the farm lease, the airport hangar leases, is the city obligated to follow that FAA appraisal? Or can the city just take it under advice and still do their own?
We're supposed to be providing fair market value.
I just asked that question.
Well, originally when we did this, and you were on council, or you were mayor, I think.
I just thought I'd ask that, Scott. I'm trying to go down that because if we're going to do it on one thing, are we going to do it on everything?
I put that in here.
I'm not advocating
Got an
that, by the
unofficial
way.
appraisal.
But
You understand?
that was what the problem was.
We did, so Trigon Consulting, when the FAA inspection came about and they requested that first line item, Trigon did a land use appraisal of the different things, and that was submitted with our backup to FAA to supplement that, and they were okay with that.
I
So
never saw
Trigon-
that, but I requested it. I've never seen it.
I sent you the email.
Well, I saw some documentation to do with the ball fields and the water, municipal water system and so forth. But as far as an appraisal of the ball fields by a certified appraiser, that I did not see.
Well, I don't know if this is certified, but Trigon Consulting did that appraisal for us, so we could send that back to the FAA, and they accepted it, so.
Now, as far as the water, really quick, and we've had this conversation, it is a public water system. It's a non-community one but it's a public water system because of the activities out there. The TNRCC or whatever, it was assigned to the city back in the early 90s. So the well serves two purposes. It was constructed as a municipal well when it was drilled, with the purposes of turning it back into the city, which didn't get done as the city needed it. But anyway, the way it's operated now, and I'm assuming this is correct, everybody out there at the airport that uses water has a water bill, water meter and a water bill. Set aside the Little League, because the Little League is whatever city council has made the arrangements. They're paying for their water and what have you. But everybody gets that. It's the water system. But the well also serves for irrigation. So this is the way I believe, and I don't have the final say, I'm just telling you this. The operations of the well, so let's use some round numbers. If the water system used 10% of the water coming out of that well, then 10% of that pump and well is the responsibility of the water system. But 90% of it is the responsibility of the airport fund because it's provided for irrigation and it provides a benefit for the airport. So if that thing blows up and it costs 50 grand to fix, then the water system's on the hook for 5 and the airport's on the hook for 45.
That's right.
Just that simple. Okay? And that's not, to me, that's not argumentative. It's just the way it is. But as long as the city owns the water system, and it is a water system out there, then I don't necessarily agree with the airport being charged the operations of the water system. But that's just my opinion because it's a public water system. The city of Castroville owns 3 public water systems. Okay, if you treat the airport water system separately, then you should treat the Minion Valley one.
Well,
I
get it.
I don't want to digress. I'm just trying to make.
Well, when we're venturing into an area, airport well is kind of a separate.
Okay.
Will be a
but he
separate
brought
discussion.
that in there.
But let's go back. I know, but let's go back to the value and
Okay.
Where that is germane, where it matters is the value. Part of what the FAA accepted was our in-kind services
Right.
for maintenance of the well. And what Councilman Lee went to great pains to show me, and what you kind of confirmed over conversations, is that that's really not accurate, because a good portion of that maintenance cost is really just the water utility is the beneficiary. It's not all the airport. So you're doing $45,000 worth of work on an annual basis for that well site, but that's not all attributable to the airport. So they're not getting that if they were having to pay it. And so I understood the logic, and it makes sense. My question would be, just for Chuck and for Brianna, what was the value? Was there a value if we took that apart, if we took that out of the equation, the in-kind value that we identified, what was the value that was placed on the 18 acres of baseball fields that would have been fair market lease value? Do we have an idea of what that is? And
I don't have it off the top of my head.
yeah, I wouldn't expect you to. But.
So Trigon had prepared an analysis of this for the first, I think, interaction.
Could you get a microphone, please?
You can actually, if you want to set
that
up
one?
there.
That'll work.
Chuck Friesenhahn.
Yeah, Chuck
Trigon.
Friesenhahn with Trigon Consulting. I don't have a number off the top of my head. Trigon did do an analysis of this and provided it to Brianna in the first iterations with the FAA, as I recall. And whatever the rate that was arrived at, it was based on fair market lease value for the land, okay? And let me just interject this. The FAA does not require a certified appraiser to come up with fair market value unless you're selling the land, unless they're releasing the land, okay? So for lease purposes, that's not really necessary. As far as the in-kind, I don't recall doing analysis for you on the in-kind.
You did not.
Public Works, yeah.
Yeah. So it goes back to, just what the value is. And I'm just we're trying to bring this full circle. I think the direction that Councilman Lee is requesting that council would need to ratify. I said this before, and I'm saying it tongue in cheek, and it kind of backs up what the mayor said. We own the airport. The city owns everything.
Right.
We have a solution, whether it's really correct or the right approach. It could be debated, as it has been. But the fact of the matter is, we have something that's been accepted by the FAA. They've said, yes, verily, this is fine. We're only asking, we're really putting ourselves into so it's not really about satisfying the FAA. They've been satisfied. They're fine with it. Were they hoodwinked into being satisfied? You could make that argument too, because maybe they didn't understand all the particulars. Bottom line is, they said that the way we're doing it is fine. So the decision for council is, do you want us to go through that process, as Councilman Lee has proposed, to get it appraised? It sounds like we don't have to have a appraiser necessarily do that, but have some kind of method for validating the ground lease value of the baseball fields. And then whatever that outcome is, do you want us to bring that back to council to incorporate into our general fund budget in some way, shape, or form, so that we, the city, whole on the airport side?
If I could interject, and I think you touched on it a while ago, the thing hopefully that can be addressed here is the portions of the water, when you talk about the in-kind and all the work that's done out there, and the portion of that is attributable to the ball fields, Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association, and the portion that goes to the airport itself, which the airport pays water service charges just as any customer. So if that were, balanced out, I think it'd be fair.
Well, so I want to make sure I understand this correctly. Whatever the airport, the Little League, there's a meter.
That's right.
So it's accounted for.
That's right.
Whether they pay it or the city absorbs it, it's accounted for in the public water use.
That's
Through the
right.
meter,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so
And the farmer
irregardless,
and the farmer's use is accounted for
Okay.
in its acre fee.
but what I'm getting at is on the Little League, irregardless who pays it, that's not an airport issue. As long as the water is accounted for when you prorate the expenses in maintaining that well,
One other,
what's it matter?
Yeah,
To the
but
airport
it's just
fund.
it's just we aren't doing that presently. Like I said, there's
So you're not accounting for the water as part of the public water system?
no, we're not prorating the second part of what you said.
Okay.
Prorating the expenses.
If that,
We are not prorating the
I know, but
expenses.
if we did,
there's a way to do it.
There's
you
a
could
way to
take
do
the
it,
farmers
but-
use,
but-
the airports use, and the ball field use, and you can separate those out.
but the ball field used is part of the public water system. In adding that, the irrigation, on the other hand, is all the other water pumped.
yeah, so just a note on that.
But the irrigating lease, and I don't know what changed it, and I don't know who changed it. I'm not here to debate that. But in years past,
He had to maintain it.
the farmer
Right.
was always the person
Responsible.
responsible for the electric bill and the maintenance of that well as part of
And
the
any
lease.
maintenance and repair.
Of that as
on
part of
the
the
well,
lease.
because
I don't know how that got changed.
irrigation is roughly 90%
Right.
of the use of the well.
But the cost of operating that well was charged to the irrigator as part of their lease.
Right.
And I don't know why.
That was
I don't know how
always in
that
the
got
farmer's
changed.
lease.
Yeah.
And I don't
How many
know if
gallons
it's
are in
not
an
there.
acre foot?
325,851.
All right. So and how many acre feet does the farmer?
236.
236. But he often leases more because he'll overpump, right? So
I understand.
He'll deliver more. So 236 is the minimum.
Well, who pays the electric bill for the pump?
I don't know, but I was going to let me finish. So 236.
The farmer's
to your
supposed to be
point,
paying it.
I'm just giving
Yeah, yeah.
putting it in numbers that hopefully
Right.
everybody here understands. So 236 is what the farmer uses minimum
Right.
annually, and then the baseball group uses usually 1 million gallons would be a lot for them.
Okay.
That would be 3 acre feet.
Okay.
So you could just understand the order of magnitude. It's 1%, 99%.
But you're right. But that 3 acre feet, for example, used by the Little League, that's charged against the city's permit, not against anything to the airport.
That's
because
correct.
It's against the city's permit. The water lease that the city does, the 236 acre feet, goes for city use, period. It's no longer airport water once that lease is done.
Right, but there's 230. There's 230. There's the irrigated, which
Yeah.
the farmer gets, which is 236.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
236 both ways.
Yeah. So the other, you can get this even more nuanced. The fact of the matter is, the reason we're out there so often is because of the chlorination.
I understand.
If we didn't have to chlorinate it, so yeah, you know that better than most.
The irrigation causes havoc on the public water system because of trying to coordinate that well, working both ways.
Can we
I
get
was just
back
going to say,
to the issue?
it sounds like
That's what I'm trying
what
to do.
we want to see is, and what I'd like to see is brought back the data on what exactly the proration would look like, and possibly the reevaluation of the airport field appraisal.
Yeah, don't get me
I feel
wrong.
like we don't have
Yeah, I'm sorry.
the information to really know whether changing this would even make a difference. Because there's a lot of numbers being tossed around, but none of them are the actual number. It's possible that making this change would not even make a difference. So I would like to see those two numbers brought back.
Well, I don't want anybody to misunderstand my position. I want the airport fund to get everything it's entitled to, but I want the general fund to get everything it's entitled to too. So it's got to be a balance, and it can't be just one way or the other way.
So
Everybody, I mean, the stakes have got to be fair both ways.
So have I correctly singled out the two numbers that we need to determine what's fair?
Okay, we're way off track here already.
Okay.
Yes, this, freezing on, this requires fair market value for leased land, even though it also for sale.
Absolutely.
And it says, these are the appraiser's qualifications that are required. And so it's right in the FAA guidelines. And so that's what I'm asking for. What was turned into the FAA as in-kind services was incorrect. And we've already, I believe, established that the water system, not the well, the water system is owned and operated by the city. So to say that the airport's not having to pay for routine maintenance and so forth to the water system is completely incorrect. Completely incorrect. It's really not even a discussion item. It was made in good faith, assuming that the airport owned the water system at the time. But we now know that's not the case. So to say that the FAA is happy with that in-kind thing is not true. Because they don't know what the truth is, but we do.
The only in-kind that the airport fund benefits from is the portion of the water that goes for the airport terminal and a
That's right.
restroom, which is like little over 1% of the total amount that's pumped. And so that should then be taken against the fair market value of the 18 acres, however much per acre. And as I recall now, the analysis that Trigon did, we based it on aviation use of those 18 acres, okay? So if they had hangars there, which they would if the ball fields hadn't been there over the last 50 years, there'd certainly be hangars there because it's ideal land for that. And so if you take that amount that the airport fund should be getting, minus what the city is providing in kind and water to the airport, that gives you a fair value of what the airport fund should be getting.
I believe this is the next part that I'm sure we'll have discussions on this. I believe the city council, I want to believe that the city council made decisions based on the funding and expenses of the airport based on a good faith effort on what they believed was correct at the time. The fact that I'm now here telling you contrary information, I don't believe is grounds enough to go back and recreate the wheel. We fix it, move on. That's my opinion.
What does that mean? I don't understand what you're saying.
That means what was done last year was done in good faith by the city council in where they assessed the in-kind cost and things like that. And now I come here, we have a different story that we can work through this and we move on from this point. That's my position.
Okay, I still don't understand what you're telling me. Are you saying we still accept that the airport's responsible for the maintenance of the city municipal water system? And that's an in-kind trade?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, well, I'm not asking you because I understand what you're saying, because I don't understand what you're saying. Okay, my proposal in here is to get an appraisal done in compliance with the FAA guidance of the use of that property for what it's now being used for. And basically say, here's what the airport is due in order to have that property. And this is not an arbitrary thing. This is part of our thing from the government way back in 30s or 40s when we got the airport. Okay, they're the ones that require this. This is not a flip a coin, shall we do this kind of a thing. And so get that fair market value, and then we'll have to find a way to compensate the airport for that fair market value. The FAA was very particular, very specific in saying that, you know, what's currently being given to the airport is far, far, far under what its fair market value is. And then once we get that done, we give that correct information back to the FAA. But what they're now getting is not correct information.
And it should not have the in-kind
nope.
Going for the 97% of the water that's for irrigation for the farmer. I mean, that's another transaction. That's what the farm lease. The farmer's supposed to be paying for that.
The in-kind that's reflected by the city is really a non-issue. It shouldn't even enter the discussion because it's owned by the city municipal water system.
So bringing this back, action item for staff is go get it appraised
by an appraiser in accordance with the FAA guidelines.
You said we have to know about it.
You have a motion.
Is that a motion?
Can we wait till Mr. Marksman's back in here because he walked out? I keep writing down that y'all keep leaving me and that you come back because you don't announce it.
I know you.
Oh, I apologize. I lost my quorum.
It's so,
You didn't
well,
lose
you
your
did
quorum.
lose your quorum, but if you
You
want
lose
him to be
regular.
involved. with
It's
this
a regular
decision-
council meeting. That's right. Okay, thank you. It's a regular council meeting. You found my spot.
That way he can
Phew.
at least be in
Okay.
on the
All right.
decision.
So there's, I think, a motion, but it'll be made.
Is there is that a motion, Mr. Lee?
To get appraisal.
That we go to the official appraisal? Sure, that's fine, that'll work.
Okay. Motion to official appraisal and come back. Is there a second for this motion?
I'll second.
A second. Motion made and second for the appraisal. Is there any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Pose same sign. Move on. All right. Do we need to talk about anything else about that? City council be sole entity representing the airport to include negotiating and approving ground leases. I believe the city council's the entity anyway. When you negotiate, Scott, you represent the city. When Brianna negotiates, you represent the city. Sergeant, if you negotiate, you represent the city as directed by the city council. So I'm not exactly sure the city owns the airport. The city does the negotiations or has the final say on things. Scott?
Yeah, we've been here a long time, but I think Councilman Lee's
I
comment was, he just want to make sure the city council was one making the decision.
The final say.
And
I
wanna
agree
make
with
it
that.
clear that you don't, not only do you have the final say, but you also have the interim say. Like, we always try to go to
Right.
you to figure out the terms, and I can point to examples in the
Agreed.
existing leases that the council changed as a result of those ongoing conversations.
I'm going to put myself in Mr. Lee's shoes. Sometimes we just want to hear that for confirmation. No disrespect.
That looks like about a size 10.
Hey, I'm trying. Okay, let's go on to the next item. Discussion appropriate action on draft proposed general fund budget. Do we have I think there was a proposal for another.
Nobody's here.
What now?
Do we want to really go over this budget, Kirk? We have.
No, I don't have the presentation. That's what I was saying earlier.
I know you
For the
don't.
general fund, I didn't prepare a presentation. I did summarize the changes that came out of the workshop.
You're right.
So that's in your agenda packet.
Right.
Pretty short summary.
I seen that. And those are the things we talked about. Those.
This is on the agenda at your request.
I know
so
that. Because I did. You had our staff, and I just wanted to put on there. We had the list of all of those items that we said one-time purchases.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
Things that wouldn't require additional stuff. Even the body cams, the library things, the new
Skagmore
Mower.
yeah, the mower, the safety equipment. That's a
the
attenuator for the back of the dump truck. Okay, I don't have a problem with that, but these are things we talked about the one time.
Right.
And then the $250,000 for streets
Right.
is to be used if funds were not available through increased revenues of sales tax, things like that. It's a fallback position.
Right.
Okay, that's pretty much it. I don't know if we're going to actually approve a budget, but I wanted to make sure if anybody had any questions on that.
Yeah, this is what's in your proposed draft that's in her office.
Yeah,
You're going to have a budget workshop, or not, I'm sorry, public hearing.
Okay.
Tonight's not really for action. It was really more just letting you
It's
know
the
this is the changes we made. That's what's in the draft. And then the public hearings will be next meeting, the 26th, and the first meeting in September.
Now, the only other thing we did ask you, or I ask, and I don't know if council concurs, is to look at all of your staff. We already know what we're doing at the PD, but look at all of your staff and see if there's any other pay adjustments that need to be made that might affect the budget. And I'm asking you that because of this is your opportunity to look at.
On general fund side, I think we're okay.
Okay.
You've got a couple of labor.
Does that make sense?
Right?
I wanted to ask that to make sure. I mean, this is about as generous as we can be, is saying, look at them. let us know if there's issues. Yes, sir.
I asked a question last time, were we meeting the Texas minimum wage requirement for a single person?
I do.
Because I didn't know, and we didn't discuss whether health insurance, retirement, all those other things were included in their pay, which would actually bump it up into the, they meet the standard.
Right.
And so my point was, even with the benefits they get from the city, if we're not up to the state recommended minimum wage for
we are there.
Person, then we need to look at raising it to that point. Wouldn't it be very much money? Actually?
Yeah, we are there when you include benefits.
Okay.
But
All
yeah,
right.
the comment I made is that usually, without really knowing the source of that document, I know you shared it with me, but like understanding where they got their data and what they're basing it on, usually people only really consider what they can spend in the grocery store as their revenue. Benefits don't matter if you can't spend in the grocery store. Yes, they cost the employer money, but they don't for those types of tables. And that table, it had a sliding scale based on how many kids they have. Well, we're not going to start hiring based on how many kids you have. And we certainly aren't going to start paying based on how many kids you have. So, but I understand it's a worthy objective to try and say, well, are we paying a living wage? And what I think I shared with y'all during the budget, and y'all have, as a city, you've made a lot of progress in that area.
Sure.
When I first got on, I want to say y'all had just raised it to a $10 minimum.
Mm-hmm.
And then now it's like basically a 15 to 17 minimum. There's not a position in the city that doesn't pay less than that. So in just 4 years, we've made a lot of strides, and there's only a few people at that level, and most of them are in a position where they're fast tracked to be able to earn more money because they're going to get certifications, they're going to get other things, they're going to earn them more hourly pay.
And I think overall, I told you this once before, you and Leroy out here. I said, this is the place to work in Castroville. I mean, it has good benefits, decent pay, move on. And that's just from folks I work with.
Yeah.
Okay. We've had our discussion. There's no action on this.
Nope.
Okay. Let's move on to item N, discuss.
Are you on general fund, right?
Yes.
I know you sent somewhat of a recap out in the budget. And
Take your thing, they can't hear you.
I didn't bring all the paperwork because it's copious. And there were some things we had talked about, and I'm going to make sure they're not in the budget, and that was refurbished bathhouse, refurbished parking areas. This is RV park. Finish out rec hall on the pool covers and Rio. Phase 2 build out of bathrooms, heater protection, and Parks and Rec, Shade Pavilion, smaller thing at Lowndes Park, playground area, swings, Lions Park, parking lot, bathroom placement, refurbishment, volleyball court at Regional Park. So none of that stuff is in the approved budget. Is that correct? All right.
And those are all options.
Right.
A lot of those are one-time expenses that at some point, if you wanted to allocate your fund balance, you could do.
But for right now, we limited those to those items, the
correct.
library, sir.
Can I ask?
And the library is ecstatic. They are moving
I
fast.
They're ecstatic.
Two things, PD and the library, we're good.
Okay. You heard my pitch toward looking at a raise in property taxes, which would basically be general fund budget kinds of things. Is this a time to determine if any of council's interested in some level of raising of property taxes to pay our determined needs?
About the time.
Yeah, that time was earlier when we talked about it. Well, that was really about debt issuance. But I'll be honest, you're going to have opportunity.
Cover it again.
You have the tax rate again. You spoke your mind earlier. I would say you're going to have another tax rate at the public hearing. Yep. That would be an opportunity to have that conversation.
All right, I'm good.
Okay, item N, discussion possible action regarding the proposed enterprise fund budget for the city of Castro. Do you really want to go over that, or can we go through a budget?
I will go for it. There's not very many slides. I can go over it fairly quickly. I mean, the real issue is, and we can focus on this. I think there was kind of consensus with council. I know that this is not brown nosing mayor. I really do. When you sat and asked the questions about your numbers on the budget, you honed in on exactly the numbers that I honed in on when I asked.
Just explain them.
Right. Yeah. So I was really pleased with, that's the level. I mean, those are perfectly acceptable line item questions to have.
Okay.
That we just want to know a little bit more about this. So I thought that was an appropriate level of scrutiny. That said, at the budget workshop, we didn't really get in the utility fund, but to the degree that we did, it sounded like y'all were generally okay with the utility fund as it had been presented and understood that we needed to do something on our utility rates. And y'all were generally agreeable that looking at what we provided for gas rates, that it made a lot of sense on gas rates. So if that's where we are, then I can show you what that looks like.
You sure you can get that up and running?
Yeah,
No
I think so.
guarantees.
Huh?
Well, I
No
think so.
guarantees.
Yeah, well,
You're gonna be talking
But
gas.
my computer's working well.
Altogether.
all of it.
I want to know why it's not. There we go. There we go. Yeah. So this is your proposed enterprise fund expenditures. In your forecast in 25 is 8.5.
Oh, it's right here.
Your total expenditures on the 2026 is 9.3. We had already been through, how we're treating the utility fund admin and the general fund admin. That's being baked into each utility. We're trying to recognize their total cost of operation. So this is your draft fund expenditures by utility. And that gives you a breakdown of how those monies are being spent, where the major changes are. And the biggest changes in gas, we're going to add another full-time person. I know y'all talked about that and sounded like, again, the consensus was you supported that move. That would, as I stated before, it doesn't really give us more people in streets, and it doesn't give us, it just returns us back to where we were as far as the number of people we have available and working on streets all the time 2 years ago. We still need additional streets.
How many employees are there at Public Works?
How many total?
Mhm.
I have to do one of these to count. You've got 6 in electric. I think that's right now.
Okay.
6.
Yeah, because you've got Tom, and then the supervisor, and then maybe it's 5. I need to get you that number. That you do have it in the mini documents I provided you. I don't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, I don't even want to venture a guess. 26 total, maybe, or something like that. There's 3 out at wastewater.
Okay.
4 in water, 5 in electric, plus all the admin.
A lot of admin.
Well, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
They print
Plus
the
the
bills.
inspectors, that's
They
6.
print, fold stuff, and send out bills from down there.
Yes.
Nothing's done here.
April's.
Well, yeah, April's customer services. She's customer
Well, I
service
understand
here.
that, but other than April, here is nothing.
Other than
done here.
April, it's all done.
They print, fold stuff, mail,
Correct.
everything down there. Okay.
I don't know.
Sorry to ask. Keep going.
So that
Oh,
questions on that. The gas rates next. Oh my gosh. This is the gas rate discussion. So was there any questions on the enterprise fund as it's been proposed?
Well, I made, I think, the comment before, it's been so long ago, I can't remember, but it appeared to me, I'll repeat myself if I need to, that with the citizens approving us having the gas system, then it appears that we need to raise the gas rates, and I think that's completely justified.
Yeah.
If you decide to do something, then you've got to pay for it, and they decided to do that. And so I haven't got any issue with raising the gas rates to pay for what the citizens decided they wanted.
Yep. So this is, so that's where we are right now, is on the gas rates. This just tells you what your current rates are for customer charges and your volume charges. These are 2 options. And I want to be clear, you're not adopting a rate tonight. You're just giving me some indication on what you would want to do, because we will build this revenue. We'll build a revenue model into your draft enterprise budget after it's kind of like the bonds we talked about earlier. Once you indicate what you're wanting to do, then we can start to build a plan around it. But these are 2 options. One is $45, one's $25.60. That's just on the top lines, right? This would show you what those current rates are versus the different proposals. Your total bill, which is presently $28, would go up to $29. Frankly, I don't think that's going to be enough. That's option 2. Or option 1, your bill goes from $28 to $47. And when you look at the total bills for CPS and Bernie and Gray Forest as comparison, that $47 still looks really, really cheap. It's half of what CPS is. It's whatever that is, less than a third of what Bernie is, and the same for Gray Forest.
But they all have surcharges like we do.
Well, I mean, we're just comparing total bills. I don't. This was prepared by Synergy. I do not have a lot of. I have what I have. You're seeing what I have. Beyond what I see on this screen, I don't have a lot of additional data to provide to you. But just looking at it from a rate comparison, it certainly looks like we have plenty of room to go up.
Can you tell me, which you probably can't, but so this is a question.
Mm-hmm.
What was our gas rates in March of 2008?
No, I couldn't.
The reason I'm asking that is in April of 2008 is when they started the CPS contract. And from day one, CPS severely undercharged the city for what the cost of providing service was. And the city, over 17 years, made more profit on the gas than they ever did in the previous 30 years. So my question is, the city got this sweetheart deal for 15 years, but it did not go up on its rates. And now we're looking at a rate increase that should have been spread over the last 17 years.
Yeah, I think that's accurate, but I don't know how many rate adjustments.
I'm just making a general statement.
On the gas side, I don't know how many rate adjustments.
Because I have heartburn.
I know in my 4 years, I don't think we've adjusted the gas rate in the 4 years I've been here.
CPS didn't provide us with gas.
That's right.
They were the
West
contract
Texas.
service. They
They did our maintenance.
They had our operations. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Maybe I
I'm
phrased
thinking,
that
wait a minute, West Texas, and
They
the
did
reason-
they did the maintenance and operation for our system
correct.
at a
After
subsidized cost.
yes, and West Texas Gas, the council back then and still to this day has not, I say, locked in a rate.
Right.
Because at the time in our contract is that if you
It's
ever
a ship
lock it
channel.
in, it stays.
Yeah, it's just we pay the ship channel.
And
plus.
so it's been been beneficial to the city.
What I'm getting at, and I'm just making an off the cuff comment.
No, I think you're
we
right.
We got happy with that margin, and once they stopped and we took over it, we realized, whoa, wait a minute, we're behind the curve.
Well, and I thought I was being conservative by estimating that our cost to manage the gas system was going to be about 2 to 3x what it was for CPS.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't being conservative because our cost to manage the gas system is going to be 5x what we were paying CPS.
Yeah, I
And so you have to take in those capital.
I just
the DIMP plan that they weren't doing that we should have been doing for years. So, yeah, we're behind the ball. I don't know when. I know, like I said, in the 4 years I've been here, I don't think we touched the gas rate beyond making the West Texas gas little adjustment.
Yeah, I believe that because
We have.
So
that's what I got told by
Mayor, what I'm looking for from your council is just direction on this particular item. We'll get into airport budget next, but on this item would be, well, I already asked on the enterprise fund, are we okay with kind of generally where things are, which I think it is. And then on the rate, we will prepare the process to raise the gas rate. And we're asking you, do y'all prefer option 1 or option 2? Understanding you're not taking a vote tonight. We will have a public hearing. There'll be a lot of opportunity for the public to see and know that these rates are going to change.
Are we allowed to speak?
Sure.
Go ahead, Mr. Rivers, and I'll go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Well, as someone with reliably very small utility bills, I'd really like the option that has a lower customer charge and a higher rate per.
Right.
The overwhelming majority of my cost is user charge right now. So,
Yes, sir.
Well, and option 2 is that option.
Yeah.
Just clarifying.
Yes.
Yeah. So
I certainly like option 2 better. Let the people who are using it more heavily
I
support it
agree,
more.
but is that enough, Scott?
well, that's what it appears to be. Like when you look at option 2. Oh, I'm sorry. No, we had that reversed. No, I had that
No,
reversed.
option 2 is the
No, but it
lower
looks like
customer charge.
it's phrased Castroville current option 2, then option 1, and option 1 is the one that get your total bill is $47.
That's what it says up there.
Option 1.
Mhm.
You like option 2.
No. Yes. Sorry. What did I say?
Yeah,
No,
29.
you
said
said it
you like
right.
the one.
You said it right,
Yeah,
dude.
you said it
You said it right.
You didn't catch it.
I like the
Is
one.
it?
I think what I said was I like the one with the lower customer charge.
You did say
I wasn't
that.
Right.
trying to
Right, which
indicate
is
the
option
numeral
2.
of the
You
option.
did say
Is this
that.
option 2? I
It's
just
just
think
late.
the way this is laid. Well, the way this is laid out, it should
Yeah.
be 1 and then 2. But option 2 is the one you like. Option 2, what I said earlier is no, I don't think that is enough, Houston, because it's only $1. It's not even $1 difference on the average bill, and that's not going to be enough to pay for the $700,000 difference in your costs.
It's gonna be a cold
Yes,
Now,
it's
you
not.
could
This is
do.
South Texas.
You may be able to do something different where, to David's point, there may be an option 3 we could look at, and we could bring these back, right, as rate options. But if you're saying, well, I don't really want to put the customer charge, I would rather look at the volume charge. So we could look at, well, okay, what are some volume charge options that would get you closer to this total rate of $45?
And that's what you need.
That way you're not, if you don't use any gas, you're not going to have to pay that. I mean, I know that's one of the gripes we get all the time is, God, I didn't even use water and sewer and I'm paying a minimum $100 and whatever dollars it is. I hear that all the time.
but yeah, and I know you guys deal with this too, because I used to do it all the time. But you understand you're paying for the minimum, right? The ability to use 5 different utilities in one bill.
Right.
Go to the other places, and over here in San Antonio, you got water and sewer, then you got garbage, then you got CPS.
Right.
Add them all together, see what happens.
Well, and you're not just paying for convenience. Like that customer charge is for the maintenance of the line on the street, which costs the same no matter how much water I pull out.
That's right.
It should basically cover your fixed cost.
Yeah,
that's right. And well, the other thing is it's a guaranteed. I mean, it's the reason that you do that instead of the rate is because you know you're going to get at least this amount of money every month because you have this many customers paying this base rate.
Yep. Sir.
Well, we've definitely kicked this around. We need to get the money that it takes to operate the gas system. And, we can fiddle and faddle around on whether it's this or that. The fuel adjustment's not in here anyway, because that changes all the time based upon the market rate, correct? The fuel adjustment goes in there. So you're talking about if you use volume wise, I get additional money, but you're still paying whatever the adjustment is for fuel rate. But I think for Bob Lee's, it's late in the night. We need to be very serious about charging what it takes in order to operate this system properly. And since we're still taking out $400,000, $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 out of the utility fund, it actually makes money, but we take so much money out of it that it makes it appear that it isn't doing well. But we need to, face the music here and raise the rates so that we can help cover our costs without going in emergency funds or borrowing here or doing this and that, and to be very sober when we set what is reasonable in order to maintain our operation like we need to maintain it. And so whether you do it one way or the other, if the end result is we get the money that we need in order to do it, let's do that.
And to be clear, neither of these options brings in enough money to start like annualized replacement of our gas lines. That's not in the budget, right?
There's a DIMP. I have to go back and look at the gas, but I think we did have a capital line for DIMP for making those, but that's the minimum required. So it's like $50 to $100, between $50 and $100,000 that we would have budgeted for that.
So by the time all of our gas lines be replaced, some of them will be 100 years old.
Report was pretty good on the gas system, so it was in pretty good condition.
All right, moving on. Any other conversation about the gas rate?
No.
All right, we will bring back options to council for, but understanding the consensus is yes, we need to go up on the rate, so we'll bring back some rate options that you can consider.
And how much it's gonna raise.
Right, the predicted amount of revenue. I'll probably have Synergy come, so that way when you have follow-up questions, you'll be able to get answers hopefully. Airport fund expenditures. So this is very different than what we had proposed originally, in part because there was a miscommunication between staff. The CIP expenditures that were included with the first draft of the airport budget y'all saw, those were just like some of the other things that had been included in the past, where I asked staff to give me, if you could buy things, what would you pay? So that was not intended to be yes, it's a proposed budget, but it was not realistic, right? That was if we could go ahead and go get courtesy cars and get some of the other things that are like twos, right? That are not need twos, as we had talked about before.
Well said.
So those are not in here. Now, one of the big changes is moving forward, my plan is to scrape out, in fact, this is already in the general fund draft budget. I scraped out the money that the general fund was receiving from the airport for Brianna, which is about $20,000. Scrape that out and put it back in the airport fund. And then I've talked to Michael about taking on those duties. The plan going forward is that he will be the airport manager 30 hours a week after October 1st.
Okay.
So he's going to go from full-time 40 hours to 30 hours. He won't be an on-call person. And in the interim, right now, as soon as we can, we're going to be posting for a position for another Pete. Because as he and I talked about it, I mean, this was the strategy. This is what we wanted to do. It was very, very unfortunate that Harrison decided to leave with no notice. And I like Harrison a lot. He was a good employee. He was fantastic. He's not eligible for rehire because anybody who leaves with no notice is not eligible for rehire as far as I'm concerned, as long as I'm here. So we need to get another, I mean, that was the original plan, is to have a part-time airport manager with 2 techs. So we're going to go back to that. And Michael's assured me that he's ready to take on those duties, and I believe him as far as what Brianna was doing. So we're going to test the waters with that. Now, Michael has also indicated that he is not a long-term employee, that he's going to help the city through this process, get a tech on, but probably before the start of the 27 budget cycle, he's going to retire. He'll be done. Now we'll see if he actually sticks with that or not. I'd like to see him stay on, but right now that's the plan. So at some point we would be hiring another part-time airport manager, right? But he's agreed he doesn't want to leave us high and dry, and he's offered his assistance and do all that. So I'm very pleased with that outcome, and that's very different kind of what we talked about leading up to now. But
Let me ask you a question, if I can.
Yep.
What is the airport debt service paying for?
It's paying for the new hangar.
A new hangar. So
The new hangars that were just built.
So that debt service is for the hangar.
Yeah, it's about $46,000 or whatever it was
Okay.
a year.
Okay.
Yeah, 45.
Did the airport fund pay for that property at the end of the runway?
Yes.
Did the airport fund pay for that Bentley property?
The runway protection zone on the north end.
I don't know.
No.
I signed it.
That $900,000 debt to buy the properties out there. Did the airport fund pay for that?
Bob says that he thinks.
Well, you said Benderly, the end of the runway was for sign.
I said both. I said the end of the runway is per sign, and Bentley goes to 471.
Bendelay, the city
The
owns,
city.
and we still own it. Doesn't belong to the airport at all. It's
It's not considered
No.
part of the airport.
no.
I
The
signed
city
2
bought that.
checks.
Okay, and
Signed
and Marshall Persign's property,
What's that?
300,000 or whatever at the end of the runway. Did the airport fund pay for that?
For the per sign? That's
Yes.
what I think he's trying to answer.
But we
Yes.
got money from FAA or somebody, didn't we?
Okay.
A grant?
Okay.
We paid, I signed, I think it was $1.2 million.
That's right.
So the other piece that was next
The-
to him.
FAA
paid for that.
Okay, I just
Well, it
wanted
goes
to,
into our budget, so it shows as
But
income.
I'm just saying, the city did
It
not
was a
spend
grant.
$1 million. Yeah,
With
it
a
wasn't
match.
city funds,
With a
our
match.
airport.
It was a match grant.
That's-
using airport funds.
So it was like a
Yes.
ramp style grant. Was it 90/10?
Okay.
Well, it was.
It wouldn't consider
It
a
was a
ramp,
grant.
but it was something else. No,
Because
they,
It was millions of dollars.
yes.
Right.
That's
That's
why that
great.
property went
That's
out.
kind of unusual, but that's great that you were able to get that money for
Yep.
the.
Don't ask, just
So the airport paid for it. It sounds like the airport paid for it.
off the cuff
For a
questions.
piece, for a piece of it.
Don't ask.
The ramp, what is it, runway? The airport was involved with that, with their funds, but the Bendelay property, the city bought.
So all the other hangars are paid for.
Yeah, there's no other outstanding debt. The only debt that's outstanding is that new FAA or
Box hangers are paid.
USDA hangar, as far as I understand, because this is the only debt. This is the only.
Okay, that's all I wanted to ask. Okay, cool.
It's too late in the day to try to remember who did what. No, I'm kidding.
I'm just asking questions.
I remember it.
The CIP items have been removed.
Yeah.
So there's no, and it was undefined exactly what it was, other than electrical and hangar maintenance. And so I was wondering about that.
Our approach is going to be going forward is that those will go through, if there's a desire to pursue any of that in the future, it's going to go through the airport advisory board and then the council and for allocation of the airport's fund. Because the airport does have a fund for that kind of stuff if they want to spend it.
Well, there was some suggestions from the airport advisory board, was there not, Mr. Dixon and Mayor? You guys were at the meeting, did they come up with some recommendations?
They didn't.
Go into the budget?
No. Most of their recommendations had to deal, like even with the courtesy cars, they didn't say go spend money. They said go look into these other options.
Actually, on
and
the
then
courtesy
report back
cars
to
is an
us.
interesting concept. It says, see about getting some corporate sponsorships for them.
Good luck with that.
That was one of the options.
That was an option to look
Right.
at.
There
And also they were agreeable to a hand-me-down, but good mechanical condition.
Well, that's good, because that's what they get.
No. What? No.
I understand.
Brianna, and she was doing her job, and she provided some options for some small vehicles. I don't think you want that. I mean, I think it's better if we have some patrol cars that are not deemed patrol vehicles, but yet they still have usable life for that. But you got to make sure that everything's fitted, because there was a vehicle in there that kind of like the Kremlik seats and things like that. You got to make sure. I shouldn't have said that term, right?
We had the discussion about the tourism and economic development has a city furnished vehicle. Okay? Not a mileage, but a city furnished vehicle. And Mr. Dixon asked me, well, would you like to have that go to the airport as a courtesy vehicle? Not that that's a decision at all. And I'm going, do I really want to spend that much money on something that takes away from my fuel profit? Because anything to do with the courtesy car takes away from fuel profit.
Right.
And I would prefer us to put in good serviceable condition a hand-me-down police car if we can do that. But something to think about with in-kind remuneration to the airport would be the possibility of considering taking that vehicle owned, I think y'all paid $16,000 value or something like that, possibly taking the vehicle that the economic development tourism guys are driving, give him a mileage compensation and take that vehicle, mark the value of it off against the portion of the airport fair market value from the ball field stuff. See what I'm saying? Anyway, not a decision for tonight, but you know, we've got how much, $700-something thousand out there?
You got a lot.
Okay, we need to either consider what's coming up that has to be funded in the next 2 years, or
Sure.
we can sit on top of that money. I would prefer to see us consider building some more hangars to bring in some more income. Okay, or maybe reduce the debt on that $1 million+ hangar out there. You know, the airport's there to promote general aviation and hopefully commercial customers that want to base there. So we have enough money to pursue some of those kinds of things in the next fiscal year and get them going. I've asked one of the tenants out there that builds hangars to give me a ballpark idea of what it would cost to build a 10-unit T-hanger. And so that's Mr. DeLeon, I believe. And so he's going to get back to me. There are two companies that make hanger kits. So all you have to do is put in the
dimensions,
the pavement and the utilities, and the rest of it comes to be assembled like we did with hanger C and D. So.
Okay. We don't have any action on this one. We're just having a discussion on this. All right. We're not going to take action on that enterprise fund budgets right now, but we're working through those. Thank you for the information. Let's go to item 15. Is that the way I read that? City Administrator's report. Mr. Dixon.
I'm going to look real briefly at the subjects.
General fund budget we covered, drainage project progress, a lot of that we covered, but you could talk about Garza if you wanted to. The AV, I hope is working. CPS dispute, I talked to CPS. I know our local government rep met with her, actually talked to her when I was at a CPS brunch, and she said she wanted to try to schedule a time to come out with us and talk. I spoke briefly with Mr. Garza, the CEO of CPS, and the head folks of government relations. So anyway, they want to come and meet with us. I told them I told them who I was, told them some of the history. I said, I'm not trying to recreate the wheel. I just want to do what and I told the intergovernmental person that it's very disappointing to me to hear that we haven't had any response in several months. And I think we need to re-engage and have the conversations and resolve our issues. That's just my position. So I have their contact and we'll go from there. I just want to, it's your report, but I'm trying to give you some.
No, that's great to know. I need to make sure that we probably need to schedule, before we meet with CPS, I want to make sure that you understand from Dwayne.
Sure.
Probably, who works with Synergy, Dwayne Duke, used to work for CPS, knows a lot. I think you and he can speak the same language, number one. He needs to read you in to what our main points are.
Sure.
And so we'll probably schedule a time to do that.
That's fine.
CPS.
That's fine. You can go from there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Regional Park has a roof. It's going in today, right now.
Good.
County Emergency Management, there's not much there.
He's going to next meeting. I think he's supposed to be here on the 26th.
Yes, right, 26th.
Mr. Chadwick, the Emergency Management Coordinator for the county.
Great guy. I want to mention two things. Lions Park splash pad. Very unfortunate. It is what it is. The foundation, that thing was overbuilt. It was built to the spec that Vortex supplied, but the drought, and then it was overbuilt. There's more steel in it, and it's thicker than it was originally called out to be. So, but bottom line, it is sinking, and that's what's really caused the problems with the splash pad. And it's going to have to be torn out and completely replaced. I'm going to work with Phil King. So all of the apparatus should be able to be reused. It's just the actual concrete has to be repoured, and it probably needs to be dug out and actually have a structural soil put in or something along those lines. But I'm going to work with Phil King on the warranty side of that to get his input and recommendation, and then we'll probably won't do anything until he and I bring something back to council to give you an appraisal of where we believe things stand. Right now, we've got the two parties and everything's amicable, but they're ready for us to pay them what would be like $60,000 to redo that work. And we've already paid once, and I understand it failed and it was kind of an act of God, sort of, but we paid for a working splash pad. So I'm going to talk all that through with Phil. He has a lot of experience being kind of the expert witness in these types of cases, and then we'll see where it goes. But it'll come back to council first.
Was that an engineered foundation?
Are you leaving?
Yes, to the extent that Vortex has an engineered design that says this is what you'll do for our equipment. So to that extent, yes, but that'd be a question to put to Phil.
Okay.
I'll make a question about that.
Yes.
What?
Whether it was a good idea to put the splash pad in or not is a decision that was previously made. But it sounds like if we want to do it again in the future, we're going to have to make that decision all over again. I'm recommending we consider making a rentable pavilion out of that. Just remove the equipment. You could reuse it later. You got to re-pour everything anyway, and put a top over the thing and make it a rentable space, a place for shade, all that kind of stuff. And it would generate money and it would provide a place for families to enjoy some time at the park under cover.
And I would suggest that go to Parks Board for I would want to run that through them.
I'll tell them about it on Thursday.
Well, there's already been a request made for pavilion or covered areas
Yeah, I
in the
know.
park.
I have mixed feelings about that, but it doesn't matter what I think. Yeah. And to your point, you could save the equipment.
Yeah, exactly.
And potentially use it somewhere
Unbolt
else.
it.
Okay. The other item, it was on my list, but not in my report. That's an oversight on my part. Lions Park well. I just wanted, since Bob Lee had asked, I intended to put this in.
Is that what they call well number 3 now?
Yes.
Okay.
I think of it as Lions Park well, but it's well number 3. We tested the backup generation, right?
Yeah.
It had been exercised many times, but we tested it. It failed. We came and it got a contractor come and start working on it. Then we had a pump issue, downhole pump issue. The generator was moved. That pump is being pulled and reworked. Actually, a new pump being put in, and then we're gonna rework the one we pull out so that we have that as bench stock, as a spare, and then the generator will be put back on it. That's what I was going to write up. I didn't write it up because I forgot, or I didn't notice that it wasn't.
Didn't we? I just want to make for my own sake clarity. Didn't we say? I know that one is mobile, and we wanted to fix it with a automatic transfer switch. But I thought we were going to put fixed base generators at the wells.
2 and 3.
Okay.
So that's also in my report is the acquisition of the generators that they've been ordered.
Okay.
That was gonna, as you know, I put that on.
I know.
For consent. But to your point, Mayor, the action already been taken by council. There's really no need. We followed all our purchasing regs. So moving forward, when council makes those types of appropriations, what I'll do is just report back that,
Just so everybody
this
knows,
was done.
If the purchase required sealed bids, that comes back to council. But if the purchase is made through a cooperative purchasing, like buy board or things like that, I told Scott, you've been authorized, make the dang purchase, move on. Council, there's a difference in the type of purchases to bring back.
Right.
To me, my opinion.
And most of them are not going to require a sealed bid.
Right, because you could go through the cooperative purchasing.
Right. EDC dissolution, I'm not going to expound on that, but that's laid out. That will happen in the time frame that our attorney allows it to happen in, because I'm relying on him to bring to us whatever is needed, the paperwork. But it shouldn't be too big a deal.
Do you have another ETJ de-annexation?
Yes.
Supposed to be talking about it.
Yeah. So before I get to that, county streets plan, that's in your backup. If you wanted to look at it, if you have any questions, let me know. I haven't had a meeting with the county yet, but it's been delivered to them. The disannexation, that's the fireworks stand location that's up on top of the hill that people are familiar with. A lot of people probably ask you questions. What are they doing there? They cleared all
it's all gone now. It's completely cleared.
Yeah, right. It's cleared. It's got a nice
I know,
round
but-
brick.
New foundation.
New foundation.
Yeah.
That's going to be a fireworks stand. That's who owns it. I think they may have been leasing the land before. They bought it from the owner. But they have requested to be disannexed from our ETJ. Why? Couldn't tell you. But bottom line is our legal advice to this point, because of the new legislation, is this shouldn't come to council for action. That way it's not, we just let it happen.
Do they have the acreage required to meet to do
Yes.
that?
There is no limit on acreage. I asked
There's
that.
no minimum acreage?
Yeah, when it first came out, there was an erroneous, I think a lot of people thought there has to be a minimum of 40 to 50 acres.
Right.
And there is no minimum.
I asked that question
Scary.
first when I first received it.
Scary.
You're not allowed to have fireworks in the city of Castroville.
I got it.
So I'm sure they wanted to make sure they were never annexed because then they couldn't have a stand. And legally, we could arrest everybody that left master's property with fireworks in their vehicle.
I understand that. Once
Kinda like
they leave the property.
Hey,
Okay.
Kind of like
Once
having
they
a
leave the
Doug's got some
property going into the
ideas.
state right of way, they're ours. 'Cause that's-
Just make sure they're heading east. Don't head the one, anyway, no.
Okay, come on.
All right.
All right,
Streets
go on.
improvement plan,
What else?
I told you earlier, I'm working on that. The last bit that's not on here is, I'm going on vacation, y'all. My 50th birthday is August 23rd. And my twin sister and I and a couple of friends of ours, we're all going to go on a cruise this Saturday. So when I'm letting y'all,
Happy
just
birthday.
reminding you that's happened. I will send you an email on Friday. I will be coming back to work on the following Monday, the 25th. But
we're starting
yeah, the
early.
day before
Day
our
before city council.
yeah. So this Friday, Deborah and I are going to be working on that agenda to make sure that everything's hammered out.
Because I am out at a meeting that
Anything else?
Wednesday through Friday that evening.
New agenda items. We will have an executive session on the
The
26th,
26th. Yeah. What time do you want that to start?
5 p.m.
5? Okay.
That was, anything before 5 p.m. is considered
A special.
meeting.
That's correct.
So I always like to, whenever possible, stay within the regs. Just in the event, someone can't.
I just want to make sure you have enough time. But
We
5,
will have enough time.
That's fine with us. Yeah.
We'll have enough time.
Yeah.
And we will ensure we have enough time.
Okay.
And God help us don't make these midnight meetings.
Again, I want to thank the mayor for shortening meetings and.
Yeah.
and being efficient.
My husband's calling while
No
ago.
doubt we will be out of here before midnight. by a minute.
Absolutely. Any other things? I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
At what time?
It's at
11:58.
yeah.
Motion made, second to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
He wants to be
Done.
We don't get out before
Nay.
that's the problem.
Oh, all opposed?